She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, and who's fair and most so irresistible. It drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex. Way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations. Nothing like the rest. No, I don't know nobody. 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 When you get down, when you get down, just want you to be around. Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Citadel and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me. I don't know nobody. 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 When you get down, get down. Want you to be right. Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it.
Put it back here for us so we can check them out.
Put in some footwork, my sir. Put in some footwork. Yeah, look, I'm gonna give you a clue. It's in scripture. I'm gonna give you a clue. Here go your clue. It's in the scripture. God said, I will raise up David, my servant, right? And he will reestablish the tabernacles of David as of old. So that's your clue.
Oh, they go Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you got a king on earth for the Israelites. Did you know that? Ain't you Israelites? Corday is his underboss. You see. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Grand Rising? Peace to the sisters in the chat. What do y'all think about that, Shay and Tiffany? He got the king. He already got beaten this debate 11 years ago. I know these characters. I've been around. So Corday, what's your name?
You lose the debate 11 years and niggas still trying to figure out if the person you were talking about fraudulent or fake. That's crazy.
Listen, it's bigger than a debate, bro. You bringing a message to the people. I'm not here.
I ain't bringing nothing to. Hey, do not put that on me. I don't want that responsibility. You know what God do to people who fail to deliver their messages? I'd rather listen to the message. I'm good. I don't want to be responsible for you niggas. No.
Okay. All right, you done? Can I go? All right.
Now, bro, you been going there all morning.
Don't be doing the same tactics 11 years ago. This instigate. But yeah, no, I'm just saying, bro. He won't tell us his name. I just want to know his name. I got to go find the video. Is that what you want me to do?
Go find the video, bro. It's all up to you, my nigga.
Everybody.
Look. Hey, you want to know something funny?
King Arthur.
You forgot his name and you forgot your name.
I'm gonna
look. Hey, here go another clue. Both of y'all names was Jeremiah.
Emmanuel or something like that. Well, what was this guy's name? But he was the king of the.
I told you, both of y'all name was Jeremiah. Your name used to be Jeremiah. His name is Jeremiah.
Well, that's still, I can't get rid of that now.
Hey, man, look, just because you denounced your name and forgot your name, that don't mean everybody else have. You feel me? That's probably why you forgot his name, because you forgot your name. If you would have remembered your name with Jeremiah, you would remember his name with Jeremiah.
You forget my name, and every time I go in there, it's JJ7000. Jeremiah to the 7000.
JJ ain't Jeremiah.
Oh my God. So we ain't gonna talk about that. I just want to know the
did you not say you not an Israelite? So how is you Jeremiah Judah, Mr. Israelite?
Brother, I just want to know who is the king of the Israelites.
And I just want to know, is you an Israelite? So if you're not, I don't see why it matter. Why are you worried about something that you're not?
I don't overtalk. I get in the ring.
So I'm asking a question. Why are you worried about something that you not an Israelite? So why does it concern you?
Because you one of the main reasons. You one of the main reason why I left. Because niggas like you and Tazariak and the rest of you clowns embarrass.
I don't know. Hey, look. If what men do determine how you move as a man, you got a problem, sir. I don't care nothing. I listen. You ain't heard me mention not one camp, not one other nigga. You asking me about another man. I came here to talk, bro. Listen. I came here to talk business to A1. You wanted to ask me about another man. I don't care about how other men move, my nigga. Other men's action don't facilitate my belief. If you start doing so, hey, look, JJ, when you was up there acting drunk, calling yourself Jeremiah Judah, I wasn't embarrassed to be an Israelite because you were Israelite, nigga. I just said you look bad, nigga. I didn't stop being an Israelite because you was a fuck up, bro. That didn't know. When you was up there ranting on these debates and making Israelites look bad, I didn't quit being an Israelite. I just said I'm not that nigga.
Did he get caught scamming? Yes or no?
Is he? I mean, if he got caught scamming, he's still doing it. What 10 years later, my nigga? I don't know what to tell you.
I'm finna go find a video.
How you get caught scamming and you still doing the same thing 10 years later?
Come out of here, man. He don't bring no purpose to the goddamn scene. He don't want
you don't need it though. It's not to bring a purpose. What is the benefit of this, bro? How does this help you?
To get in the ring.
You're not an Israelite. You're not an Israelite. The man is in a whole nother country. How does it help you?
Because I'm a free thinking and truth seeker, and your leaders.
What that got to do with anything?
Because we gonna scam more black people.
Oh, if I'm in a cult, what that got to do with you? Why does me being in a cult bother you? Why is it something that you've got to make your journey or your goal to try to point out something that you don't like that I'm doing? You know, it'd be so much more peaceful. If you just not mind it, just mind your own damn business. That'd be like, you know how much peace of mind you can get if you just like, y'all in the cult, I'm gonna go do my own thing.
Are you in the cult? Are you in the cult?
If you want to call me in, if being a part of a nationality makes me in the cult, then gang, my nigga, gang.
Okay, what's the nationality?
Israelite.
Okay, how you prove it genetically? Go ahead, go.
How the hell is that a nationality?
I don't care about genetics, my nigga. I'm not asking again. Me going to get genetics would be asking another man for his
approval. How is that a nationality?
What do you mean?
How is Israelite a nationality?
What is an Israelite?
Well, no, what's a nationality? Is a better.
What is it? I just asked you, what is an Israelite?
No.
So you don't want to answer. We can get into what is a national. I just asked you, what is an Israelite?
Well, what you're calling an Israelite is a bunch of made up shit, but calling it a nationality.
No. Regardless of what you believe, from the understanding of Israelites, I don't care if you believe it's real or not. From the context, what is an Israelite?
Well, so an Israelite was a descendant of Israel. It was a blanket term for a tribe of people. So anyway,
those 12 tribal people did they not form? Did they 12 tribal people? Did they not form? Okay, did the 12 tribal people not form a nation? Did they?
No,
they
did not form a nation.
So okay, now again, in context from the book that I believe in, it called them a nation. So if you come from a nation, that is your nationality. This is how it works. So now, if you believe them to be a nation or not is different than what the context of the words actually say.
That's not a nation.
That's your belief. The text
no, it's not a belief. It's a definition.
The text says something different.
No, the text is not. No, listen. So if you're trying to depend on an English word.
I'm not depending on nothing. I'm taking the system that we use for communication that I did not create and interpreting it the way that it was delivered to me.
It's not a nationality.
The federally regulated education system. That's
nationality is a particular thing. Nationality is a particular thing that comes with the 20th century rise of nation states. which did not exist at the
20th
time. So it's not a
century rising
nationality.
nation states.
It's not a nationality.
What are you talking about?
Well, I just told you why it's not a nationality.
No, you just gave me some bullshit about 20th century rising nation. What is 20th century? What is 20th century rising? What is that shit?
Well, so nation states are particular.
I didn't say nothing about a nation state.
I'm answering your question.
I
You
said
asked about what
nothing
I just said.
about a nation
Listen,
state.
I know you're uneducated because you think
you're playing semantics. I never said a nation state.
Well, that's what's required for nationality, dumbass.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
What's your code?
No, it's not. Because Japan is not a nation state. It's been around forever, and the Japanese nationality.
Did you just say Japan's not a nation state?
Forever. No, it's not a nation state. It's not a nation state.
All right.
Just leave him alone. You don't know how to discourse. You don't know how to.
Listen. The nigga just said Japan is not a nation state. Okay, listen. But in order to be a Hebrew Israelite, you have to be uneducated. So I expect it. So if you're a Hebrew Israelite, it makes sense why you think Japan's not a nation state.
Okay, cool. I'll be uneducated, brother.
Yes, you will.
How does that benefit
you?
Okay, but how does it benefit you though? As a man, what does that do for you?
It's part of my religion to point out that you're stupid.
It's part of your religion to point out that other men. So your whole religion is to go out and attack other men and they believe.
Asked and answered.
Your whole religion and purpose in life is to attack other men and what they believe.
Well, no, that's not the whole religion.
That sounds very beneficial in life to where you seek out men to debate them on their belief.
Well, I just pointed out that
I didn't even say nothing. I don't even know who you are, my brother.
Oh, you know who I
don't even know you, and you felt compelled to attack me because you disagree with me on a belief, my nigga.
No, it had nothing to do with the belief. It had nothing to do with the belief. I was silently said belief.
Why are you talking to me then? Why are you talking to me then?
I said something. You said nationality. Are you following along?
I never said nothing to you. You jumped in the conversation.
I don't care who you said.
Jumped in. I didn't say nothing to you.
I don't listen. I don't care. I don't care who you said something to.
I care because you're talking to me.
I'm gonna do it again.
You jumped in.
Every time you say something dumb, I'm gonna do it.
You jumped in like a little bitch to talk to somebody.
Your mama's a bitch. Your mama's a bitch. Your mama's a bitch.
You a bitch. Okay, you a bitch.
Your mama's a bitch.
And my mama's a female. Cool.
Your mama's still a bitch.
You a bitch.
And your mama's still a bitch.
You a bitch. And you a bitch. And you a fat nigga who get on the internet and argue people over a thing that you don't even believe is real.
You can only have an argument if there's two people.
You get on the internet and argue niggas over Dr. Seuss. You want to get on the internet and argue over Dr. Seuss.
You can only have an argument.
You want to get on the internet and argue over Dr. Seuss. You want to go argue over Dr. Seuss. You're a child.
But you're going back and forth. But so what does that make you? Are you a child or you're a pedophile?
I'm a grown man who don't care what another man believes. If you believe that Santa Claus is real, I'm not going to argue you and debate you about it. I don't
think St. Nicholas and Myra was a real person.
That is a problem with grown ass adults
then
thinking
why
that, hey,
are
I don't
you not
like the way
taking the high
you
road?
think.
Why are you
I
going
gotta
back and
make it
forth
my priority to come and challenge the way you think, even though you said shit to me. You have a hell of a life, my friend.
Why are you going back and forth with me then?
You have a hell of a life.
Then why are you going back and forth with me?
You have a hell of, because it's interesting to watch people take this level of initiative and investment in people they never met, that don't have no kind of attachment to, but look how invested you are in what I believe. That is very fascinating to me. You are so invested into what I believe that it affects you, to where you had to insult a person you never met before. That is highly fascinating.
You insulted me, idiot.
I never once insulted you. I said what I believe in context of the Bible. You called me ignorant. You said I had to be stupid to be an Israelite, bro. I never once insulted. I never once insulted. Okay, that's an insult.
No, it's not an insult. That's an observation.
Cool. You can't tell me what I take as an insult.
I can tell you what the definition of insult is.
I can tell you what the definition of nation is, and you can challenge it all you want. You can challenge definitions clearly because you do that. You want to change definitions depending on what time you feel that it matters. Because nation state is a relatively new term compared to identifying what nation you come from. Because if you actually study law and go back to look at treaties in the 1600s, 1500s, if you study actual law, you would learn that these terminology that you're using today weren't used in the same way that they were used back then. So now, this whole nation state thing is
what does it say? What does it say? You said if you study law, what does it say? You gotta watch who you talk to, bro.
I don't know. You don't study law, though.
You gotta watch who you talking to.
That was literally a master's degree in law, bro. Like, what are you talking
You know
about?
how many folks I heard that say they study some shit, then they don't know a damn thing about it.
I didn't just
having
say
a document
or
I don't know what you just showed, but that don't prove nothing, my nigga. You don't study law.
Tiffany, what did I just show?
A master's degree in law.
You showed a document. You showed a document.
Going on?
No, that was a degree.
Okay, well, if you got a master's degree in law, you got a master's degree in law, I would love to go see one case where you are representing somebody or you are the leading benefactor on the case, pushing all the evidence. Go give me a whole discovery. Let me go through it and see where your master's degree in law is.
You hear yourself? Are you on drugs?
I just asked you if you are a master in law, show me a case that you yourself have been the goddamn leading factor on.
No. The only thing I need to do to show you I have a master's in law, I'll show you the damn
degree. Show me one of your cases that you have been a leading factor on, that you have been successful in the court.
Listen.
Do you have a case in court that you have successfully argued using your master's in law?
You think I let clearly educated niggas tell me how to show that I have an education?
That you have successfully argued using your master's in law.
Listen, do you think I let uneducated niggas
tell me
how to prove
an
an
education? You have a case in court using your master's that you have successfully argued, and so I guess you don't. Like I said, y'all niggas just come back here showing a bunch of piece of paper like it means something. That don't mean shit, nigga.
It definitely means something. It's called
it means nothing. It means nothing to an educated nigga. It means you niggas been taught a bunch of shit that you think is true.
You ain't been taught a damn thing.
Verify it.
You ain't been taught a damn thing.
I've been taught more than you.
Oh, that pizza box.
I mean, if you think you are better than me, feel that way, my brother.
No, I don't think I'm better than you. I know I'm better than you.
If that make you better, my nigga, if that makes you happy, congratulations, my brother.
Well, that's not what makes me happy. I am happy, but that's not what makes me happy.
No, if you,
I guess I do get a little excited about it.
To feel like you're better than me, bro. Congratulations, my nigga.
I'm better than a lot of niggas, including you.
Well, congratulations, my nigga.
You wanted
a cookie? Do you want a cookie?
No. They gave me the degree. It came with some tassels and stuff too. I don't know if you.
Oh, white folks gave you a degree, so you think you better than niggas? Sound right?
No. I've been thought I was better than you.
No. White folks gave you your degree in tassel, and you think you better than niggas? You just said it.
I don't think I'm better than niggas. I said you.
Who gave you your degree in tassel?
I just said I'm better than you.
I
think I'm better than everybody. I do know for a fact I'm better than you.
Who gave you? You said they gave you. You ain't earned it. They gave it to you, DEI. You ain't say I earned it. You said they gave. So who gave it to you, DEI? Who gave it to you? Who gave it to you? You fucking dumbass. You a fucking dumbass, nigga.
Your mama's a dumbass.
You're a fucking dumbass.
Your mama's a dumbass.
Oh, your mama a dumbass.
Yes,
you're
your mama's a
dumbass, bro.
That's right, motherfucking mama.
You're a dumbass, my nigga. They gave me a cap and tassel. Yeah, I'm smart, and they gave me a tassel.
I am smarter than you.
I got my cap, my gown, and my tassel, and I play sorority 5-5.
You see how fast it went south?
Because I went to my pledge and I got shitted on and drunk toilet water. Yeah, I'm one of them.
Hey, did anybody notice how we went from if you studied law? We went from if you studied law to me pointing out that I did.
I got a tassel. I went to school and got a tassel. I went and got a tassel.
5 of them.
I got a cap and gown and a tassel, and now I'm the shit. Yeah.
5 of them.
I got my cap. You probably put your cap and gown on every day, don't you?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, every time I talk to him, I put it on. That's what I'm gonna do.
I bet you do. They're like the nigga trying to relive his high school glory days. That's all you got is that cap and gown, my nigga. Nothing else to show for it. No business. No business.
Why did it change from if you study law to then not mattering if you study law? Ain't that crazy how that happens?
No kind of practice, just the cap and gown.
So you didn't want me to study law?
That you done built since you done got this master's degree, my nigga. Show me how many cases you done won since you got this master's degree, my nigga.
So you didn't want me to actually study law,
nothing, bro. All that shit don't mean nothing, bro.
If I study law,
I won cases and represented myself without even finishing school, my nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga.
Anyway.
I done been, bro, self-taught developer, working for Fortune 500, representing myself in all kinds of cases. Bro, you ain't saying shit, my nigga. You go to school. You went to school to get taught what I taught myself, my nigga. Ain't nobody worried about you, bro. You got a cap and gown, and you was able to learn law. You know what? I went into court, and I got respect from the judge and the lawyers who I was going up against, nigga. I taught myself, fuck you mean, bro?
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not. I'm more intelligent than you. I don't need someone to give me a tassel to confirm that I know the law. I don't need confirmation from another man or other people to tell me that I did a good job. Yeah. I don't need that cap and gown, that tassel. My certificate. I'm certified in law.
You want to bet 5,000 not more intelligent?
Fuck out of here, my nigga. You a bitch. You a little pussy.
Your mama.
Your whole little existence means nothing to a motherfucker on the internet, bro.
So anyway, so you didn't want me to actually study law. Huh? It's crazy. He said, if you study law, I said I did. Now you say, oh, you think you're smart because you study something. Do you want to provide? You want to put some money on that you're not more intelligent? We can take an IQ test together.
Let's do it. Anything you want. Right. I happily do it. Anything you want. You pick the test, nigga. Pick the test.
Can do it today.
Pick the test, my nigga. Pick the test. I would love to put my wits up against yours.
So cool.
And look,
so who do we want to send our money to?
Once you lose,
who do we want to send our money to?
Once you lose, I want you to sit up here and apologize and tell everybody how smart I am compared to you.
Cool. Granted. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's also put some money on it. 5,000, and then on top of that,
10,000 on it. Put 10,000 on it.
Let's do 10. Let's do 10.
Put 10,000 on it. Bet.
I just said cool. And then, but the thing is, after you send me my money, I want you to shoot yourself. Will you do it?
Okay. Sure.
Okay, that's the bet. Now,
sure, I'll shoot myself. I will happily shoot myself.
Cool. So who are we sending our money
to? If
to?
I lose to a dumbass nigga like you, I will happily shoot myself.
I hope so.
I hate it.
If there's less of you on the planet,
hey, this is your chance. This is your chance. If you hope that bad, just make sure you study and you're as smart as you think you are.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Oh.
I think I'll be okay.
I hope so. I think I'll be okay.
Hey, brother, if you study law, right? This nigga said if you study law, right? People in the background, they slicker, right? Because they already know. Right? So then when I pointed to the master's degree in law, then the niggas like, oh, you think just because you got a degree?
No, because you got a certificate. Because you got somebody to confirm you. Again, you keep talking about what other people have to do. Your whole premise on the certificate is they gave you another man. Somebody else, not your own power,
people
not
don't
your
confer
own
degrees.
Information. You went and learned from somebody who taught you, and they said, "Hey, you did a good job. Here's your certificate." That's
done by an organization.
I sat myself and opened up the book and read. I didn't have nobody practicing with me. I didn't go to
I know, and it's so obvious that you didn't.
Go to classes where I get to demonstrate and try to see where I'm wrong, where I got somebody who's in the field correcting me. That's the difference, my nigga. I ain't say nothing about you not studying. I said you're getting the fucking hype.
Tell us all about the
Dunning-Kruger
effect.
You're getting the hype from people that pat you on the back.
I said, could you explain the Dunning-Kruger effect to us? It's unrelated, but could you tell us about Dunning-Kruger? It's just a random question. It's not related to anything.
Okay.
There's always this unearned level of confidence. Like internet niggas is especially prone to it, but again, it's unrelated. It's just it's be an interesting case study.
So usually somebody who has limited knowledge and they feel like they have, I'm gonna just keep it simple. You read an article, now you feel like you know the answers to everything.
Right.
But when you're pressed on the subject and the matter, you really can't explain because you're only going by something that you read by text. So you can never fully go in depth with your knowledge of a subject because you really have low knowledge in it.
I know somebody that do that.
We know a lot of people that do it.
Hey, TJ, and isn't it is interesting because like there's a supreme level of confidence though, right? Despite the fact there's a very shallow understanding of it, confidence level is like through the roof though, right? Just super empowered from knowing barely anything on the topic, right? And just feel super empowered. Whereas for persons who have been more steeped and educated in a particular topic, they actually are less confident because they know what they know, and they also know that there's plenty of things that they don't know.
But you got to understand these people have a metacognitive deficit, so they have a lack of self-awareness. So without that component, no matter what the fuck you tell them,
it drives them actually. They dig their heels in even more, don't they?
Right? Because now it's like, oh, you're trying to discredit me. Now I got to show you.
Yeah. So it's another very interesting phenomenon, right? Because you can go and actually you can do a lot of things to try to correct the person. They typically just dig their heels in even more. Anyway, it's crazy stuff. Thank you for that unrelated anecdote, TJ. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
Completely unrelated. Yeah. You know, I do wonder, TJ, if there's a link between Dunning-Kruger, right, and the rise of niggas in backchat thinking that they're autodidacts. Like the amount of times like you run to a nigga like who like that I've run to niggas and that they want to tell me that they're an autodidact, right? And then like I've talked to niggas like shoot, there's been news around it. This nigga one of the main ones, right? But you run into some niggas and niggas will do things like they'll make appeals to geniuses, like to genius autodidacts, like a Benjamin Banneker or something like that, right? And then be like, see, not everybody intelligent has to go to college, right? It's like cool, that's like granted, like nobody ever said that anything otherwise. But you thinking that you're like Benjamin Banneker is crazy. Yeah, it's like, man, like niggas really do seem to lack all kinds of self-awareness, boy.
The fact that a nigga think that anybody back here is more intelligent than me, a huge lack of self-awareness, my nigga. Huge lack.
But there's also like there's differential reasoning.
Niggas still ain't smarter than me. I don't care what their reasoning is.
I'm just speaking from a clinical aspect.
Yeah.
He asked me a question.
I know he was asking you a question about me before my phone.
No, I wasn't asking a question about you. I said it. I said it was unrelated.
Man, shut your lying ass up, nigga. You a coward. You talking about me, nigga. Quit being a coward and say it, nigga. Quit being a coward and say it, nigga.
Okay, TJ.
Well, anyway, good morning, Corderis.
How you doing? I'm sorry. My phone cut off. I had to come back on this nigga, man.
God is good.
Learn about God. Read the scriptures.
Learn about God. Read the scriptures. All right. Anyway,
why don't y'all set up a debate?
Ain't no debate. There's nothing to debate. He came here and tried to.
Hey, I tell you what. I'll
debate him on what. I was talking to Jeremiah about something.
Let's debate Hebrew Israelism.
I don't even know who this nigga is. This nigga started talking to me when I didn't even know.
Let's debate Hebrew Israelism.
Debate it all you want.
I want to debate it with you.
All right. Let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of HR 1242, Mr. Lawman?
Yeah.
What is it?
That's House Resolution. I don't know the exact text. You know HR 6061?
HR 1242 is the 400 years acknowledgement of African Americans being in the United States or the English colonies. It was established in 2017, 2018, passed by Trump in 2019, marking the 400-year periods of African Americans being in America.
You said 2017?
That's when it was signed and passed into the House and all that shit.
Well, somebody's bad at math then.
Why?
Because that's not 400 years.
2019 is when it was signed and passed into law.
I said 2017 a second ago.
I said when it was introduced and passed through the House, it was signed in 2019 by President Trump. That's what I said in the first place.
Does this have something to do with the damn debate I challenged you to?
If you listen.
I did not just say 2017.
No, we're talking about law. You say you want to argue the law. I mean, argue scripture, right?
Argue Hebrew
so, okay, you want to debate Hebrew Israelite. I'm giving you a law, Mr. Lawman.
Okay. Does this have something to do with our debate? You should just bring it in the debate. I don't know what it's going to have to do with anything.
Let's debate it right now. We ain't got to do all that. We can debate it right now since you're so smart and so intelligent.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. HR 1242. Do you want to look it up or you want me to paste it in the back chat?
You can paste in the back chat. That's fine.
All right, cool.
And then you'll tell us the relevance of it, I'm sure.
Yes. And I want to provide you with real world evidence, or let me say real world supporting evidence to my claim, right?
Okay.
All right. So my claim is I'm an Israelite, right?
Yeah, that's your claim,
Okay. So based off of that claim, I'm getting this from the Bible. That is the foundation of my claim, correct? Okay.
I don't think that's the foundation of your claim, but yeah, go ahead.
You say that again?
That's not the foundation of your claim, but go ahead.
Okay, no, since you know more than me, tell me the foundation of my claim.
Yeah, so there was a group of men, that
ain't got nothing to do with me.
I'm trying to answer your question.
I'm talking about my claim. I'm telling you,
I am responding to your claim. I'm responding to your claim.
No, you tell me about other people.
I'm about to establish a historical handoff that gets you right.
That ain't got nothing to do with why.
Can you please be quiet? Now you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer.
I'm asking you to explain why
I am explaining it. I'm giving you history on exactly how you came to this idea. Can you please be quiet? Let me answer.
I want you to explain about why my claim.
I am trying to explain. You won't be quiet. You don't know anything.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear this rant about other people.
Yeah. So one, you had Protestantism, right? Which you had a bunch of Protestants, including the Anglicans, that came over here to this landmass that we're on right now. They came here and they had particular interpretive styles. In a Protestant ethic when it came to trying to interpret the scriptures. This led to all sorts of different varying denominations and interpretive methodologies. There was a group that popped up in that era of the year was 1800. And there's a group of white men who call themselves the rodsmen. The rodsmen believed that they could detect who was an Israelite. They had a couple different ways, one of which they used these rods. Other ways was they had particular ways of interpreting certain scriptures. These are the first people to believe that they were ethnic Israelites, and these were a bunch of white men across here. Now, you also had ones across the pond with British Israelism, but Negroes had no interaction with them. But the rodsmen actually believed that they could detect who is an Israelite. They used most of the same scriptures that you're going to appeal to, and they read them the same way. They have published works from early America. William Saunders Crowdy had interaction with the rodsmen in the regions from whence he came, and then and the rodsmen led to a group of people called the Mormons. The Mormons likewise believe the same things, and they likewise believe that they were here on this continent, and read lots of the same verses, believing that they were the true Israelites. William Saunders Crowdy had interaction with both the rodsmen and the Mormons, and in 1905 was the first time that anyone declared themselves to be an ethnic Israelite of the Negro stock. Prior to that, it was a bunch of language that was used, like they would use language of the Exodus and Israelite, stuff like that, but no one actually imagined themselves a physical descendant of an Israelite. So after William Saunders Crowdy and his companion, Negroes, you had a small subset of Negroes who decided to argue that they were Israelites. They have a bunch of published papers. One of the gentlemen who made this claim, he's in newspaper articles and in published articles that they were releasing themselves, saying specifically that they were actually just taking the identity of the Jews because they thought it'd be more unifying to Negroes. So fast forward to today, right? So then they moved all up the East Coast and across the South, and these smaller enclaves that have recently started to grow. And now you have people thinking that Deuteronomy 28, they're trying to interpret Deuteronomy 28 in ways that have never been interpreted before. They're trying to use it like some sort of quasi-DNA test. And then they are grossly misreading the text and skipping over entire verses in the chapter to try to make it fit the American Negro experience. So at some point in time, I would imagine you came across someone who was giving you the same BS interpretations and information that came from these early Europeans in the 1800s. And now you believe you're an Israelite.
So that this whole notion you just based off of your imagination? No,
not my imagination. This is all published historical works.
You literally just said, I would imagine, based off of what these other folks did, you would imagine that's why I believe I'm an Israelite. No. Yes, I think you're straining credulity there when you say that. So what I know happened is that you had interaction with Negroes. I'm answering your question. I'm responding. You had interaction with people who told you that Deuteronomy 28 functions like that, right? In a way that it never functioned before in history. Okay, hey, let me just stop you here, bro. You're wrong. I believe the text because of my study. I don't care about what nobody else did, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I was in legal trouble, my nigga, on felony probation and I was facing jail time, I started to study the law to keep myself from going to jail. I was looking at 5 years because I was on first offenders, and a violation means I could get all of my 5 years, right? So instead of wanting to go to jail, I started to study the law. And you know what I seen in the law? I saw biblical names. In the laws that I was studying, I saw biblical names, and it wasn't rejected by our United States government. It was accepted. That made me start to read the Bible more serious. Mm-hmm. If the whole world operates in law, from everything you do is governed by law. And if you could take the Bible into any court in whatever system you want, and it stands as true on its own, this is not my doing. This is what these people who run the system accept. So let me start to study it to the point where I was going in the courtroom, reading the Bible, and the judge couldn't do shit about it.
What the hell are you talking about right now?
I literally just told you.
Does that have something to do with Hebrew Israelism?
The Bible in the courtroom.
What does it have to do with my question about you being a Hebrew Israelite?
I'm telling you where my foundation comes from. I asked you
congratulations.
about
my,
I let you go on your whole spiel. I'm telling you where my foundation comes from.
Mine was on topic.
I don't care about all of that other shit. That ain't what other men do. Has nothing to do with me. I don't move off
Did you say
of
we were debating a particular topic? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
I took the Bible to courts and was able to utilize it and put shit on record from the Bible, and nobody challenged it.
I took a light-skinned woman to the beach.
When I was in court and I'm trying to push the goddamn case in a certain way, I get pushback. When I'm trying to do this in a certain way, I get rejection. I got to go refile. When I submit the Bible, nobody do shit. They can't do nothing. It stands as true on its own.
Therefore, you're an Israelite? What's the connection here?
No. Therefore, the foundation I'm talking about, it comes from something that I have no power over. It's not my belief. It is real world experience of people in power acknowledging that the Bible stands as true when you're dealing with something that you have to deal with every day. Law. You cannot escape law.
What are you talking about?
Everything
is there a connection here? Is there a connection here to what you said you wanted to debate?
I'm telling you, if you just gonna keep interrupting. Clearly, understanding is not your key, and you swear you're smarter than me. Let's just get
back to the point. Did you graduate high school?
No, I did not. I'm a dropout, my nigga. High school dropout, and you still not smarter than me.
That seems.
I'm a high school dropout. I'm a self-taught software developer, bro. Working in corporate America, making 6 figures, my nigga, and I'm a high school dropout. I'm not, bro. I'm making
more and more sense.
I dropped out on purpose because my mama had $1 million net worth. Nigga, I wasn't worried about school. I was straight.
Yeah, I did. I saw.
But you're getting away from the main point. HR 1242, right? So as I was laying down the foundation, my belief ain't coming from nobody preaching nothing. My belief is coming from studying the law, trying to stay out of fucking jail and run into scripture. So I started to study scripture and use scripture in my own court cases. So you know what? Let me rock with the book that I see that actually gets me somewhere. HR 1242, the 119th Congress. No, the wrong Congress. My bad. We got a new Congress.
Okay.
The 115th Congress. My apologies. This is HR 1242, 400 Years African American History Commission Act. The last action, it became in public law in it became public law in January 8th, 2018. 400 years African American history to introduce and establish programs and set aside funds to study African Americans and their contribution to being in the United States 400 years. This is when this law was passed.
Yeah. Okay. So so wait a second.
I'm about to post it into the back chat. Give me a second. I'm not done.
Okay.
But if you got a question, go ahead while I'm posting this. I answer it.
Why did you in your account? Okay, so wait, is this connected somehow to biblical prophecy, the 400 years? I'm asking you.
Who else has been here 400 years?
Well, we've been here longer than 400 years, haven't we?
No, not according to law.
That's okay. So anyway, so let me ask you then. Negroes, we weren't in Spanish Florida?
Say what again?
Negroes weren't in Spanish Florida?
Who said anything about Spanish Florida?
Well, it's part of the landmass that we sit on right now.
Oh, right? See, now this is where you don't understand scripture.
Well, I guess now watch this. Now watch, because listen, this is going to go one of two ways.
Mm-hmm.
Either the Negroes who were enslaved in Spanish Florida 100 years prior to that, right? Either those aren't Israelites taken from the same regions, right? We're going to run into a problem one way or another, because before the British had colonies and stuff here, right? Negroes were already in the Americas. And so I guess I'm just wondering, because this is some tie to biblical prophecy, we're going to have a problem, especially we're going to go Deuteronomy 28 route. Okay. So you should at least let me finish before you
cut me off. I wasn't done. You just jumped in.
I asked you a question about whether this.
I wasn't right. You're not asking a question. Cool. You're trying to steer the conversation.
I'm not trying to steer the conversation. I'm trying to ask about Negro history. Negroes were here prior to the English. We were on this continent. We have been enslaved.
Respond to you. You asked about the 100 years. Can I respond? You can't just hijack the conversation.
Get it organized. Get 2 minutes of people talk. That way we can learn from each one of y'all.
I'm just saying, he asked a question and now he's just rambling on, so I can't respond to the question. You asked about Negroes being here in 100 year in Spanish Florida, right? And I said, you don't understand the scripture. It ain't about being in here just no 400 years. It says it's going to be under a stranger for 400 years. The Spanish people
weren't strangers
and the
then.
English people, no, they weren't. The Spanish people and English people, the Spanish people and the English people are different groups of people. They both white, but they're a different nation of people. And the Spanish people were in the Mediterranean interacting with the Mediterranean people. So Israelites had contact with Spaniards. They didn't have contact.
The Central West Africans.
Hold on. Let me finish. It said, if you understand the text, it says that you will go into a land as strangers under a people that your forefathers never knew. The Spaniards had connections and interactions and dealings with Israelite people because they were huge players in the Mediterranean around that time. That's why they are known as a seafaring people.
Okay, so cool. So let me ask you, the Britons, especially having been under, especially Rome having been over Britain, right? Didn't they likewise? Because if Britain was a part of the Roman Empire up until, I don't know, the 10th century, and then after that, when Britain became a major naval power, you're telling me that Britain likewise didn't have interaction in the Mediterranean prior to the enslavement?
Prior to the enslavement, I didn't say that.
Well, okay, because you just said that they're strangers and that the Spanish aren't strangers because they had interaction. The Brits would have had the same freaking interaction as everyone else did, especially from the fact that they were under Roman occupation stuff for some time prior to. And after that, they became a naval power. They moved all about the Mediterranean. But that's also as an aside, because we don't come from the Mediterranean region. We're from West Africa, Central West Africa, and some of us South Africa. Okay, and so like Southeast Africa. So I don't know what that has to do with us and our people, because our people, if unless you're calling the Israelites the North Africans or all Africans, those are the people who had interaction with the Spaniards and with the Brits and stuff like that. The people in West Africa, Central West Africa, Southeast Africa, those people did not have interaction with those freaking people. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, but like for example, lots of us came from the Angola region. Okay, and the Angola region did not have any contact with any of these people. The Spanish included. Okay, and so when the Portuguese and Spanish went over there and they started the transatlantic slave trade over in the 1400s, I think 1413, when they first went over there and captured the first group of them, that's not 400 years from then till now.
Can I get back to the part?
Yes. As long as you focus on what I just asked you. You talked about Mediterranean interaction.
You talked about Mediterranean interaction. And the
you talked about Mediterranean interaction, and I now want to know: did the Brits interact? Did the Brits not interact in the Mediterranean?
Can I get to it? I get to it? So now let's understand scripture, right? Let's understand scripture, because it's saying that it's going to be a people that your forefathers never knew, not a people that you ain't never interacted with before. So you got to understand timing and context. When the time that the prophecy was delivered, Britain was not in the Mediterranean at the time. No, they weren't. They weren't all around Europe doing that shit. Rome wasn't in power.
Was Spain in the Mediterranean at the time?
Yeah, Spain was, because Spain was connected. Oh, no, I'm not, because Spain was connected with Morocco and the Phoenicians. Spain was connected with Morocco and the Phoenicians, who were also major seafarers. That's history. Spain and the Phoenicians have a huge history of operating together. And where did the Phoenicians come from? Where did they come from? The Levant. So yes, the Spaniards were operating in that area before the Britons was. So when that prophecy was getting given, the Britons wasn't there. By the time that the Britons came, the forefathers of 13th Israel
century
BCE. Can I finish? By the time they came, that the children of Israel, their forefathers, did not know of the Britons by the time that they got into power and start moving. So it's still fixed.
Okay, cool. So what time period do you have Deuteronomy being written, or whatever prophecy you're referring to? What time period do you have that being written?
I don't have no time period. We're talking about.
You just said that they weren't interacting at the time this was written.
From those 400 years, you was asking.
You just said that it was about when it was written.
You just asking. Listen. I'm not giving anything as for certain on time period. All I'm simply saying is context. It says a people your forefathers never knew. So if it was written before the British came into power, and according to history, the Brits came into power a little bit later. It was probably into like the dark ages by the time the Brits really became on the scene like that.
Okay, so
now if it was by the dark ages, by the time that the Brits really came onto the scene like that, then yes, the forefathers of Israel did not know them people. So even if it still happened a little bit later, it's the prophecy still stands.
So you didn't answer my question.
Joshua and David and them, they were not interacting with the Brits. They weren't.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question, and I'm asking for a point of reason. You said out of your mouth that at the time that the prophecy was written and given,
I gave you a context. I'm not saying
oh my God.
Oh my God. You're trying to ask for a specific date when I'm saying I can't give you
a general time period. Give me a general time period.
I can't give you no time period.
All I can give you is that they weren't interacting with the Romans at that time.
Again, we know by history the Brits were not in the Mediterranean in power around the time that
they don't need to be in the Mediterranean or in power. You said that they need to not have any interaction.
So now look, you just wanna argue no matter what facts you're presenting with. Right?
Your math is not math.
History shows you that the Brits were not in that area. They were not in power.
He won't stop talking, man.
The forefathers of Israel did not know them like that. You're trying to get away from the simple fact that you were talking about, is it possible for the 400-year thing to happen with the 100 years of Spanish Florida? When I'm telling you, yes, it's possible. If the Brits didn't know the forefathers of Israel and the Spanish did, then yes, it's still possible, because when they brought those people over for that 100 years, they weren't dealing with a people that were a stranger to their forefathers. That's all I'm simply saying. If you asking for a specific time, I don't have a specific time. You asking for a range, I'm not giving you a date range. All I'm saying is, based on history, we know the Brits weren't making moves like that around the same time that the Spaniards were making moves like that.
All right, let's move to the next section.
No. I heard brother talking about Angola, man. Let the man talk about that. When you were saying about that, bro, man, break that down again. I like when you wrote that shit down.
Oh yeah.
I like that. That's straight gully shit. That's that gully geeky shit. I like that. I like the way you break that shit down.
Yeah. So it was real funny. Yeah, because lots of the slave, most of them really we came from that Angola region. They actually had there's an economic study on slave revolts on ships, and it's kind of interesting. So they depending on which region that you got slaves from, they'd be more or less likely to rebel. So lots of them, they would rebel. So one of the places that they had most of their success in getting slaves from was from the Angola region. So lots of us, we descend from people from that Angola region, which is not in the Mediterranean. I just want to point that out. So that's going to be kind of interesting because not in the Mediterranean, right? He's talking about Mediterranean people, and for whatever reason, he's making some appeal to the Mediterranean, right? The Brits had interactions in the Mediterranean. In the area, he doesn't want to give a date or a time period for that because even though it was his point, he said that during the time that the prophecy was given, that they had no interaction with the Brits. Well, what time period are you talking about? Okay, and so he doesn't want to give one because then it's going to undercut his entire point. But anyway, I don't know. Why are you talking over Megan, bro? Why are you talking over Megan? Why are you talking over Megan? Why are you talking over Megan? Why are you talking over Megan?
Honest and not being straightforward. I straight up said I can't give you that because that's not what I was on anyway. My point was clearly to just show him that the prophecy of 400 years being under a stranger that your forefathers never knew is possible, even with the Spaniards had been here 100 years prior, because the Spaniards were moving around the Mediterranean way before the Brits was. So of course the Spaniards are going to run into the Mediterranean people before the Brits do. That's it. That is it. That is my only claim. Anything else you're doing outside of that is disingenuous.
Cool. Now, so here's what we're going to do. You won't shut up and let me talk. So here's what we can do.
No, you won't stop lying and being an evil motherfucker. You won't stop lying and being evil. I am being straightforward. I am telling the truth when I don't know something, and I'm telling what I do know. I got supporting evidence in real world. I just dropped the law. I just dropped the law showing you about the 400 years of us being here under certain people. That's not a law. Okay. So now you don't know law.
No, I do know law.
Okay, so if it's not a law, let me prove you wrong so we can see that you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Why won't you stop talking? Why won't you stop talking?
You are wrong. You are wrong. That's why I won't stop talking, because you just said something is not a law that I posted, and I posted a law. Okay. So you either you didn't look at it or you just lying. Which one is it? Are you a liar? Or did you not?
Did you ever have to watch Schoolhouse Rock?
Are you a liar, or did you not look at it? Which one is it? Are you a liar, or did you not look? And now you're arguing from a point of false, just like complete falsehood, because you didn't even look at what I posted. You're just arguing just to argue. You have no credibility. You have killed your credibility with that one statement right there. I just posted right there. When I go look at the screenshot, it says became public law. So yes, it is law. You are wrong. You are a liar, or you're just not credible.
Cool. Let me ask you a question.
No, you don't get to ask questions. You wrong, bro. No, you were wrong.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
You were wrong.
Shut up. Conversation, you don't let the other person.
He won't.
What conversation can we have when a person who is either a liar or somebody who is disingenuous? He just said what I posted wasn't a law. That is incorrect. Go look at the screenshot I just showed. It says became public law. So why do we continue listening to a person who is pushing false information?
You have to let him respond, whether you want to hear it or not.
I want to know why
you have to allow other people to speak.
Why won't he speak on the lie of him saying that it's not a law? Why won't he acknowledge that he was wrong? So look, he was wrong. JJ. He was wrong. Why won't he acknowledge his incorrectness? But he want to keep on trying to press me and not even acknowledging his incorrectness.
Okay, but you will not let him speak. So how can he acknowledge anything?
He's not trying to acknowledge that he was wrong. He's trying to talk.
He's a grown man. He can say whatever he wants to, but you have to allow him his turn to speak.
Oh man.
Let everybody else speak. He lying. His cult leader been exposed. We exposed him a year and a half ago. No, 10 years ago. And then he kind of surfaced back up. And I questioned him about it. I said, put his name in here.
The man just lied, man. Y'all sitting here just ignoring the fact that this man.
Okay, Tiffany, can I ask you a question?
I mean, he asked about Spanish Florida and everything else, bro. You ain't really had nothing to say about it.
Yes, I did. I just proved that he just lied. I just countered his whole Spanish Florida shit, and I just showed that he lied.
So now y'all just pull out a timer. Everyone's gonna get 2 minutes to speak because this is ridiculous.
Look, this is dead because I just showed that he's a lie. I just showed that he was wrong and he lying, and y'all want to skip over that.
Corderis, you have to let other people talk. It's a conversation.
I'm not worried about other people talking. I'm saying that every time somebody talks, is to skip over the fact that he's.
They're moderating in this damn chat.
The 400 years is under construct because Spain sold Spanish Florida. That's what I heard.
Okay, so Tiffany, can I ask you a question? Okay, is Congress bicameral? Are there 2 chambers to Congress?
Yes.
Okay, is the House one part of that?
Yes.
Okay, if the House passes a resolution, is that a law?
No, it still has to go through the Senate.
Okay, so it has to go to the Senate, and then after it leaves Senate, where does it go next? Okay, so if somebody tells me that a House resolution is a law, is that person stupid?
I mean, they may be misinformed.
Now listen. Now let me ask you: do you think?
Go look at the screenshot I posted, Tiffany. Just go look at the
Tiffany,
screenshot.
did you ever have to watch Schoolhouse Rock?
How about everybody just go look at the screenshot I posted instead of just sitting here listening to a liar? I posted the evidence that he's wrong in the back.
Did you ever have to watch Schoolhouse Rock ever?
I have the evidence that he's wrong in the back.
Do you remember the little guy sitting on the steps? What was he singing?
Oh, I don't remember the song.
I'm just a bill. Only a bill.
Hey Tiffany, okay, since you know law, right? A resolution starts in the House. And if the last action on that resolution says became public law, what does that mean?
Hey, Tiff. Are we talking about specific? What are we talking about? What, like?
I posted in the back chat. The one that he's talking about, the House resolution, if it says on the screenshot, if the latest action on this resolution says became public law, what does that mean?
We're trying to skip around. Post the picture.
What is the last action on this? Matter of fact, do I gotta share my screenshot? Y'all are tripping.
We want to hear.
Let me just share my screen. I'm just share my screen.
Well,
look. Let everybody just look. We ain't even got to do all that. Look right there. Last action, January 8th, 2018, became public law. What does that mean about this resolution? What is it?
Okay, so I have a question though. So
nobody can just answer straightforward.
It's a law, right? So we move past it being a law. What does this law have to do with you being a Hebrew Israelite?
This man said it wasn't a law, and he's trying to push the fact that this not a law. So if I'm showing him that it is a law, and he's still trying to argue
about seems to be is a law, but regardless of it being a law,
so now that's the problem. He's disingenuous. His stance is based off of something that's not true. He's sitting here trying to argue something without any credibility. That kills his credibility. If I posted something, he's giving a false representation of what I posted without actually even looking at it.
Who cares about this law? It does not do anything. It commemorates us being in America for 400 years.
So now it's not about the law. It's not about the law. It's not about the law.
I'm trying to get past this argument that you're having. We're trying to move on.
No, he's wrong.
Yes.
And y'all just want to move forward. Y'all want to move past it. He said something. I said something. I came out on top of him, and y'all want to move past it. The man
is your point of bringing up this law? I'm trying to get to what your point is.
The man don't know what are you bringing up this law for? He don't know what he's talking about. The point is he don't know what he's talking about, and he don't have credibility to be arguing something without foundation. He is inaccurate.
You can't tell people they don't have credibility. You don't have the credibility to tell people that they don't have credibility. Right?
He was wrong.
So that's
y'all see what this is? This is just a popularity contest. This is why I say
no, it's not, bro. I'm trying to get to your point. What are you talking about? We're trying to move the conversation forward.
I just proved him wrong. That is my point. I proved him wrong. This whole thing has been about something.
So
this whole thing started because he challenged me, saying that he was more intelligent than me and trying to say that I don't know what I'm talking about. And now I have proven him wrong in his shit.
Okay, but what's the point is the law. It's a dumb law to begin with. It just commemorates and it doesn't really do
now
that.
y'all are arguing. Y'all trying to protect y'all friend. He lost.
No, I'm trying to get. What is your point? How does this law prove you are a Hebrew Israelite?
The point is, I'm smarter than him, and he's a disingenuous liar.
So you're never going to tell us how this law proves you're a Hebrew Israelite?
I have a question.
I won. He lied.
I have a question.
He can't argue without lying.
I have an honest question. How can you gauge that you're smarter than him and vice versa?
Because I just proved to y'all he don't know what he's talking about.
But that's just one. That may be one thing.
He's either a liar. That's all we need.
But listen, Cordelis, what I'm trying to say is,
where have he proven me wrong in everything that we've been talking about?
You haven't got to your point. What is your point? How does this law make you a Hebrew Israelite?
My point has always been he don't know enough to argue me on this subject. Bro. He's not smart enough to argue me. This is a man who has a master in law. He was bragging about his law certificate, and when I told him something about a law, he said it wasn't his law, his degree, whatever. Mr. Law degree was wrong about law. I'm not even gonna talk, man. Y'all niggas, y'all can have that.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't picking no side, but bro, if you earn something, I mean, shit, you got the right to brag about that shit.
Right.
You earn.
Hey, but he was wrong. Mr. Law degree.
Okay, but now, all right, but you gotta understand, Cordelis.
The law degree wasn't wrong.
I don't know how you earn something, and you don't know that a simple house resolution. If you don't know a house resolution can become a law, you don't. I don't understand what you're saying. Shawty, like you got that master's degree.
Okay, we understand that, Cordelis.
So
we
don't even listen to a response.
Tell me about you got to explain to us why you brought this law up. Please explain to us why you brought this law up.
I brought this law up to show that he don't know what he's talking about.
Bruh.
So anyway,
all right, so now can we move on? Move on to the next one.
I'm not going to no. It's going to be the next shit.
You're so disruptive. Like, why can't we never have a conversation? Why do you have to act like this?
Y'all are trying to act like it's no big deal when I prove this man wrong. Now y'all want to just move on. That's crazy.
Bro. You have a real problem with feeling like you got to prove somebody wrong. We are adults here.
And attacked me and came on calling me names.
Bro, you attacked yourself. You told this man he didn't have a law degree, and then when he showed you one, you got mad about it.
No, he was calling me names way before that. He was calling me names way before that. What are you talking about? This man can't. I didn't even talk to this man.
Talking for like 3 minutes.
I didn't even talk to this man. You see how you gotta defend him? See how you gotta come defend this man?
No, I'm trying to move the conversation forward, and you won't do it.
We can't. Let us have our conversation. Stop trying to.
Nobody wants to have that conversation.
Well, the timer is up. The timer is up.
Somebody else's turn.
It shouldn't be based off of y'all what y'all like. The man was wrong. Let's address his inaccuracy.
He say this shit one more fucking.
No.
Okay, so all right. So look, the timer is up. That's the new time. That's the point now. You were wrong. So, but you were sitting here acting like you so much smarter than me.
Like
you so instilled in law.
Are you stuck right now?
Still not a law.
So I beat the nigga with the law master degree.
Okay, but how do you know?
I'm there. I'm done.
I have a question. Hello.
Okay, so hang up so we can move forward.
I'm raising my hand.
GMO 1 law master degree 0. Shit.
I'm raising my hand. How do you know you proved him wrong?
Because he just said a law wasn't a law when I'm showing that it's a law right here in writing.
Okay, TJ,
he was trying to mock a House resolution becoming a law when if you look at the screenshots and actually read the bill, it says right there, last action, January 8, 2018, became public law. And he was sitting here doing his whole spiel about schoolhouse rock. I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. All this shit trying to say that a bill, if a person trying to call a House resolution a law, what is he, stupid? And it's a law.
Okay.
He did all
now.
Then,
all right.
Hold on. Then his whole notion was that he's smarter than me. He was trying to brag on how much.
Why are you stuck on that? Why are you stuck on that? No,
this is the argument. This is the point of the argument. This is the whole point of the debate. Is who's smarter. That's why this all started.
You can't gauge who's smarter just by.
Y'all don't get to be judges in this. Y'all don't get to be judged. Nobody made y'all judge.
What I'm saying
like,
is,
relax.
Y'all can't come in and make rules.
Can I say something, please?
It's not
Because
fair that y'all just come in and try to make rules in our competition.
No, I'm not
Me and
defending
him had a
anybody.
competition, and y'all trying to dictate the terms of it. That's not
No,
fair.
I'm not dictating anything.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
asking, I'm asking a legit question. You said, I asked you what made you prove him wrong and what made you feel like you were smarter, and you said because I proved him wrong about this law.
Right.
But that doesn't prove that you're smarter.
That's your rules. You're coming in trying to make rules. That's your rules.
It's not my rules.
I say different. I'm saying different. The fact that I know more, I've proven that I know more already, I won. The fact that I've proven I know more.
That's like a lot of people read clinical shit and swear they know me, but I haven't.
I don't care. I don't care. That's not y'all rules. See, look, you're trying to put a dictate on our competition. It was me versus him.
You're not
so how do you decide what is wins or losing?
And I'm not arguing with you, Cordarius. Do you understand
no,
that?
This is what you're doing.
No, do you understand?
If me and him have a competition and I say, oh, we racing to the mailbox and I beat him to the mailbox, you like, nah, y'all should have went to the driveway. How you going to stop at the mailbox?
I'm not doing none of that. I'm not doing any of that.
None of y'all were involved.
Any of that.
None of y'all were
doing any of
you
that.
wasn't involved. Why are you trying to set the terms of win and losing?
I'm not trying to set any terms. And for one,
you are.
I'm not trying to set any terms on anything.
And you're arguing why I got a premise.
Because you can't just say you won.
I do. It's only between me and him.
Just say
it's nobody else. It's just only between me and him. Nobody else.
But what? No, it has to be an outside factor deciding that.
No, there's no outside factors. That's why I just said this. I don't care about the. Listen. You wasn't here, TJ. I don't know if you heard. I don't care. I said this from the jump. These outside factors don't care about facts. That's what I said. I don't want to do no outside factors. If he wanted to debate me, I said me and him can debate right now. It wasn't no outside factors, no judges. Me and him, man to man, what we know, put it up against each other one-on-one right now, and he came out on the bottom.
It's just a regular debate. No winning, no nothing.
Most of your people come from
call it what you want. I got one up on him. That's all I'm saying. Look, call it what you want. I'm one up on him. That's all I know.
But nobody, it's not going to stand because that's your personal opinion.
That's all that matters. It's only me and him.
So then you can't debate if you're based on personal
opinion. All that matters is me and him. This is two niggas' egos going at each other. This is only two niggas' egos going at each other. That's all this is. Nobody else has a judgment or say so in this. This is two niggas' egos going at each other. That's it.
Then you might as well go. You might as well start fighting. Then in that case.
Thank you.
Hey, that's what this was a verbal fight, basically.
I'm with all that, but listen,
challenge me.
He won't listen to an explanation.
And I'm up 1-0. I got a good little hook in, and he ain't got no blows landed.
HR 442 is still not a law.
Okay, this is because
hey, look, denial is what you want, my nigga. But all I'm saying, I'm up 1-0, nigga. You was wrong.
Right. Okay, cool. Are you gonna allow anybody else to talk now, or are you just gonna keep running your mouth?
Whether it's a law or not, like, can we get to the actual point of why it was brought up?
You need to defend yourself. You need to come to me and tell me why you was sitting here lying about this House resolution not becoming a law. Why was you lying about it and trying to push this false narrative when you didn't even have the truth, bro? Why can't you even just address that fact?
You have a fidget spinner.
And y'all, I was gonna say this nigga needs to distract himself or something. Like you need to
go distraction. I want to know why you can't address the fact that you was pushing something that wasn't true. Why don't you just say, all right,
you won't listen to an actual response.
I was wrong. You know what? I misspoke. You can't do that. You want to try to talk and dance around it and hide behind these women, my nigga. You was wrong. You down 1-0, nigga. You down 1-0. You looking bad, my nigga.
Cool.
Why everybody? I ain't gonna lie, bro. Why everybody always say motherfucker hide behind women, bro? I don't see what.
Because he was wrong, and these women are trying to defend him. Period. Women are jumping in to protect somebody who was wrong. If you're in a debate, why are you protecting the person who was lying?
You just said to him, "Prove to me that." Something you said, prove to me that I'm not lying, or prove to me some shit. Get to that. That's the next topic.
No, that's not the next topic. This topic is, why was he lying? Why was he just pushing a lie so adamantly? I don't understand why y'all are so cool with just that being just the thing. I'm not cool with that. I find that to be a problem. And he was sitting up here trying to mock me and get Tiffany to join in on something that he was adamantly wrong about. I don't know. I don't want to just move past that. That's crazy to me.
So
you from Angola, you ain't from Israel.
Ask Leandre.
I know that.
He wants to know why
you can call him what you want. This man was down 1-0. He was trying to push something that wasn't true. And y'all don't want to get an answer to him. Y'all don't want to get him to explain himself. Y'all just want to got
You won't let nobody answer, Cordarius. You won't let anybody else talk.
Listen to him through it.
You have to let him
I want him to explain why he was incorrect about this. His positioning for saying that it wasn't a law. I want to understand his position, why it wasn't a law, but y'all keep moving past that.
Nobody is. Look, I'm keeping it where it's at. I'm keeping it where it's at right now. I'm keeping it where it's at right now. He's about to answer you. Are you going to let him answer?
Definitely.
Without any interjection.
Oh, I mean, make sure he give the same respect. Y'all are doing a lot to defend this man. Y'all getting involved. I don't understand it. Outside chatter anyway.
You're the only one to Cordarius. You're the only one talking.
Go ahead. Y'all do y'all way. Y'all do y'all way. Go ahead.
It's a one-sided conversation, which is you
Go
talking.
ahead. No, it's simple. All he had to do is explain why he was trying to push a lie and mock me. But no, y'all don't want him to own up to that.
A1, start the time.
You want to see him act like the man wasn't trying to mock me and act like I didn't know what I was talking about, and I want him to own up to it, but y'all want to skip over that. That's not fair.
I just asked for A1 to put the timer on. It's 2 minutes for Leandre to explain. You have 2 minutes to listen.
Just explain what he doing. Just explain why he lied. I don't want nothing else. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear a talk around, because if he start talking around, I'm gonna cut him.
No, that's not how a debate works. You wanted to debate. Here we are with debate. There's a time.
No, again, y'all trying to make this how y'all want it. I said this from the jump.
Because
this is not no debate. This is not This is not no debate. We not doing no outside shit. I don't care nothing about no outside folks. I said this from the jump. We not doing no outside. I'm not doing no structured debate. Fuck all that. The man was wrong. The nigga need to own up to it. We not doing no structured debate. Fuck all that. No. What did I say from the jump? Why y'all keep trying to push on something? I said no. I said I'm not doing it. I said no from the jump. I didn't want no outside people. I didn't want no outside people, no judges, none of that shit. This man want to put his ego up against mine. I want this man by himself. I don't want nobody outside. If he want me, I want him by himself.
Call him on Messenger personally.
All right, then we can do that. Damn, I said that shit. Y'all don't want trying to make this shit into a structured debate.
I really don't care.
I don't care either. The nigga was wrong. I'm up 1-0. I'm good.
Okay, fine. You up 1-0. What's the next topic, please?
No. I want my 2 minutes. He's gonna shut the fuck up.
All right. Start the timer, A1.
Anyway, House resolutions are not laws because they're House resolutions. It's the whole point of the
became law.
Thing. Here he goes. Here he goes again.
It said became law. Address that. Why are you
Cordarius, go on mute.
Became law.
Cordarius, go on mute.
No, I already said that. All that talking around shit. We not doing this shit.
Your turn,
I'm not doing it.
Like you're
I don't care. Fuck turn.
Whether you feel
I don't care.
Right
we're not doing that. Fuck the structured debate. I'm not doing it. He's talking away. He's trying to tap dance. Why the fuck does it say became law? Answer the question, man. Screw all that. Be a man. Answer the question, nigga. You said you got a master's in law. Why does it say became law?
I don't just say that. I possess one.
Why does it say became law then?
Do you do this at work?
Yes. Yeah, my manager was trying to talk to me in public. Nah, nigga, this a team meeting. Nigga, go ahead and say everything you need to say right here in front of everybody. Yes. Do this at you damn right. Fuck a team. If it's a team meeting and I got a disagreement, don't be trying to talk to me in private. Nah, nigga, say this shit in front of everybody.
No, what I'm asking is,
I done did it before at work. You asking the same thing? Yes. I don't know. I'm not finna. If you got some shit and you want some bullshit and I call you on it, I'm not finna let you side past me and we gonna go talk about something else. No, let's address this shit. You brought it up. Let's address it. I didn't bring it up. I didn't challenge this man. He challenged me.
I'm just talking about
simply address it. Why can't he just address the conversation? I don't want to do the politics. Fuck the politics.
I'm talking about regular conversation. Is this about a respect? About regular conversation.
Man, the man ain't give no respect. He don't deserve no respect. Y'all keep trying to get me to give respect to somebody who disrespected me.
No, because I also hear you say, I also stick up for you too.
I don't care. The man disrespected. I didn't even know who this man was. I was talking to Jeremiah Judah, and he came and said some disrespectful shit. Period. So no, if he want to challenge me,
be a man and explain why you can tell me why he can't understand that this House resolution became law.
You just keep on.
No, he's not trying to. He's trying to talk around and he's trying to talk out his ass because he think he's smart.
It don't matter.
He's doing some political shit, giving these long ass roundabout answers. Like, look, I asked him about my foundation. He want to tell me about niggas over here in the 1600s and shit. No, he a motherfucking politician. He talk like one. He be trying to goddamn talk like a fucking snake.
Okay, so when is anybody else going to be able to speak, Cordarius? When are you going to go on mute so that it's someone else's turn to talk?
Tiff, let Leandre go. His 2 minutes started. He's been wanting to talk, and he's been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Leandre.
So House resolutions are not laws, and they're not laws because of the simple fact that they're House resolutions. As soon as it, and this is Mr. I taught myself law, he should have caught this because those are sorts of mistakes that nobody makes if you actually studied any actual law. If it is a resolution, it hasn't even gone through the Senate yet, let alone past the Senate to go to the president to get a signature. When it leaves the House and goes to the Senate, it becomes a Senate bill. It's no longer a House resolution. And then it becomes a law when the president signs it. So that is a distinction that someone who actually knows law would have made, right? And he didn't. And it's the whole entire point. Because it becomes SB something, something, something when it hits the Senate. It stops being a House resolution. So repeatedly appealing to a House resolution as a law is not a law, technically speaking. And so thus was the point. So there was no lie. There was me pointing out an actual difference that a person who knows law would have known, right? And so he doesn't know that because he doesn't actually know law. And so that was the entire exercise. They spent all that time thinking and saying that I'm a liar when all he did was prove that he doesn't know the topic. Anyway, I rest my case.
Man, I wanted to hear by Angola shit.
Oh.
So now, Mr. Law does not understand or know his practice. You have what is called simple resolutions. The H resolution or House resolution or the S resolution, Senate resolution. You also have joint resolutions, HJ resolutions. These require approval from both House and Senate, usually the president's signature acting similarly to a bill. So now the HR House Resolution 1242 was passed by the House and the Senate, making it a joint resolution sent to the president, became law. And when you search it, it doesn't change his name. It didn't. There's no notes in this bill that says this bill has been altered or changed from House resolution to Senate resolution upon passing. If that was the case, you would find it in the bill. You don't call it SB 142. It's House resolution 142. So you are incorrect in your understanding of law for the second time, and I will prove it and add the screenshot to show you. GMO 2, Mr. Lawman 0.
What source? Now's my turn. You've been running him out for 3 hours. Y'all been letting him run them there. Leandre, TJ, Fabo, shut this dumbass nigga up. Now the whole time, he can't be quiet. This is why he got to go, y'all. I vote him off this goddamn island for real.
JJ. Now I'm trying to get everybody to come, have their points, and that's cool. But everybody deserves to have a interrupted free chance to talk.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, ma'am?
No, I'm saying everybody deserves an interrupted free chance to talk. Especially if there's a topic like this. Whether you feel like that person is right, whether they're wrong. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Okay,
yeah.
So Cortez,
I agree with that when it's respectful, but when a person come at you, antagonizing you and insulting you, they don't deserve that level of respect, and they get everything that comes with it.
Yeah.
My thing of it is, you claim you Hebrew, right?
All right, go ahead, Fabo.
Hey, wait. Let me say this real quick. If this was a joint resolution, it would say HJ Res, right? If it was a Senate joint resolution, it would say SJ Res. HR means that it was from House of Representatives first. Here's Mr. I studied this stuff. 2 degrees in political science, by the way. two poli-sci degrees, a law degree, right? A master's degree in history, right? As well as a Juris Master's. Anyway, so if it was a joint resolution, it would say HJ Res. He can Google this right now, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so he hasn't scored a single solitary point.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you the trick. I'm gonna show you.
Say pass to the house. Hold on, matter of fact, you want me? I'm gonna go ahead and show you every step of this bill.
No, you don't need to show me every step of the bill because I know what the terms are.
No.
Public law 115-102 is what it became. It's no longer a house resolution.
Inclined, I'm gonna post every step of this
something that you
resolution
don't know
from
again.
passing the house to the president office. Let's see how far it go and who all ain't touched it. Did he go to the Senate?
You know why you're not a fast debater? Because you let him take you to La La Land. The whole fucking point was talking about his cult leader. Now he done took you to a goddamn bill. I'm saying that I'm not saying this out of
disrespect. So you must be they leader. You must brought them over here to try to challenge me. That what that is. You went and go find some niggas to come over here to try to challenge me. Oh, now I see. JJ disappeared and came back with help. Now I get it. Now I get it, bro.
Don't come with JJ. The hell are you talking about?
JJ came back with
help. You niggas fucking up with the Most High right now, bro.
What is he talking about?
Man, this nigga came over here talking shit, and then when he left and came back, now he came back with the Three Stooges.
Type of goddamn.
Don't come with JJ. That's weird. What do you?
Oh, you could have fooled me. You could have fooled me because I damn sure seen. It's damn sure ironic that niggas just showed up together.
What do you mean? Leandre literally just had a debate on Sunday on this channel. What are you talking about? Nobody just showed up together. We've been here.
Everybody be
wasn't here when we first got on the call. Why are you talking about Tiffany? You was not here when we first started.
I'm an admin in this. What are you talking about?
But you wasn't here when the call first started, though. What are you talking about? The call, the shit that was being talked about on the phone, you wasn't here.
What are you talking about? When I got on the call, it was just you and A1, bro. It was just you and A1, and then I got on the call.
And JJ was gone when you got on. JJ was gone when you got on. You wasn't here.
Talk over.
We have y'all just be coming into shit just trying to talk and don't even know what y'all be talking about. You just be trying to defend folks. Man, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
I don't know why you feeling Hebrew.
Y'all folks want to come over here and attack me because I say I'm an Israelite.
That is crazy. Can we get to that part?
Motherfuckers came to attack me because I said I was an Israelite. That's crazy.
That's crazy. They post too, nigga.
That's crazy.
They post too. The scripture say you will be mocked for his name sake, so why the fuck you in your feelings?
I ain't in my feelings about it. I want niggas to acknowledge the truth. I want niggas to acknowledge the truth.
But you never got to the point to acknowledge the truth.
I want niggas to acknowledge the truth. Motherfuckers come up here and sit here and lie about something not becoming the law. Niggas want to sit here and lie about why they got invited over here. Like, come on, man. Y'all
invited over here. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you even saying that?
You don't even know your own scriptures.
At the same time. Yay.
Hey, trust me, I know exactly about the scriptures, bro. I know exactly what's going on, bro. I want y'all to see what's going on, how everybody is just focused on me. How this nigga came and now everybody trying to focus on me. That is the point. Y'all don't notice that shit? Me and A1 was talking then, and these niggas can't want to talk about some Israelite shit and try to attack me and insult me on some Israelite. I was talking to A1 about helping him with his website and shit, and we trying to do a commercial.
You attacking JJ, changing his name and not being an Israelite? Because that's what I came on.
Ain't nobody even came up here on no bullshit, bro. Y'all motherfuckers can't talking to me. I ain't said nothing to none of y'all. I don't come and holler at my boy A1 about business.
But that.
We got so why don't you go into A1's like personal inbox
a book that y'all think is imaginary? That is crazy. Niggas want to argue me about a book that y'all believe is imaginary. I came to talk about a website.
It will make more sense to go talk to him about business in his inbox instead of in this public debate chat.
Why when I see him in here? He was on the call when nobody else on the call. Why when other people come in and start talking? When we was already talking and niggas came in and interrupted the conversation.
Yeah, so we're here now.
Right. So now don't get mad when I do it. Don't get mad. It's okay when y'all do it, but it's a problem when I do it. Me and A1 were talking, niggas came to interrupt it. It's okay. And y'all want to talk about what y'all want to talk about. But when I want to talk about what I want to talk about, it's a problem. This nigga lied and I want to talk about it, but y'all don't want to talk about that, though.
Let you
Y'all
do things as a
man.
child.
The hypocrisy is crazy.
They can't handle you,
bro.
Hey,
ain't nobody, ain't no.
You made to be quiet as a child,
like a motherfucker, and y'all don't see y'all hypocrisy, and it's very concerning.
Know what the fuck you don't see?
You said what?
The fuck you talking about?
The truth, his truth.
I'm talking about niggas hypocrisy. I'm talking about niggas need to open their eyes or close them, whatever one y'all doing.
I'm telling you, you fucking wrong, bro. And they do it to me too. And you
I don't care, bro. I know I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. I ain't said nothing wrong.
I ain't shit about you handling. You ain't even handling yourself as a man in the motherfucking scriptures, nigga.
I'm not.
The scriptures say
you definitely see it because if you didn't care, you wouldn't go.
Am I not? Hey, am I? How is that going against anything in the script? I'm not, bro. Just because I'm trying to get them, just because I'm trying to get them to see what they doing, that don't mean I don't know why they doing it. You conflating two different things, bro. I'm trying to get them to see what they doing. I know why they doing it. That's why I just called it out. That's why I said, oh, JJ brought y'all over here to attack the Israelite. I called it out, bro. I know why they did it.
Nobody called it.
Bro, listen. All right. I'm talking about. I understand why this is happening. I know. I'm trying to get them to see what they doing.
Yeah, they know what the fuck they doing.
They don't know what they doing. They blind. They say that shit all the time. They blind as fuck. They don't know what they doing. These folks operating in ignorance.
Bro, they not ignorant. They ain't blind.
Bro, you don't know scripture. Then God put a delusion on people, and people are blind. Bro,
you a Hebrew by faith, nigga.
Folks is blind.
You a Hebrew by faith.
Bro, you can't be by sight. That's niggas is blind. You gotta be led by faith, because it's gonna be the blind leading the blind, nigga.
Bloodline, nigga. It's no bloodline.
If you're not led by faith, then it's just the blind leading the blind.
And you go into a motherfucking ditch, nigga.
What are you talking about, nigga? I'm trying to point out their hypocrisy. I'm trying to correct them.
Nothing. When the scriptures say you'll be mocked for his name's sake, your ass being mocked, so you just play along.
Man, ain't nobody worried about that. Nobody look, and being mocked don't tell you to stop. It don't mean that you don't do shit. Cause get what? You still supposed to go out and preach, goddamn, and you gonna be mocked for it. That don't mean stop. That don't mean that. Look, just because people are going to mock you and people are going to make fun of you, that don't mean you don't go out and do the work. That don't mean you don't have the conversations and you try to get. That don't mean you don't try to get them to see the corrections. What do you mean?
This is not the highways and byways. The whole game check. The highways and byways is outside your motherfucking door.
Today right now, JJ7000.
Man, look, they call it the internet highway, man.
This is not no
internet. It's the digital highway.
You a Hebrew?
It's the digital highway, bro.
The Hebrew on the internet, then, nigga. That's worse.
I be a Hebrew on the internet because whatever's on the internet gotta be done by people in the real life. I don't know why y'all act like the internet not a real place. Like real motherfuckers don't be on the internet. Like you a real human being, my nigga. Me having a conversation with you, the words are the spirit, bro. I ain't gotta be with you physically in order to have a communion with you, bro. Being able to talk to somebody is the blessing, bro. That's a miracle in itself. I don't have to be physically with you in order to be able to give you a word.
You arguing like a motherfucker.
I ain't arguing. I'm correcting people. Learn the difference.
You correcting nobody, bro. You talking over and talking about people wrong and all that shit.
Bro, because people are wrong. Facts are facts. Stop. Get out your feelings. What's wrong with What is wrong with telling somebody they wrong? What is wrong with? What is the issue with telling somebody they wrong? What is the issue?
Tell yourself approved.
What is the issue with telling somebody they wrong?
Nigga, every truth, nigga.
What is the issue with telling somebody they wrong? What is your bro? I don't even know what your gripe is. What is your complaint?
Bow down to the Prince and
your ass is fucking wrong. You in your fucking feelings for fucking nothing.
I'm in my feelings about what? I'm in my feelings about what?
What it started from? What this shit started from, bro?
Somebody thinking that they smarter than me, so I challenge. They took their challenge up. What you mean?
You said something about you being Hebrew, bro. That what you said.
No, somebody came in here and asked me about it. I didn't say nothing about it. Somebody again, listen, bro, hold on, listen, bro. Stop just talking and listen. I ain't said nothing about me doing nothing. I came talking business. Somebody came at me about it, my nigga. Understand what I'm saying? Understand what? Okay, so no, my whole point has always been trying to talk about business. But then Jeremiah, JJ left and came back with another nigga trying to get back on the Israelite shit, and the nigga said something disrespectful and challenged me to an intellectual battle. So I said, okay, cool. Let's put our intellects against each other. He showed that he was intellectually lacking in certain areas. I declared myself the winner. I don't know what the problem is.
Sounds insane. Like,
call it what you wanted. Yeah.
Stream, y'all.
Shout out to you, bro. Peace, man. It's Suave, man. How you doing?
Motherfucker.
Man, what's going on with you, Brody?
My turn to talk.
I'm all right, brother. Hey, man, how everybody else doing, man? Shout out to the panel, man. God damn.
Good morning, Suave.
Hey, Suave. This is your fault. I blame you.
Suave, hey, listen. It's my turn to speak, and if your niggas keep disrespecting me, I'm gonna put each one of you on my hit list. I'm gonna get you. On 80. Let me speak. I'm elder than shit. I'm 54.
Is that JJ stinking ass, bro? Drunk ass?
You been talking for 3 hours?
He ain't drinking today.
You been talking.
He drunk from yesterday though.
He whooping your ass.
He was drunk for this morning.
He been whooping your ass.
You're a little muffled, JJ.
No, let me go. Hey, one. This dude been whooping these niggas' ass. All y'all, men's and females, because y'all can't handle them. And y'all let him dominate. Like he deserved that respect.
So, fam, your microphone is beating you right now.
Let's go back full circle to how this conversation started, because y'all was on the phone.
No, let's not. We just did that. Let's move on. Shout out to you, though. Y'all just did that 12 times. I just got in the car and I done heard what happened 12 times.
Nah, JJ ain't talk though.
Nigga,
JJ started this shit.
No, nigga, shut up.
JJ started this shit, man. We cool, man. JJ, how your day going on, man? What you got planned for the day?
I'm in war mode right now, because this dude, I apologize for going off on you. But this dude,
it's okay. I'm saying no. What you and Sonata doing today?
I don't fuck with him. But let me just talk about, hey, Sonata imitate us over here, Lions Den, for sure. Okay?
Come on, man. You know you and Sonata cool as hell.
That's you. Okay, yeah. We all right, but it's women that get in the way. We don't have no beef because women get in the way. So he pussy whipped. And let me continue what I'm doing.
His original wife.
You see what?
No, his first wife. Which woman get in the way? Are y'all being cool?
What about that, man? I ain't focusing on who you're fucking, man. Let me get this guy.
Man, you just said his woman be getting in the way. I'm just asking which woman, bro.
She wrote this shit. She told me, listen. She told me.
She, brother.
We get
he's trying to be discreet. He's trying to be discreet.
In the back chat? Oh, somebody recording?
Right
you don't want to look.
Hey.
London Bridge is burning down. Okay, be discreet there. We talking about not in the pot.
You know we live. Now, if you want to do secrets and dark nights, then we can get on.
You the one that talking. You the one you want to be indiscriminate.
Nigga, please have some respect. Damn,
how am I disrespectful, man? Why y'all so sensitive? How did you get offended that fast?
Because I'm already.
He's trying to address Corderas, and yet he feels like y'all keep getting in the way.
Nigga, you don't earn no ranking, nigga. Now watch this.
Nigga ain't said shit for 10 minutes. Go ahead. 2 minutes. Go ahead. JJ7000.
His mic going in now.
All right, go ahead, man. You want the floor, sweetie pie? Because you act like a little bitch. I gotta be a flat boss. Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
why you do that? I just said go ahead, bro. Shut up.
Please and thank you.
Just mute it out. No, I'm acting like a little bitch, so fuck you, nigga. Just me. That's what I'm saying about that wet brain shit, man. If you drink continuously for so many years, stopping drinking doesn't reverse the effects. You still have a fucking condition called wet brain.
Shit, because that's what they want. But then when I call you out for a team debate, everybody back here gonna get slaughtered.
Nobody call me out shit, nigga. I debate every motherfucking day if you want me to, nigga. You remember, you the one who couldn't set up a debate, and I'm not finna go back and forth with you, take over the panel, but do your thing. But just know when shit happen, bro.
Let's talk about you. Then I get back to Cordell. You are the one who went out and said,
"Cool, bro. Go ahead with Cordell. Go ahead with Cordell, brother."
This nigga suck it. You hear that nigga? Talk about that.
You put that nigga off on me, nigga. Keep him over there.
My bad, Cordell, but that they told me to shut up so he could talk about you. So I was just respecting it. They don't even want you to talk about him.
Listen, ladies. He said that a man should be able to put the baby up to his nipple and breastfeed him. You wear that nigga? That's on tape. Go ahead and explain that shit.
Can you show that video, brother? Why would you lie about something so serious, bro? Why would you lie about something so serious, bro, when you got facts on your hand? Why don't you just use the facts against me? Why make shit up?
It wasn't about you, bro. But you interrupted my talk time, bitch.
No, I'm asking you, why would you make something up when you have a fact?
So can you be quiet so I can address somebody, or do you want the attention? Oh,
nah, bro. I want you to tell me, why would you lie?
Dude.
Yeah.
Shut up. Now, Cornelius.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Groupie, hold up for a minute. Let Uncle 7000 get this guy, then you could be next. You could be elected to the Hall of Fame of losers. Now, Cornelius, the reason why this conversation started, ladies and gentlemen, is because Cornelius debated himself 10 years ago, talking about the cult leader, the king of Israelites. This how this started. And the guy was scamming people. He one of them island niggas, hard foot ass goddamn island niggas. As indigenous black people say, you got to play hack and sack with a goddamn cinder block.
Nigga from New Jersey though, but okay.
Fuck up. Damn. You a ticket head. That name is hey, tell you gotta chill. It's not about you right now, slide boss. We'll get back to you when you
that wasn't me, you wet brain bitch.
Hey, put the
my bad, A1.
Slide boss. Hey, where's Solo Man? I sent him a care package. He hiding him on the bridge. He would have to. He grew him a beard. Laughing. Huh?
He need to be. He need to have his ass in prison.
Hey, shit, nigga. I ain't seen one video you condemning this nigga. Or all you niggas was SDBF for life. Remember that? When y'all trying to come against the line again, nigga. When y'all scared for babies to come join you motherfuckers. Just before I found out he was on the train beating off.
Hey, JJ, you FBA, bro? You FBA?
No, man, man. I'm African American. I can't be that.
Yeah, FBA, foundational Black American, man.
Let me hit this question. Go ahead.
He don't know what he is yet. He just quit being an Israelite. Give him a year. He'll be a fucking Nuwabian or some shit.
He gonna be bumping that brother polite.
And he gonna tell you about his doctor to be able to breastfeed a baby. You got everybody.
New covenant?
No.
You said new covenant, son?
Yeah, he talking about it's a spot need to be filled. Money is his religion.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Now, anybody can do that shit. JJ can push that shit, yo. You know what I mean? Because he got a lot of, he got a lot of spunk. You know what I'm saying? Got a fucking charisma and shit. You know?
Come on, man.
That boy finna start his own religion?
Hell yeah. Why not? JJ-ism? You know what I'm saying? Niggas will fuck with it.
After he done lied and misled all these brothers and sisters to Israelitism. Now he done abandoned the goddamn canoe. And now he want to start a whole another. Go back and say them people that you converted to that fake ass Hebrew shit. That's what you need to spend your life doing. As hard as you work to get them into that shit, go work to get them out of, go get them their apology for lying about God. Go save them and their wives. Their wives is being abused right now. And it's your fault. Go save them niggas.
Shit.
Get the fuck off of here and go save them men and women that you lied to about God and converted to Hebrewism.
Stop the ignorance.
That's your life. That's your life mission. Correct the wrong you've done. Correct the wrong you've done. Since you know that Israelite shit ain't shit no more because you done turned your back away from it, go back and go save the people you lied to get them to convert to that shit because they standing on the corner in dead people's clothes preaching the same lies as you.
You know you're going the right way when you following JJ7000.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
He got you shopping at the morgue for clothes. Standing on the corner with the Bible upside down lying. The man deserved jail time, and now he up here trying to, what? What you trying to do now? Where you trying to lead us to now, JJ? What lie you trying to teach us now, brother? You black now. After all that anti-blackness, after all that anti-African shit, you black now. You coming back home, brother?
He ain't African, he FBA.
You want to do the handshake? You want to do the kid play foot? Shit. Pussy.
Okay.
Yeah, you been lying.
Hey,
You acting like it ain't no shit on your motherfucking face, nigga. You lied about God. The worst thing you can lie about not you is acting like it ain't nothing. Yeah, what's good?
Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. Hey, man, shut the hell up. Leandre. Hey, Suave, man. Man, Suave, you too cold. You gotta relax. You got to go, man.
All right, I'm relaxed.
Hey, Leandre, am I disrespectful or respectful? Which one is it? Because I'm about to get disrespectful. It's my turn to speak. When you ran it all about the topic, I shut the fuck up and listen. Because I'm trying to learn. This ain't no goddamn fucking party where we trying to impress the girl. Let's get the real information out of this dude.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Yep. Go ahead and get that information out. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm finna mute. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Squad boss, are you done? Go ahead. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. But when I say my 2 minutes, don't you say nothing, sir. Go ahead, bro. Get it out.
Who you talking to?
Squad boss.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Yeah, y'all do your thing. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I got you the mic, man. I told him what he need to do. Go back and say them people you lied to and converted to that fake ass Hebrew shit. Because they over there abusing their wife and kids, wearing dead people clothes, sat on the corner with the Bible upside down lying.
Okay.
Go get the work. You know how they be wearing them rags and shit? I found out that they get them off of people who died in car accidents. They go get the clothes.
You acting like you don't control the floor, bro. You don't have that gift. You just
go correct the wrong you've done, brother. You led people to hell, to lies, to abuse, and now you running, and then you want to just like, oh, well, that's them. No, go with all this vigorousness and energy you have, and go tell them people you sorry, you lied, and give them their money back. Make a public apology on your channel for everybody you led to that Hebrew shit.
Okay, be quiet.
At least you at least deserve that. You don't think so, JJ? You don't think so? After you led people to that motherfucking Bible and you found out, oh, this is bullshit, you don't think you should go back and tap the people on the shoulder who paid for you to lie to them and say, hey, it's bullshit. I'm sorry. I want to apologize to your wife for her not being able to talk and have to sit in the corner and shut up. The multiple wives things. I'm sorry. You don't think you need to do that?
I don't know if this is some kind of fetch and sketch type of situation or
man, why you running, brother? What's wrong? You don't think you owe them people?
Hey, I'm telling you, bro. Why are you here? Can I speak?
For A1, man. Like y'all niggas always want a daddy.
Okay, I'm not gonna crash out. I'm not gonna deal with this ignorance. I got too much going on to be dealing with this ignorant ass nigga.
We don't believe you. You ain't got shit going on.
Who else said they don't believe in this panel? Speak up right now, or forever hold your goddamn peace. This nigga, he's an enabler. He's an Epstein file. He wrote the
man, you talking fake shit. I'm talking real shit. You literally sat up here on YouTube and lied about God, and people believed you. And now here you is just wanting to move on and come over here talking about you black now.
You want to debate me on this? You want to debate me on this? Huh?
Yeah, I would love to see if you could structure a debate.
Let's go on 1 hour.
I don't think you can structure a debate, brother.
1 hour.
Say it again.
What you putting up against you? Huh? Where your body?
What you say?
What you say? You gonna put up that? You said a man can feed what's wrong with a man trying to baby sucking his nipple? You said that. So you put that up against the Hebrew. I see you now. We gonna see who got the best doctor.
You know you retarded, right? You know you retarded, right?
Hey, A1, set it up the link. I'm gonna whoop this nigga ass. Death match. Fine. I'm gonna bring the death match to over here. We're gonna go for 2 hours. You're gonna run out of information.
You stole the death match from over here.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see.
You gonna loan me my lawnmower you borrow. And you go get your paperwork on that nipple shit and prove that's what I said. And nigga, we can debate anything. But you're a fool and a liar just like the people that's surrounding you. This all y'all do. Y'all do real fucked up shit and then you lie on other motherfuckers to try to get the attention off of you. But it don't work, God. You lied to them people, man. You lied to them people about God. Oh, okay.
Hey, Lazy.
Hey, Howard.
That nigga Rain?
Yeah, that nigga ran. Nigga ran,
Woo!
man. He finna call one person out. Man, I ain't gonna keep doing this, man. You can't keep letting them niggas on the panel, man. I need special privileges and cotton gloves. I need to be treated like a child. Yeah,
Not delicate.
yeah, man. He said, "How?"
These niggas delicate back here.
That shit crazy. It be the loudest, drunkest motherfuckers too. But y'all make yourself big ass, easy targets. That's why I love it. Cause y'all so fluffed up with all these dumbass followers. Your echo chamber then did some numbers, and then the truth come along and your ass get daddled. Now you need to run to go make a personal. My name will be in this goddamn title in 20 minutes. It's the same script, man.
Voice clips dropping in the back currently.
Is it for real time? You gotta be fucked up, man. There you go. I'm finna go live about Suave, the baby nippler. Suave boss, the Black Power baby nippler. What you gonna title it, JJ?
Like I said, nigga, you want my attention because I didn't even know you was in here. I was talking to Diaz,
nigga. I just got in here. I just got in here. I listened like 15 minutes of the Corderis effect.
I leave it like a
I listened like 15 minutes of Corderis effect, and then I said, "What's up to the panel?" And then your black brain self went into your tumor swole up, pressed against your cortex,
with
the conversation went left.
The children, and he was in there harassing a little girl. You knew about that, bitch. Where your story on that confronting this nigga? Your weird ass, huh? You knew about solo mine on the fucking goddamn subway, beating the fuck up, beating his meat. You ain't out,
Like, why do y'all play with shit like that, bro? That let me know that y'all really don't give a fuck.
So, hey, get your bitch out the ring. Hey, get the link up. Death match.
Remember, we tried to do that already. You're a moron. You cannot construct a debate.
Nigga,
we tried that already. You can't construct a debate. You're too emotional. You're too irrational.
Though. No, you just
still Suki's death match.
Nobody checking for you. Nobody's inviting you on show. Nobody. The Nazareth, goddamn Rob Rag.
That's the whole team. Crowd. That's your crowd. Them all the people I murdered in the past. Them the people I got on my YouTube dying. Dying. Them the people I got on my YouTube channel dying to the point they threatening my life and upping guns and talking about children that took that. You don't know the past. You just come in every time somebody try to call you a bum, and then you fuck it up because you retarded, and then you go back to crime.
These dysfunctional niggas sharing your shit. They get on your platform, don't even share to your shit, nigga. They want to come over and disrespect me. You letting this shit ride? Tell this bitch to get in the ring. Light the motherfucking stream yard up. I see you in an hour, ho.
Man, why you keep trying to challenge A1, man? You checking that nigga some shit, ho. Don't nobody need you, nigga. Nobody needs you, nigga. That nigga's giving you a handout. You're a failed debate leaguer. Do you know that? Your debate league failed? Do you know that?
Yes.
You died already, nigga. We trying to resurrect you. And I don't even know why.
Nigga, because you ain't intelligent. Talk about a man can put fucking breastfeed a baby, bitch. Yeah, get in the ring with me with that guy. And I'm sure
anytime you want to talk about anything, bro, we can.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Anytime you want to talk about anything, we can, idiot. And I guarantee you the same shit gonna happen, bro. You not in my class. You not in my league, bro. You are a charity case, bro.
But I'm not gonna argue
You
with
are
you.
a charity case, bro.
It's in the ring. Now get in the ring, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I get in the ring. Look at my channel and look at your channel and see who's been in the ring. Look at my channel, look at your channel, and see who's been able to conduct themselves for 12 minutes. And then the 10-minute question around. And look who's on his wet brain telling lies about people.
Look, I bring your body up. I got groups that got 30, 20,000 peoples in them, nigga. 8 or 9.
What is a wet brain? What is a wet brain? What's a wet brain?
Wet brain is the permanent effect of drunkenness when you drink too much, too consistently, and it permanently damages your brain cells. Even if you stop drinking, you still have an intoxication where this shit happened.
All right, go ahead.
I ain't never heard that shit before.
I know plenty of people outside the liquor store with wet brain now. They just don't get it. You get the shakes if you don't drink. When you drink a beer, your hands stop shaking. When you wake up in the morning, you shake it.
Fat boy. Hey,
you missing them electrical motherfucking synapses in your brain.
Yo, that's crazy as hell.
Oh, fat boy.
You permanently retarded, bro. You permanently alcohol retarded, and you want us to take you serious.
Look, get in the gym. I'm 54.
You've been a Hebrew for 12 years. You was a Muslim before that. You was a Christian before that. And I hear you is so much you black. You just can't get your shit together, dog.
Me, solar mind, all of you niggas, speak on that. Let's talk about that right now.
Speak on what? Speak on what, brother?
Solify.
Speak on what, brother?
Morning when he was beating off on the. Was this his first time accused of doing this shit, or did he go to some little girl house before that? Go ahead, go. I don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about JJ? Because I can't be too. No, how about this?
No. You ready to get replied to?
You actually, listen, you go for Solify.
Are you ready to get replied to, or are you terrified? You terrified? You just comfortable throwing bullshit up there and then not want to get replied to?
Are y'all on the dark web doing this shit together?
We've done this dance, remember? We've done this dance. You die. You're going to die every time. That's why you don't stop talking.
You want an argument league type shit, ho? To wear that. That's an argument league. Now, was you holding Soul My Dick and
oh, man. Wow. Wow.
Just hold your horses, sir. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. I don't got to do shit like that. I got to do that. You do. Because you can't do shit else, bro. I don't got to do that shit. I don't got to do that shit.
Y'all the leader.
Everybody sees you. You're recorded. Everybody sees you.
We're trying to hear that. Was Solomon wrong?
We can't take you serious, bro.
So no,
you are comic relief. You're comic relief, and it's sad because we laughing at a retarded motherfucker.
Yeah, nigga. That wasn't your shit. You stole from him. That's your leader. Now, tell me again. Talk about your way out of this one, bitch. Now, let me ask you this. When was the first time that you realized that Solify had an affinity for little girls? Go ahead.
I don't got to do shit like that. That's your ridiculousness.
Don't talk about it.
You want to have a real conversation, we can have a real conversation. But you can't. You can't. It's impossible. That's your life, my nigga. That's why you embrace that shit. You embrace it. You embrace being a wicked, vile, evil, stupid, retarded, permanently damaged brain ass nigga, dog. That's you. What, his computer failed us again? I have to. Yeah, I don't got to do that shit. The shit is recorded, nigga. The motherfucker's supposed to take you serious. Let's try again. Let's see if he found it. Get close to his neighbor's Wi-Fi box again. You move off that couch, nigga, you lose signal.
Hey, talk about the leader when he got caught. Then he ain't gonna mush mouth. Talk about the leader when he got caught beating and getting his dick sucked in the middle of the library with all the kids watching. Let's go. Let's talk about that. Think you worry about JJ and his debates. Let's talk about your leader, bitch.
How did we even get here?
Because he can't combat me intellectually.
What do you
This
think
is what
about
he
that?
always do. He can't come against me about no debate, and so he does this.
No, that's what Solomon always do. I got you. Hey, thank you. Yeah. What else he always do? Did he hang out on the island? Was he
You
on a
see how
mission?
retarded he is? Did you see how the words I said didn't do in his brain what they did in everybody else's brain?
Did you guys do an investigation?
Nigga retarded, boy.
Him the first time and still hung out with him after that. You was the
Off pan.
He still built with him, y'all. Solar esteem conspiracy. Nigga, you weird. Did you not know, bitch? See that? I watch everything. Now shut your fucking mouth when the king is in his bitch. Nigga. Hey, come on, man. Did you not know? Did you interview him and kept messing with him after that? Go ahead, you got the floor. Huh? Nigga, you want 7,000 attention, bitch? You don't want to do it and you argue. Nigga, what? Yeah, you shut
Take a breath before you pass out on your girlfriend's floor.
You know or not? I'm gonna let you off the leash now. Everybody
take a breath before you pass out on your girlfriend's floor.
Everybody
You
asks.
can get her put out, okay?
Hey,
stop yelling in her house. You can get her put out, okay?
Everybody, he knew about it and he kept. No, nigga, I ain't taking a breath, nothing, nigga. This is argument league, bitch. Now this whole ass nigga knew about.
No, you ain't the argument league. Don't try to be the argument league, nigga.
You turn that you don't want it.
Nigga, don't try to be part of the argument league now, nigga. No, go back to the den for the lions. The liars den. Go back to the liars den.
Bones fell out your goddamn mouth, nigga. So everybody listen to this. Soul of mine went on a goddamn weird thing and broke into some young lady's house. Mad at the daddy. Called the daddy something. And then she was so scared. She said, the nigga run.
Who cares about that? You don't care about that.
This nigga think he Chris Hansen. Go outside, man. Go catch a predator, man.
No, we talking about your leader, bitch.
Go catch you a predator, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. That's it. Watch this. Watch this. Come on. Talk to him about your leader, bitch.
I don't know if I
it's the real you in real life.
Holy water.
Man, nah, holy water ain't gonna do shit, man. That nigga need an old school goddamn what they call that shit when they drill a hole in your head and
a lobotomy.
Yeah, he needed 2026 lobotomy, man. That's it. That's the only thing gonna save him. That part of his brain is permanently damaged, man.
Well,
That's crazy.
This was a morning. So y'all doing this in an hour or nah?
What?
I don't know. JJ said somehow fire up the StreamYard.
Man, that nigga can't do shit. He can't construct a conversation, man. That nigga can't do a damn thing, man. It's sad. We tried. Yeah, what you need me to do, God? Wait, yeah. Hurry up, start up. Yeah, hurry up, ready up. Got you. Yeah, man. He can't construct shit, man. I don't know what you gotta do for JJ to actually have a debate.
Right,
you gotta
part
tie that
3,
nigga
y'all.
down and
Now,
some shit. Look at him.
Yeah. No, hold on, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Everything I love, you ain't brushed your teeth today. You ain't brushed your teeth today. You on here yelling.
Where's video? Where's your video?
Show us your flow. Show us your flow.
Now shut up, nigga.
I bet your flow dirty.
That's some game.
Bet your flow dirty.
That's some game. Solify.
I'm ready. Okay.
Nigga, Solify conspiracy file coming soon. Nigga, you know all about that bullshit. You ain't said shit about the library. You ain't said shit about him going to the little girl's house. You ain't said shit about him on the subway. Nigga. Now, just all 3. You got the floor. Everybody, be quiet.
Yeah, that shit reported on live, man. You did. Next.
I vote him out the island, y'all. And 1 to keep him or 2 put in the chat.
Wait. You think you on the island with us?
You that's the shit that you condone, nigga.
You think you on the island with us?
You right there with him with his people, and you never made one video. You made a question one time, but you kept working with him, bitch. Yes or no? Did you keep working with him after the first time? Go. And then Chris said, I thought he was done with those type of activities. Yeah, bitch. When y'all try to come against the Lions, then that week, huh? Y'all was scared for me to come over there. I didn't know you were with it.
Nigga, I didn't want to come over there. I told that nigga I'm not fucking with you. You had a bed post. You were carrying a pole to a bed like a weapon. I said I'm not debating over there.
Man, come on.
He's drunk. Listen to his voice. He's drunk. Look at his eyes. He's insane. He has a tad bit of goddamn retardism stuck in the corner of his eye. Sometimes you shave your mustache. That's concerning. Like, no, bro. You're just not a real person to me.
You looking at my mustache, nigga?
You're an exaggerated YouTube character. No, I was looking at the lack of a mustache, brother. It just catches my eye. Like, why this grown-ass man shaves his mustache?
That's you.
Who he trying to attract?
The code word, they send that to another goddamn weird enablers. You probably the goddamn code, nigga. Talk about the liability scene. Go ahead. What you know about that? What you know about the Soul Mind Library scene? This is new information. Go ahead, bro. To some
nigga, I'm the one who put the information out there. You're an idiot.
But you steady.
You're talking to the person who brought the shit to the internet. Do you know that?
But you steady mess with him after that, sir. So go ahead. Tell us what you brought up.
I debated on this channel. You mad at me?
No, we want to know. Don't talk to the talk to the audience.
No, I'm talking to you. You mad at me? What you want, JJ?
What did you bring out?
You want 7,000 apologies?
What did you bring out, bro? Huh? Tell the word. Don't tell me. I already know. Tell the rest of the people.
Hey, man, go watch it. Go post the link. Y'all been doing videos on it. Post the link to my channel so they can go back and watch the video.
Okay, why you go back then? After that, go ahead. Get the floor.
Because the Lions being sucked as a debate league.
Oh wow! See, I told you just do that. So everybody's gonna be quiet. There's some questions for this guy.
Damn, what you want help?
No, we want to know why you ain't telling me.
You want everybody else to get and start talking to me.
I don't want y'all to be no robots and just let that shit slide, nigga. Now, okay, how about the time when he went into the girl's house? We'll leave the library scene alone. What video did you say about that? Because you still
bad. This shit dead. Oh, that nigga under investigation needs to be in jail. What you want to do about your lack of intellectual? What you want to do about your inability to debate?
Yeah.
What do you want to do about your inability to construct a conversation, brother?
He a better human being than me, y'all.
Yeah, I thought so.
He me than the dude that exposed himself for them kids.
I thought so.
The common survey was this about. Or instead of this, the cops going to some little girl's house while the daddy was gone. Bitch ass nigga. But you want to focus on 7,000, you whole ass nigga. Lions still always.
We're not. You're on the panel. I'm supposed to focus on you. You've been invited over into debate. This is your scapegoat. But I'm not going to let you. I don't give a fuck. You're going to have to show that you can construct a debate.
I think this is being recorded. Hey, well, please tell me this is being recorded. Nigga.
Yes, it's being recorded. And if not, we can run it back.
Let's bring it right back to the topic. Since you wanted my attention.
Okay, can't you construct a debate? Why must you always go to talk about other men's penises when someone challenges you to a debate?
See, okay, all right, let me explain. Okay, see, my penis went out on the subway. My penis went out the light bit. Nigga,
this nigga really yelling and shit in real life in his. You are fucking fool, bro.
Yeah, bro. These lions them baby, some of these people, bro. I ain't know if you niggas didn't have no fucking back chat like we had. Nigga, you late to this. You late. I'm the godfather of 48, 49. Motherfucker. You better go check the history. So let's get back to okay now when he was
who was doing the weird stuff? Solar Mind or Swab? Who you saying was doing all this weird shit?
Man, we doing it right now. Shut the fuck up, man. You want to protect them? Who that shit we ain't doing?
Nah.
Who that shit?
Talking more about Solar Mind and Suave. That's just
So what?
That's when they terrified of me. They terrified of me. You can't have a conversation.
No, this is boss, nigga. It's more about JJ than the information. Did you not catch that? You slow, killing ass nigga. Shut up, unless you want to smoke. So chill out. This nigga is an enabler. Nigga, how you gonna talk about him? And then you made a little bitty ass show, but then you went back for the other 2 times. You ain't say a fucking word. Where them videos at? Put them back here right now. Yeah, like I thought.
Yes, we agreed to continue to debate on this channel 15 years after he committed a crime and did his time and paid his punishment. And now here you are scared to debate me, and so you want that to be the point. It's not. The point is, why are you calling yourself a debater? Why are you calling yourself whatever the fuck you call yourself, but you can't debate?
You trying to take that away? What the lines didn't have to do with? Yeah, go ahead, speak.
Can we get that out the way? Why can't you debate? Why can't you debate?
Okay. Can I answer that, or you need more time to talk? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. In the last year and a half, I done had like 9 debates. I just had a debate 3 weeks ago. Where's your new footage, nigga? Okay, so that's out the way. Now let me continue. So you challenged me earlier of saying that I should apologize to people about my teachings in the Hebrew Israelite doctrine.
You said throw it out.
Okay, so be quiet, bro. Be professional. You know, niggas, the nigga, that shit is done, bro. All right? That's why Black Jesus was calling you niggas is nuts. Man, let's get to the information. I didn't come back here to go back and forth with you. All right? So, if you really want to get me in, elaborate with your button muted. Thank you. Pandemus. Right,
Sorry, my bad.
Me and him, we talk behind the scenes. But yeah. So first of all, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite no more. I outgrew that, bro. I'm a free thinking and truth seeker. I seen a lot of flaws in it. They got mad at me when I said El is Yahweh daddy.
Nigga, we was showing you the flaws all while you was representing. We was beating your ass about your shit. Now here you are with the same arguments that we was beating your ass with, talking about you found the flaws. Bitch, we beat you with the flaws.
You never debated me, sir. Who is we? Give me the we.
I didn't have to.
Now you got
who fucking came against you, beat you with the flaws. Bro, you is talking about I found flaws in it. Nigga, you was defending them flaws for 12 years.
Okay, now listen.
Now you figured it. No, bro, you got your ass whooped. You got your ass whooped. You got your ass whooped. And you ran from your belief.
You don't
nigga whooped you away from your God, nigga.
Okay,
who? The nigga whooped you away from your God.
Can you give me the guy, or you just slammed him again? Give me the name.
A nigga whooped you were a Hebrew. You debated, you lost, and now you're not a Hebrew no more.
Okay, but who?
A nigga debated your ass away from your God, nigga.
Who? Okay, let me finish this. Okay, you done? Can I speak? Are you? Because in a debate, in a death match, you're not gonna be able to talk because you don't have your
that's my line. That's my line towards you, retarded.
Look at this guy. He's not ready. Okay, I'm not gonna deal with the disrespect, man. I'm not.
Well, you're not gonna deal with it. That was too far.
No, I'm not gonna do this, man. So go talk to somebody.
You crying again? You crying again? What you want? Who you want? Who you want to kick me off? Call his name.
It's not about you, nigga. You made all this
name.
You listen, bro. You tell your man. Get back on your fucking leader, bitch. Now, why did you make a fucking video about him beating off? Why, Chris?
How you get back to? Man, listen, family. Listen, I won't subject y'all to this no more, man. If the nigga can't set up a debate, all he can do is just talk about another nigga's perversion.
Okay, so then I just say, let me talk to Shay real quick. I want to talk to Shay. Shay.
You want to talk to who?
Not you.
You want to talk to who?
Shay, did you hear me ask this dude to get in the ring? Let me talk to Pan. Pan, did you hear me? Yes or no?
You did say for him to get in the ring, but you keep going back to this other shit. Who gives a fuck about that other shit? Talk about the fucking information. That shit ain't got nothing to do with Suave. Suave ain't the one that fucking did that shit, nigga. Stick to the motherfucking iteration. God damn.
Let me talk to you again, sir. No, because
no, she talked to you now. You heard her, and now you forget we already got We got it recorded when you got on the panel, tried to set up a debate, and you can't. Why you acting like I'm running from you? You ran from me
I
when
don't
they did a
understand why you
stream.
keep bringing up this SD, whatever the fuck it's called, whatever it is. Like, stop bringing that up. Stick to the information. What are y'all gonna debate
Tried to
about?
set up a debate with you. You ran and did a stream
What
about
that
me.
other man did is not Swab's fault. Swab wasn't there.
All right, so
ain't tell that man to do that shit.
Okay, so let me talk to you.
So get back to what's going on. Come on now.
Okay, if he know about this, Shay, and he goes back 2 other times, is he enabling him?
JJ, what does that have to do with you debating him right now? What does that have to do with right now, today, 2026? What's today's date? February 26, 2026. What does that have to do with it now?
That's a debate topic.
God damn.
That's a debate topic, Jay.
Tell you a little
man, this shit is fucking retarded, man.
Now, I gotta tell you,
and then you want to say somebody disrespecting you, somebody gotta bow down to you, nigga. Who the fuck is you?
Go, let me shut your fucking mouth. You one side.
Shut your fucking mouth, you fucking goddamn drunk. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. You stupid motherfucker.
Baby.
The fuck is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
God damn, you ain't gonna debate nobody. All you do is fucking run your goddamn gums. Shut the fuck up.
You better hate
come to a goddamn topic. Stupid motherfucker.
Now, you.
Well, bitch, don't motherfucking say my name. You don't want me to goddamn say nothing, you stupid bitch. I'm going back on mute, y'all.
So let me. I'm trying to follow
Stupid
all this.
motherfucker.
So where are we at now? Is he trying to figure out why Suave continue to?
That's why your phone keep going out, because you're fucking ignorant, you dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up.
So is he trying to figure out why Suave continuously supported him or stayed on the channel?
He
on the
don't
platform,
fucking know. I think that's what it is. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it's irrelevant to him debating Suave.
Did you hear
that's irrelevant.
Man, Suave's scared. That's all he
Can you hear? Can you hear? No, he can't hear you, dummy. Go get some new Wi-Fi, bitch.
Suave's scared, Shay.
Go pay your fucking Wi-Fi bill, bitch.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Go call my motherfucking name and then want to disrespect me, bitch. Fuck you.
If this is what's leading to wanting to debate or go live on the stream.
No, this is a distraction from debating.
It is a distraction. He does this every fucking time because he really is fucking scared. That's what it is.
What do you do?
The fuck do you call? Why the fuck you call my name, bitch?
The nigga Suave scared.
I didn't say shit, bitch. So why the fuck you call my name, bitch?
Calling me a white dude. Now you scared.
God damn, this shit is stupid.
You call me white man, now you scared.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand.
Go ahead.
We're going from like one thing to the next.
He crazy, girl. He crazy. What Jeezy say? That nigga crazy, girl.
The
Don't say nothing.
is not helping you, JJ. You got your mic is not.
Because they know what he's saying.
You got to go back to the wall closer to your neighbor's apartment. Go back over to that wall.
Stand next to your router. Stand next to your router. You're not here. We don't hear you.
Tell him what you heard.
Tell him what you heard. Tell him.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, man. Tell me I'm scared, man. You got his attention now. He's like, I got somebody on my side.
It's obvious, fam. You can see it. He's scared, bro. Every time the nigga JJ asks you what's up, he be running and ducking, bro. I can hear it in his voice.
See what I'm saying? You're wasting my time. Pan is a real one.
Pan is a real one.
Look,
I'm the realest tune you know, bro. I'm the realest tune you know.
Share this. Man, I hope at least a debate accidentally come out of this or something.
There ain't nothing gonna come out of it besides the fact that just your fault that nigga did whatever the fuck he did.
I blame it all on Suave. Like
it's all your fault.
Okay.
JJ, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it that you
If
beat
you would have
women?
just let him
Whose
cuss
fault
out
is that?
Cornelius.
Since we
Oh,
want to motherfucking bring personal, this dumb shit in it, whose fault is it that you beat women?
I got you.
Yeah, well, whose fault was it? Was it bitch fault or was it your mama's fault? Whose
Shay,
fault?
Are
who
you
you
gonna
talking to? Who beat women?
Shay, are you okay today? What's happening?
Was I stuttering, motherfucker? Did I stutter? Whose
Who beat
fault was
women?
it that you beat women? Whose
Who
fault?
beat?
What
Who
you
beat
doing?
women?
You bitch.
Me?
You're a woman beater. So whose fault is it? Is it your parents' fault or is it the bitch fault? Which one? Tell us that. Since you want to talk about shit, let's talk about that.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go back.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't even listen. I'm about to make me some fucking tea.
Like, what is happening right now? Like, what is happening?
A shot of gin in this shit.
Yeah. See, A1.
Yeah. And then he gonna be mad at, in a minute, he gonna be mad at A1. He gonna be going off on A1, saying A1 did this, saying A1 allowed this, but your bitch ass come up here with this bullshit. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck you. You're a fucking dried up ass handstand debater. Go fucking retire somewhere, nigga. Go work on the roof. Do some shit.
Oh my God.
Get the fuck off this line.
God is in his holy temple.
Jesus be offense.
look at all the
Y'all
spit
know
on
it's
his camera.
Ramadan
Look at all the
endless
spit
right
on his
now,
camera.
right? I
He
just
got
want
3
y'all to
holes in
know
his
That's
ear, no
crazy.
earring. He got to wear a brim hat in the house because he's scared to show his head. Like you just a loser and a failure, bro.
You
You got, and then he's so goddamn egotistical. He gonna show us his bald head.
Yo,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. This nigga looking at my head. I told you, total sign F down. Now let's get back to you. Your little hoes, they try to defend you. That gorilla
Damn.
face bitch.
Your mama a hoe, bitch.
Damn, they gotta be hoes
Your
because
mama
you
a
beat
hoe,
women.
bitch.
You
Well,
beat
for my
women.
opinion, bitch, you brought me into this, you stupid motherfucker. But I guess that wet brain, that's why I was talking about, is affecting you right now, huh? Because you said my name, bitch.
Non-factor.
No, you a non-factor, bitch.
He said, let
Now
him talk to
again,
Shay.
let's talk about how you beat women. Since you want to talk about shit, talk about that.
Talk about it.
Let's put it on the table. Put it on the table. How many women have you beat in your lifetime, JJ? How many women? How many women was it?
Okay. All right, so let's talk about it. You gonna shut your mouth?
Did your father beat your mother? Is that where you got it from? Answer those questions and then I'll shut the fuck
Beat your
up.
mother, beat your father.
Is that where you got it from? I'm waiting. I'm going on mute so you can answer. Go ahead, JJ.
I'm the only black man in America that got a domestic violence on him. Are you serious? Are you serious? When a lot of you
Wait,
black
what?
initiate
What?
that.
What? Is that how you he
Ain't
tried
that
to
when he brought
scam you?
you?
No, that was the time when the police called on him because they thought he was beating his wife because he called me broke, right? So I just pulled out like $1,000 and slid it across the camera. And then he started posting his rent receipts with his $1,400 rent receipts with 2 different money orders.
Oh yeah. Wake up in the morning and I jump up. Oh my God, why is that song?
Please. I can't take it no more.
No, I gotta stop.
Sing buttermilk biscuits or buttermilk ranch, whatever the fuck. Because when you engineer my hamburger, that's what I was trying to tell you earlier.
Oh,
that shit is just as funny as the first time I seen it.
Oh my God. I mean, I cackled.
He said, I'm going to drag
Of
you
course
old
he
nigga
doesn't
knuckles
remember.
across the bottom of your lip.
Crackheads don't remember shit, too. You know this.
Let's pause. What up, yo? I see we got Oli in the building.
Ooh.
What's popping? What's popping, man?
What you doing? A1 leader of the Teen Titans.
A1. That's me, man.
You doing all right tonight? Man, that's a wonderful show.
I'm doing amazing, man. I almost thought I played the wrong video because it took forever for JJ to come back. I'm thinking I clicked the wrong one. And then, yeah, that was the right one, though. I forgot what the argument was about. I didn't realize it was that bad. Like,
JJ funny.
Yeah, I didn't realize it got that personal. After I was watching it, I'm like, yeah, I'd never have anything like this on my show. This is backchat Discord style stuff. Right.
Yeah, they had him in the blender.
And for anybody watching, I don't moderate the back chats because there's no mute button back there. And you can't kick people out. So it's like you have to wait till they leave the call to kick them out of the group to get them to not be on the call if they're wilding out. But I stopped trying to moderate because it's just too much. It was too many people. Like, and I wanted that back there as my downtime. I go back there and record that for my downtime. And I actually moderate on the YouTube. But it's a job moderating. Yeah, it's like dealing with a bunch of kids all day. Like, stop cutting him. Stop being mean to him. Stop insulting him. Why did you call him that? Like, all night. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, when you support, it's definitely appreciated because it is a job dealing with all these different personalities and having to play referee when they engage in this verbal combat. So,
definitely.
Yeah, they had me work. I was stressed that day too because I was recording, and I'm like, man, y'all messing up the content, kind of. But I don't even say anything anymore. It is just strain the argument out even longer. Yeah. What you up to tonight, man? I got another video to play. If in a second, if you don't got nothing to present or nothing. Anybody want to come up, give some questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you heard so far? If you sat and watched the video, go ahead and hit that link. I'm going to drop it again. Come up and tell me what you think. If you were there, hit that link. Come up and explain yourself. Yeah. On my background like that. Let me fix it. Oli, you heard me? You on mute. It sound like you want me to play that other video then. Okay, you talked me into it, Oli. I got you. I can do that. This is another Suave Boss legendary video. So let's get into it. I think JJ might be on this one too.
You're a liar with a book of lies.
I'm a liar. What lie did I tell?
That God speaks.
Okay, and you can prove that he can't? Can you show me can you show me evidence that God can't speak?
You don't have to prove your affirmative.
So how do you have a verified? So you don't have a verified lie. You have your opinion that you believe is a lie.
Brother, no.
So okay, you don't have a verified lie, bro. You don't. You say it is a lie. That means you have verified evidence that God don't speak.
Yes.
What evidence?
You said God speaks.
What evidence did you have that God don't speak? What evidence do you have that God don't speak?
Y'all niggas need a woman in y'all life, dog.
Man, I got a woman laying in my bed right now. Shut that shit up and answer the fucking.
Accountable and tell you to shut the fuck up and listen. Like you could talk, listen. Like you could talk, fucking listen. Hard ass niggas and these dumb ass motherfuckers that encourage their ass to just remain stupid. Pigeonhole, this motherfucker the biggest victim with the Bible ever. Where y'all find this goofy at?
Yo,
That's
you
A1 friend.
Swab, you just be too scared of these niggas, man. I don't know why you don't just stand on this shit, bro.
Pan is funny, man. I had to pause it because he was doing that in the last video. He was doing that to keep JJ on the call. Like, so JJ didn't think the whole room was against him. He was like, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Because as long as it's that one person in your corner, you go stay. So that way, you know, their point of view don't get lost and they don't get swooped up in what they think. So he know you had him. Like, this is funny. He's saying Suave scared. So like,
I ain't getting joked.
Cordarius be like, yeah. It's funny. And you know they be so into the argument that they.
That's why when you said it, I was waiting to see what
hilarious,
Suave. I can't wait to see what Suave say.
Oh man, this is funny. And for anybody who's wondering, I'm going over some of the old back chat video, some of the old discourse style back chat videos. I usually post these in the members only section. So if you become a member for $3.99, you will get access to all of this fire exclusive parental advisory warning footage. So yeah, check it out. I should run an ad for that. Let me go ahead and run that commercial before we get back into this, man.
Yeah.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out. Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Yes, yes. And yeah, go ahead and become a member for $3.99. You get access to up to 4 debates a month, as well as all the Discord backchat footage that we drop every month. We have a $14.99 package that gets you 1 free pay-per-view. We are going to be doing some bigger name debates. I'm going to be booking some people, and we're going to be selling tickets. So for the $14.99, you will get you a discounted ticket. And then there's a package for like $26 or something that gets you a ticket, a free t-shirt every month, and access to all the videos and all of the exhibition debates. So go ahead and check that out. And if there are any debaters out there, we pay $50 win, lose, or draw for exhibition debates. And we host tournaments, $500 grand prizes, $50 for each round that you advance. So holla at me, TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com if you are interested. Anything else? Yeah, there is one more thing. We do have some more amazing news. Since I'm promoting real quick, I'll go ahead and plug this. As of today, yeah, that's what it says. Where does it say it at? Yeah, as of May 2nd, 2026, that's today. I'm a published author. You can check me out on Amazon, The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity, a self-help book for Christians deconstructing. Go ahead and check me out. And shout out to Oli over there for helping me with the editing on this and getting this up, man. You know,
no doubt. That's a wonderful book.
yeah,
If
I
you get a chance
appreciate
to
it.
check it out, I think y'all should go check it out, especially for those still got questions. And it's a wonderful book.
Yes,
Nice
yes, yes.
illustrations.
Yes, I do have some pictures in the book as well. So, definitely check it out. Be looking for some episodes coming up. And I'm about to go on a little book tour here. We're taking this show on the road. So be looking for me on some of your favorite podcasts as well. This book, I felt like I needed to write something to help people who are lost find their way, people who are leaving religion, because it can be a scary path. I've already walked it. So, a lot of the a lot of the potholes in the road, I know where they are. You know what I'm saying? So I can tell you which ones to avoid. But yeah, I think that this book would be a good read for anyone of any faith, actually, from any religion that you're in. I'm not in here bashing any religions or doing anything like that. I think religious people will actually, outside of the title, really love this book, and the content that I bring. I tie some of the stuff to verses in the Bible, so that way people who are familiar can, what's the word I'm looking for? I have to practice this before I take this on the road. That's for sure. Yeah, but for the people who are coming out of the faith, to be able to find purpose and help navigate this landscape. I also think it's just a good self-help book to help people do some self-reflection, like children. There are self-help questions of reflection that go along with each chapter. So for children, it teaches them how to reflect. And I think for adults, it gets them started with doing some of the necessary shadow work that we have to do as adults about our behavior, the things we engage in, what we allow, how we operate, how we think. But again, this book isn't to challenge anyone's faith. And I think anybody from any faith can read this and, they'll walk away edified, as my homie Emmanuel Halawaya likes to say. So, one of my favorite Hebrews out there. I'm waiting on his. He said he's going to actually do a review on my book, because I told him I want his honest opinion. And I told him be harsh, so that way I can get better and grow. I'm really not really concerned about what people do. Like, I want to hear people tear it apart. I want to hear what the arguments are. Things that people saw that I may have missed, things like that. So if anybody does get a chance to check it out, feel free to contact me and tell me what you thought. I'm definitely all ears. I'm one of the few people out here who love constructive criticism. So yeah. Actually, I'll go ahead and read this a little forward before we get back into this video. What if faith and reason were never meant to be enemies? In the Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity, the Universal Laws, readers are invited into a bold, honest, and deeply practical exploration of life's biggest questions without dogma, fear, or fake certainty. Written from the perspective of a Baptist preacher's son who walked away from the religious community, who walked away from religious conformity, but not from the search for truth. This book offers a fresh path for anyone who has ever felt caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. This is not a book about attacking religion, and it is not a book about blind belief. It is a guide for thoughtful people who want to examine the wisdom found in Scripture, the insights uncovered by science, and the hard-earned lessons of everyday human experience. Instead of asking readers to choose between faith and facts, it shows how universal principles appear across both. The result is a voice that is reflective without being preachy, skeptical without being cynical, and spiritual without drifting into empty fluff. Through the 12 powerful themes, this book explores the deeper patterns that shape human life: divine oneness, vibration, correspondence, attraction, inspired action, perpetual energy, cause and effect, compensation, relativity, polarity, rhythm, and gender as creative union. Each chapter connects biblical passages with scientific ideas and practical application, helping readers see that the universe is not random chaos, but a reality structured by patterns, consequences, relationships, and timing. At the heart of this book is a simple but unforgettable idea. When we live against the grain of reality, we end up doing what my homie Pan says, crazy work. You know, shout out Pan for that. I know you didn't get your intellectual property rights on that, so I went ahead and slid that up in there. But yeah, you know, it's crazy work. And that's the theme through my book. You know, I reference when people are doing crazy work and how to correct it, how to recognize it, how to look for it, stuff like that.
That's one of the best parts of the book that I liked when I got to them last parts. Give you warnings, not only give you warnings what to look for, but to look for it within yourself, just in case you the one that's doing the crazy work.
Yep, that's what it's about, because it's one thing to be able to see it in other people. It's one thing to be able to see everybody else's mistakes and how they messing up and their the weird stuff that they do and how they treat people. But are you recognizing those same characteristics and behaviors in yourself? Self-awareness is key. And that's why I wrote this book, because like I say, for adults, I think it's going to help them start with the necessary shadow work that they don't know how to do. And they can do it by themselves. This book will give them that without having give them a start. It won't give them the full program because it's deep to do that. And I'm going to write some stuff on that too, but it gets it started and then it becomes addictive. And that's how it goes with healing. You know, you become addicted to becoming better versions of yourself every day.
Right.
So, but let me get back into this forward. My bad. Where was I at? At the heart of this book is a simple but unforgettable idea. I already went through that. Crazy work. When we sabotage our peace, ignore cause and effect, deny the power of our mindset, resist natural rhythms, and then act shocked when life pushes back, that's what I call crazy work. This guy challenges that cycle with insight, humor, honesty, and reflection prompts designed to help readers wake up, think clearly, and live in a better alignment with reality. And as you know, I come from a family of healers. My dad's a psychologist, and, so this is just what I grew up around. So writing this was really easy for me. I'll continue. Whether the subject is thought patterns, emotional energy, personal responsibility, creative balance, or the ripple effects of everyday choices, the message remains clear. Your life is connected, your habits matter, and your perspective helps shape your experience. This book invites readers to stop living reactively and start living consciously. Whether you are spiritually curious, deconstructing old beliefs, tired of shallow religious answers, recovering from rigid church culture, or simply looking for a more grounded way to understand your life. Because again, I say people of any faith can read this. This book offers language for the tension many people feel but struggle to name. It respects the Bible without worshiping literalism. It respects science without pretending science answers every human longing. And it respects the reader enough not to force conclusions where humility is more truthful. And if you know me, like, people know I'm a non-believer, but you don't get that sense of feeling attacked or that you even have to have your guard up around me. So it makes sense that this book would already be like that. It's just really an extension of me. So I'm not, I used to be a religion basher, but with understanding comes wisdom. Excuse me, I said that backwards. With wisdom comes understanding. So the wiser I got about human nature and psychology and why these things are needed and why they've always been, I'm trying to say less, because to say more, some people may take it wrong, but I understand why these things are needed. If you have ever wondered whether scripture can still hold wisdom without demanding blind obedience, let me pause right there too, because I definitely think all of these religious texts are still great books, even though I don't follow any of the religions. They have immense wisdom in them that you can take from any book. But again, I say we should be learning from everything around us. A homeless man may give you the best advice you ever heard, and it may work. Just because of his conditions and his circumstances doesn't mean that what he said is invalid. He just may not be practicing what he's preaching. But again, we can learn from everything, even things that we may not necessarily have blind faith in, or give our blind faith to. But I'll continue because I'm at the bottom. So sorry about this long intermission. If you have ever wondered whether scripture can hold wisdom without demanding blind obedience, whether science and spirituality can speak to one another without swallowing the other, or whether there is a sane and useful way to live in a world full of noise, confusion, and contradiction. This book is for you. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity is thoughtful, accessible, witty, and challenging. It is written for readers who want depth without jargon, honesty without hostility, and encouragement without illusion. It does not ask you to become religious. It asks you to become awake. Read it with an open mind, a sharp pencil, and a willingness to stop doing the crazy work or being surprised when you go against the laws of the universe and things don't go your way. And again, this is book 1 of a series, so be on the lookout for one for Judaism and one for Islam as well coming soon. I started with the religion that I was born in because I knew those scriptures the best. So, yep. $9.99. The Kindle version is out. Paperback will be out in another day or two. So check me out on Amazon, A1 Richardson. Shout out Jermaine Nugent, man. I like seeing your name there, man. Teamwork make the dream work, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate being part of that. Like I said, I authored a few books, but helping somebody else put theirs out there and getting to look at somebody else's mind is really cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just thinking about the way that you use, like you said, this your biblical one. You got one for other religions you looking forward to put out. But it's the way you correlated things, like you were saying, vibration. I think that was chapter 2. You told about how God spoke things into existence. It wasn't just a thought, it was the actual vibration. And then you correlated with quantum physics and how everything is vibrating. Now, you wasn't trying to mix them or anything. You was trying to get your point that even your emotions have a frequency and stuff. And it's just a wonderful book, man, if you sit down and you really trying to figure out how to deconstruct peacefully. I'll say it like that.
Deconstruct peacefully. And I think it's a way, I think this book will help people who are believers connect with non-believers too.
Right.
Because the way that a person who doesn't believe can still draw wisdom from the scriptures, a person in the scriptures can still translate wisdom to a person who doesn't believe in it and show a correlation from one scripture to another universal law. I think that's dope too. So it works both ways.
Right.
Because at first I was thinking about titling it something. I'm about to come to you too, Zion. I appreciate you being patient. At first I was thinking about titling it something like A Christian's Guide to Connecting with Atheists or something like that. Like I wanted it to be something that bridged gaps. I wasn't, people were probably expecting this to be something different, but I think everybody's going to be genuinely surprised when they read it.
Me too.
Hey, you said, hey, you really read it deep though. You knew what chapter 2 was all about and everything. That's what's up.
Man, I'm an editor.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Company. Shout out Only Divinity Publishing. If anybody else has aspirations of starting that, get with A1 at the Debate Coliseum, and he'll get in contact with me. I do all my work at my residence at the Debate Coliseum. Y'all don't laugh at me. It's my residence.
Yeah, my dad, he was the first person to read. Excuse me. Sorry. My dad was the first person to read it, and he helped me make a few corrections. And then some mistakes I left in there on purpose to give me something to write about in the second one, so that way I can still tap in from a personal experience. So like it's just not so bland and just with facts. Like so that way some stuff I'll talk about me in there and then make corrections, and then the people who are following the series just keep continuing to learn. So yep, Zion, how you feeling today?
I'm pretty good, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing amazing, brother.
This looks great, man. I like this, man. This looks really awesome right here, man.
Yes. I got the kids on there again because it's a book about connecting, and I think it's an easy read. Probably easy enough for like a 12 or 13-year-old. Copy.
Yeah, man, I like that, man. Definitely. And I think, what you was just saying, that's why I popped in. You was talking about, the blind faith and like the false sense of, of having all the answers or whatever. I think that a lot of, Christian folk and people who are overly indoctrinated, tend to follow that. But the Bible doesn't even show that. The Bible discusses faith, and even faith, the grain of a mustard seed. So it doesn't, suggest, oh, you have to say, oh yeah, I know God. No. You believe and you have faith, but you don't know crap.
Even a non-believer still has to have
right.
faith.
You know what I'm saying?
I still have to have faith that the universe. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say that. Let me take.
Well, you have to.
I have to have faith that the best is out there for me.
Right.
That the best days have yet to come.
Right.
Like things like that. Just the
basics. That requires faith. But there's also a semblance of reality. Not necessarily reality, but like you said, honesty. You know what I mean? That a lot of people don't. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they get on their high horse, the religious soapbox. You know what I'm saying? They act like they, you know what I'm saying? They know everything about the universe. And that to me is a level of dishonesty that is either a mental health issue.
God complex
or,
a little bit.
Yeah. Or it's trained, or or people feel like they have to do that in order to proselytize or minister to others. And I don't think that's I don't think that in this day and age that's going to work. You know what I mean? People have to be honest about what they don't know, honest about what they believe. This is what I believe. Like I said it when I was in the debate with the dude. Get over, you know what I'm saying? Unholy Ghost dude. I said, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to believe what I believe. You know what I'm saying? This is what I believe. You know what I'm saying? However, you know what I'm saying? Your journey is your journey. You know what I mean? And yeah. So, but I'm not a proselytizer. I did interesting thing too is a certain thing that you had said actually points out towards what I'm going to do with the defilement presentation. Defilement of the church, defilement of the name, and where the human aspect, you know what I'm saying, really is what has caused such a big stain on the church and on Christianity. I mean, just historically, you know what I'm saying, and why and why there is a need to reevaluate, you know what I'm saying, what we've been taught, what the traditions of men and such. You were talking about the symbolism of religious speech or religious scriptures and stuff like that. The symbolism, not the literalism.
Yes,
I'm huge on.
And that's because if you're reading, they say there's 7 different levels of interpretation.
Yes.
And it's funny because I just hesitated, like, do I want to talk on my channel? That's what I said in the back of my head. Like,
well, yeah,
do I want to set myself up to be attacked? Do I just want to be the host?
Right.
Well, this is just a discussion about your view, though.
Yeah. And then even with in the Judaic, they got the Pardes. Pardes is the way that they break down scriptures. So you got the Peshat, you got the Remez, Drush, Shad, and then Sad. There's ways of understanding scripture in its layers. It's not, you know what I'm saying, was not meant to be taken literally. There's symbolic meaning and hidden wisdom in it. However, the literalists they're never gonna grasp.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was doing when I was. I guess I could call it deconstructing at that time. I formed my own view from that time, but I take a lot of my information because after I did read it literally, it was kind of confusing. When I read it more as a story to get knowledge or a way to act in accordance with the rest of people in existence, you know what I'm saying? They have good points on things to do, whether you believe in the deity that they propose or not, the way that they tell you to live. Jesus, if I take him in accordance, he was just telling people don't mess with nobody, try to be good as you can, give reverence to a higher power. And with me, that's just saying be in accordance with your existence and try not to impede your incomfortabilities on anybody else as you're getting comfortable as you can be.
Right. Right. And that's really the law of reciprocity, which, you know, goes back to even single cell organisms. They, you know, if you study biological behavior, you'll see what they call reciprocal altruism. And in the Christ simplifying the 10 commandments and love, you know, God as you love yourself and love your fellow man. Very simple. You know what I'm saying? It sums up both the 10 words, the 10 commandments, 10 words. You know what I'm saying? Sums it all up. And it's basically, you know what I'm saying, you respect, you know what I'm saying, the nature of your universe, and you respect those around you and love and respect those around you. And that's it's
for sure.
Yeah, it's not rocket science.
What's up, family?
What's good with you, Sadiq?
Man, what's going on, Zion, man? I see my man. I was like, oh, man, heck on my bro right there. Hell yeah, man. Teach, brother, teach. How you been?
I'm just chilling, man. I'm just cruising right now. Sundown, Shabbat, slow and relaxing, man. Just, you know, putting this PowerPoint together.
Hey, that's all right, bro. That's the vibe.
You know what I'm saying? Show my love to my brethren over here.
Okay, facts, bro. Yeah, cool. Great.
Yeah, I sent this to you too, Sadiq, so you can check it out. You know,
man.
I don't know if you heard me reading the.
Why is Zion talking and I can't hear him?
Oh yeah, you need to drop out and come back in.
Yeah, you might need to drop. Oh, he can't hear me.
StreamYard is doing some weird stuff today. It's not your fault.
It's probably best Jose didn't hear him anyway. Yeah, Jose.
Hey, what's going on, Quantum? How you doing, brother?
Jose. All right, Sadiq, how you doing?
Pretty
Jose,
good,
can
man.
you hear me?
Chilling.
Can Jose hear me talking?
Jose, can you hear A1?
I don't think he can hear anybody.
I'm about to kick him out.
He dropped off. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say I'm gonna kick him out and have him come back in. And I don't know who's about to talk, but real quick, shout out Zion. He's on the card game that we have coming out. We have a card game that plays like Uno. Most of the debaters from round one will be in there, except for, you know, we had a couple extra debaters. I could have squeezed them all on there, but some people were slow getting the contracts back to me, so I moved forward without them. I gave people a deadline and I was sticking to it. You know, my motto is one monkey can't stop no show.
Right.
So yep, and you know, they'll probably be the next one in the future after they see that I went ahead and moved forward and didn't hesitate, and I stuck to what I said. So yeah, this is about to be dope. I'm excited, and we're also turning this into an app. So shout out, we got an app developer working on this, and
nice
website coming up soon.
Nice, that's pimp as hell, bro.
Yep, it's plays like Uno. You yell, it's called Tighten Up, and you yell Tighten Up at the end, you know, instead of Uno. So
cool, man. I gotta check it out. Hell yeah, man. For sure.
My card is a power card, y'all.
Power card, yeah, Leo power, huh?
it's like a draw 4, you
right? I hear you, bro. Man, you right about that hidden messages though. You said you were talking about Zion.
What was that?
The hidden meaning, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was supposed to do this debate with Neftali, who was coming with this literalist version of the 6,000 years. She believes that she was going to argue that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and I was about to tear her up. She did herself a service by not showing up.
Oh damn, she didn't show up. Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, she didn't. It never happened. You know what I'm saying? You know, the janky promoter fumbled the ball. You know what I'm saying? I'll keep that name to myself. He already got beat up all day today. So
yeah, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, he fumbled the ball. But yeah, so I'm probably just gonna do that as a presentation. Yeah, but the whole thing is like when you read Genesis, nowhere in Genesis does it ever talk about God creating matter. There's nothing in talking about the periodic table, because that's not what the beginning is about. It's about the beginning of order, like what A1 was just saying. A1 was talking about, you know, order, right? You know, the natural order of things. And what it was talking about from the scholars that I studied, that what is actually happening here is order from chaos. It does not have anything to do with the creation of matter. In fact, the waters, the face of the deep, was already there.
Right.
When the Holy Spirit looked over, it never said, "Oh, God created the face of the deep." It just said that the Spirit hovered over the face of the deep. That's showing that order was coming from chaos.
Right. Facts.
Yeah. You know you're gonna get in trouble for saying that, right, Zion?
Come on, bring it.
You know you're gonna get in trouble because you're not supposed to say that as a Bible believer.
I'm not supposed to tell people the truth.
No, I'm saying as a Bible believer.
He's Zion, man. That's my bro, man.
I said as a Bible believer, you're not supposed to say that.
Well, yeah, you know what? We going.
But it is true.
Yeah, we're gonna fix it.
It doesn't say that the Elohim created the universe. It says the heaven and the earth.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't. You know.
But you do know where to get that story from, right?
Yeah, we're talking about order from chaos. But where do we get that?
But you do know where to get that story from, right?
Teach.
You do know that is the same story when they say a tomb came out of a cosmic egg, right?
Yep. I have no argument. I have no pushback on that.
And what they actually tell you is that he came from they tell you that he came from the universe, and he created himself.
Yes, sir.
They call him the Keperu Jet Seth, which means the one who created himself. So he's a self-created one. And then all the nature and humans come from him. His body parts and his fluids, if you will. That is where they come from.
Copy.
That is where they get that when you read the original creation text in Budge's book, it tells you literally what they represent. It says they represent moisture and air.
Right.
Everything's of that sort.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
But don't tell Christians that because they're going to get mad at you.
We're not studying the traditions, cultures and stuff around. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut anybody off. But we're not studying the cultural ideas of the people surrounding. Then we're doing ourselves a disservice in trying to understand what the Bible means, because they had certain shared ideas and cosmologies, right? Doesn't mean that everything was exact. However, you know, the thought process of the people around them, from Sumer to Kemet, you know what I'm saying? You know, all of these things are very important in trying to understand the thinking of the biblical writers. You know, and without that, I think that most people get lost in the sauce, and it becomes like this big, you know, imaginative book, you know, where everybody's trying to take things literal that were not meant to be literal.
Stop saying that, Zion. You're gonna get in trouble. They're gonna come for you. You know that. They put the on you, so just be ready.
Yeah, I'll come on that shot board, bro. You know that. Tell the truth, no matter what.
Right. I'm just letting you know you're putting yourself out there, because all of them is going to come for you now and start calling you hypocrite for saying what you just said.
Well, they can bring it. They can bring the.
They're supposed to take it literally. But then here's the thing now. After years of getting beat up, all of a sudden now, certain groups now all of a sudden know that the Bible is esoteric now. They didn't know that when they first came in.
Even say like
right.
No, they didn't know that.
I'm noticing the pattern myself. A lot of people are now going symbolic and esoteric with the Bible now, which is good.
Because they got beat up so much they have to.
Right.
And then they pick.
I noticed. I was talking about that the other day. Right.
They picking what's esoteric. Everything is not esoteric. No. That one ain't literal because they can't explain that one. That one ain't literal. The other one was literal, but that ain't literal. They had to get beat up for 15 years for them to say that.
Right.
Oh man,
it took them a long time to realize.
A little longer to get there. You know what I'm saying? I had to fall away from God in order to
Me
get
too.
back and come back
Me too.
come back with a whole nother perspective of understanding that was more clearer and made more sense. You know what I mean? So, you know, some people do have to deconstruct. You know what I'm saying? And then reconstruct. You know what I'm saying? I think that is very necessary. So kudos on that book, because I think that is very timely, A1. Very timely.
Man, I mean, whoever don't buy one shortly, I'm going to do a giveaway. I'm going to give it away to everybody I know, because I kind of want y'all opinion on it. But, you know, if you're supporting and get it and then give me your opinion, that'd be better. But yeah, I want to know what you think about it though, because like I already know y'all perspective on a lot of stuff, so it's gonna be interesting to hear what y'all think I could tighten up, or if I missed anything, or something to add to whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Also, another way to get contact with the book is if you go to Amazon right there and you go to Kindle, you get you should be able to get a
free
read for like a week. I think that's how they did my book. I'm not saying they did yours like that, but for anybody that might just want to look at it, who might
that'd
not
be
be
nice.
financially
Or let
able.
them check out. I think it might let them check out a piece of it. Don't it stop after so many pages?
After so many pages, and
yeah.
you get paid for them pages that they
Yeah.
read, so you can still be
Oh, that's dope.
helping him like that.
Yeah. Put a couple of
That's a
pages.
good one.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
I think I've seen some, and I was like, "Dang, it stopped." And I was just like, "I gotta buy it."
Yep, I believe you're right.
They get you enough to get you hooked if you were a reader.
Yeah. Congrats on your book, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. I don't see how to do none of that. I'll probably have to go here.
My brother said self-help book. My
Yeah, I
brother put
think
a
you got to
self-help book
actually
for
go
us
on the Kindle.
Christians.
It's Kindle and
Deconstructing
not
this mother.
Amazon.
Oh, okay, I'm in Kindle, but I'm trying to actually download the Kindle version of the file. But I think I just may have to create one.
Universal laws in this mug.
Yeah, man. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you liked it, man. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, because you didn't tell me what you thought about it for real. Go ahead and give me a little baby review, man. Give him a little review.
Yeah, let's hear it, brother.
It's just 12 chapters of real good. Let me see. I said I was gonna put it in my mind and remember the way the chapters went. I believe the first chapter was the cosmic net, divine oneness, and
no, you was
that one
right.
was
Cosmic net.
I think chapter 2 was the vibration. I remember that one real good because it was talking about frequency, and I got a lot about frequency in my view. The third chapter of net frequency correspondence.
Now you read it for real? You ain't playing.
As above, so below. Chapter 4 was attraction. Chapter 4 was attraction. Chapter 5 was the law of moving. The law that gets your feet moving. Inspired action. I think
You looking at the book, man. You gotta be cheating.
no, I ain't looking at the book.
You ain't missed one yet.
I'm telling you,
I was trying to be quiet to see if I could tell if he was looking or not. I couldn't tell.
I edited this. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you did because you had to you put the pictures right too for me a couple
I had to,
times.
and
So I
that
know you know
that's
you should know
exactly
by
why I
now.
know it
Dang,
too.
you did it like 10 times.
I got the editing. Hey, listen. When I first published my book, it was for me, and so I kind of did a rush job. One paid because I got, like I said, I got a publishing company, and so I had to perfect everything the way it was supposed to go. I'm talking about every time I sent it, and like he said, it was about 10 times I sent it. He was editing with me, so I just didn't edit it myself. I did most of the editing, but A1 was a real big help because the last thing we was doing was trying to get them pictures on the right page. A1.
Yeah, that
This
was
is why I remember.
now you'll never get it wrong again.
Never get it wrong again.
You got the formula now.
And that's why I remember most of the chapters. I think about the pictures and stuff and just going through them where they're supposed to go. But man, the book, I'm telling y'all, for somebody trying to answer questions about different things and how it correlates with your current existence without you having to put your mind on what they call technicalities of different religions that make other religions say my religion better than yours. We got this worship, we got this, you know what I'm saying? There's so many ways that even when people seem to be wanting to join religions, the actual people in the religion try to push them out or belittle them or tell them that they don't know nothing as they try to teach their view. And this book, man, I'm telling you, just step a whole lot of that, because when I was deconstruction, I didn't have a tool like this. I had to actually do some critical thinking and stuff that wasted time when I had somebody with a mind like this that could have gave it to me like that. And so
I
the
almost
book
want
is
to
just
show one of
wonderful,
my
man.
reflection prompts, but I don't know
I'm
if I
telling you,
should. I don't think
what
I
you
should just
talking
make
about?
them wait
You talking about the
till
crazy
they
work
get it.
prompts
What a reflection, the questions.
of the okay. Oh yeah, they always came after the crazy work.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, that's the parts that I love to get into. I loved getting to the crazy work to see if I was the one doing the crazy work.
Yep. So that's why this book is deep. So I think it's a book too that once you get, you gonna continue to read. Like, I don't want to say like a Bible, but yeah, but because it's gonna, you're always going. If not, you're just gonna always remember the questions, because those are questions you're gonna need to constantly ask yourself to check yourself, to be, so that way you can be self-aware. You know what I'm saying? In situations. And
What would you
just
say? Okay.
track your progression, track your growth, all of that. Like, man, yeah, I'm not gonna show it. Yeah,
It's more of a self-help book than anything. It's more of a book. Look within yourself, look out, see what you see, and grab hold of it without any crazy work.
A1, I got good news for you. You're going to be happy to hear this. I finally got jumped into the debate scene on paradigm shift and worldview wars. So
that's what's up, man. I'm happy. I'm happy for you, bro. You in there?
Great news. Great news.
I'm awaiting my first debate with worldview wars, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
You ain't get jumped in. Yeah. You ain't debating nobody.
No, I got jumped in. I got jumped in.
Yeah, he had to do the.
I thought they popped your cherry already. You still got to go.
I got jumped in. They popped the cherry, but I got jumped.
He had to get jumped in. He had to get the 31 real quick.
I wanted to see if he was gonna adopt that terminology.
I got
if
jumped
I slid it in there, but he did it.
Yeah,
I got jumped in. They popped the cherry.
Yeah, you heard me. Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, I'm never saying that. That's not what they did."
Man, I'm waiting. Yeah. I'm waiting on my first debate. So after my first debate, then we'll see what happens. Which I know I'm probably not gonna win it.
You know, I got
I'm looking to lose. I'm looking to lose. I'm looking to lose.
Jose, you got this. You got this, Jose. You got this, bro.
You got it, Jose, man.
No, I'm giving myself 5 to 10 debates to lose before I get the hang of it. At least 5.
I respect that. I respect it. You know what I mean?
You already know who you're debating. Your first one, Jose.
Yes, that's.
Not again my first debate yet. I'm waiting on my first debate. So we'll see where it goes from there. But I know the first 5 I'm probably gonna do not so good.
Man, you gotta visualize the win, bro. I don't know why you're visualizing the loss.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Have you ever read the book Supernatural by Joe Dispenza? You should check that out.
Say it again.
Have you ever read the book Supernatural by Joe Dispenza?
No.
I suggest you check it out. It was a book my dad recommended to me. It changed my life. Hold on, I'll pull it up real quick so everybody can see what it looks like. It's actually another self-help book. Mine isn't like this or talking about the same things at all. Actually, he gives you, I don't know. This is just, I highly recommend this book. Is that the name of the Supernatural?
Is it a quote unquote Christian text?
Oh, Becoming Supernatural. That's what it's called. I'm tripping.
Is it a Christian text?
It's we're gonna read the thing. Is it called The Forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep wanting to say that, but I keep hesitating. There it goes. Becoming supernatural.
Coming supernatural up in
I'm
this
surprised
motherfucker.
you've never seen this cover before. And somebody stole this book from me, so I can't show it to you on the camera. I got a lot of books I can put on camera right now, but not this one.
Supernatural. That's what I'm talking about.
18 bucks. Pretty inexpensive. I should order another one right now. I like having the physical copies because I go to the park and read. Or I go by the water because I'm over here by the Great Lakes. So I'll stay 5 minutes from the beach. Yeah. Becoming supernatural, how common people are doing the uncommon. Let's get into it. Is my screen sharing? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely see it.
The author of the New York Times bestseller, You Are the Placebo, as well as Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself and Evolve Your Brain, draws on research conducted at his advanced workshop since 2012. Somebody mute out real quick. To explore how common people are doing the uncommon to transform themselves and their lives. Becoming supernatural marries the sum of the most profound scientific information with ancient wisdom to show how people like you and me can experience a more mystical life. Listeners will learn that we are quite literally supernatural by nature if given the proper knowledge and instructions. That's got to be used to the, yeah, I hear the gym in the background. I got you though. I just muted you out for a second. Listeners, wait, where was I at? Yeah. Listeners will learn that we are quite literally supernatural by nature if given the proper knowledge and instructions. And we learn how to apply that information through various meditations. We should experience a greater expression of our creative abilities, that we have the capacity to tune into frequencies beyond our material world and receive more orderly, coherent. I love that word. Dang, I was supposed to make that shirt today for myself. I was supposed to make a shirt today that says the incoherence. I just feel like I just need to wear it for good luck. I don't know. So I'm definitely about to make that. I'm probably going to make it sometime tonight while we're doing this podcast. Back to what it was saying, that we have the capacity. Okay, my bad. And receive more orderly, coherent streams of consciousness and energy, that we can intentionally change our brain chemistry and initiate profoundly mystical, transcendental experiences. And how? If we do this enough times, we can develop the skill of creating a more efficient, balanced, healthy body, a more unlimited mind, and greater access to realms of spiritual truth. Topics include demystifying the body's 7 energy centers and how you can balance them to heal, how to free yourself from the past by reconditioning your body to a new mind. That's very important. Well, this is one of the key things right here. I say that this book is a self-help guide to live the life you want or be successful. Well, if that's what you want, I guess. So just to live the life you want. And happiness and all of that. But it also includes how you can create reality in the generous present moment by changing your energy, the difference between 3rd dimension creation and 5th dimension creation, the secret science of the pineal gland and its role in accessing mystical realms of reality, the distinction between space-time and time-space realities, and much more. When you purchase this title, okay, yeah. So that's what it's about. But I think this is one of the most powerful books I've read, though. And implementing this stuff definitely changed my life. And I saw like results, like almost immediately, almost immediately. Because when you change, everything changes. The world, like the Matrix scene, the spoon doesn't bend, we bend ourselves. And that's what they were talking about, like that. People don't really understand the meaning behind that saying. I don't know if you remember when the little white kid was sitting Indian style when
he said there is no spoon.
Black lady. Yeah, there is
right.
No spoon.
It's no spoon. Right.
There is no spoon.
Because you can't bend a spoon.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And the
so
spoon
you remove the regimented definition of it, and you become part of the spoon, and the spoon become part of you. And surely you can bend and manipulate yourself and thus the spoon.
given the relationship.
Yeah. And I tried to do that and went cross-eyed.
Yeah, I did it with flame. Yeah, you could do it. I usually use fire. Because you can't bend them. If you take it by the definition as it is, it's metal. It's unbendable, right? Just like its definition is stiff as hell. So we lose the definition. We lose the wording. As I learned, a lot of the things I know, you have to deconstruct. Kind of like what you're saying on the cover. You deconstruct the societal definitions, which are hardcores, right? Yeah.
You're just gonna leave that right there. That's how you're gonna end that.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
No, I'm messing with you, man.
I'm up here in Walmart going through the cabbage, but holding. But
that was a rough, quick landing. Sheesh.
Right, yeah, quick. Yeah, the spoon. Yeah, you crazy one. Yeah, when the kid's holding the spoon in his hand, I think, and the kid actually bent it, but I think Neil or somebody was looking on like, damn, he bent the. He said, well, it's not a spoon. Like, like grass or whatever. We don't know what grass. That's not grass, really. I mean, it can apply that concept to anything. A bird, just in terms of deconstructing the term of societal's agreed constructs. That's not a bird technically. That's flying in the sky. To be honest, we don't know what that is. To be honest,
I see. Yeah. Okay, now I see. Okay, yeah. You took a different angle on it.
A blade of grass.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing.
What is that? Like what? That's not grass.
It's all perspective. Yes, all
right.
It's all subjective. And like you said, and the spoon doesn't bend, we bend, or what we do.
Once you take
us bending
you establish your own definition.
Yeah.
Right.
Us bending is us changing our perception of reality and being able to do that.
Like I call Quantum be talking about. Quantum said he put his own view on it. That's kind of what they're saying. He put his own view, and once you do that, you can basically take over in reality. You begin to, like you said earlier.
Once you master your mind, you can control the reality and the rules. Yeah, man.
Facts.
So that's what they were. That's exactly what the metaphor means. So yeah, I can't wait to our movie review. Sheesh, that was off the top for you. Okay, I didn't know you could hang like that. I didn't know you can hang like that.
Yeah, but oh shit, man. Hey, man. Hey, crazy. Yeah, man. Shit, I'm working on a couple things behind the scenes. I'm more of a background guy, but yeah, I try to do it with flame, since it's so light and it's easier to, in my opinion, to manipulate. So, try to, make it move a little bit. That's the whole science. It'll be considered by conventional science standard. What we describing on here is considered pseudo. To the convention. I just want to put that out there for those who are listening. And what are these guys talking about? See, I'm talking about the fourth and fifth dimension. That's won't go into it, but basically that's considered pseudo science, pretty much. And so the conventional science or scientific thought has isolated internalization of any scientific thought as a source of exoteric scientific methodology. Be brief response. And so they just focus simply on the resultant nature of human endeavor, where one uses their mind and eternal observations to deconstruct and to reconstruct scientific constructs that you would find in the ancient world, as if you were. Where esotericism is concerned, particularly, they don't really deal with esotericism or spirituality in the modern scientific construct, little to at all. Most would say not at all. And so that's mainly gives us we're just trapped into the perspective of an exoteric, not eso, but external physicality, 3D analysis of our matter and so forth. In the natural world. Not supernatural. Supernatural is considered pseudoscience. The natural world, 3D. Super is like indicates beyond the natural, outside of. Give it a prefix super. They consider all of that pseudo. Right? That's very, in my opinion, extremely limiting. Very limiting.
Because there are studies though. Go ahead.
Yeah. I use the term extra natural. I don't use the term supernatural. I don't believe in supernatural.
I like that too.
Extra natural.
Extra. That's the word. Yep. Go with that.
I like it just because it's different. They gonna hate on it, but I like it. Because all this shit made up. Go ahead,
Extra natural, not supernatural.
So I like Oli stuff. Like, go ahead, coin your own terms. Then confuse the heck out of them. Why don't you?
Gotta make them think. Gotta make them think.
See who really listen. See who really listen.
Yeah, I really didn't do it to I think that's why I like my philosophy so much. Is because I didn't make it trying to get rid of God. I still got a God and actually found a goddess, and that the highest power is existence. But what be hurting me sometimes, make me laugh, is what I've been able to do is explain existence in a coherent and intelligible fashion. The pushback I get be from people who trying to explain to me what somebody taught to them about what somebody taught to them about what somebody taught to them about what this person said about existence. Incoherent. When you're enlightened is when you are one with what you see and you can explain it to yourself, and you know you're doing it right when you ain't messing with nobody and ain't nobody messing with you. It's the accountability that all other views don't have. When you have a creator God, that means there's evil. You have to answer for evil. I answer for evil with incoherence. Anybody that do anything evil is doing an incoherent act. How do I know it's incoherent? Because it's not matching existence of everything else that existed. If things seem to persist in a like manner, and we see grass growing and blades of grass growing by each other, they ain't arguing. One have to lean on other because it's heavier, they lead and everything. It's the accountability that all other views will not take, that quantum onlyism takes. And so I don't have to blame things that I do on the devil and the devil got him, he made me do it. The devil. They took over because the devil. We was cursed. That's why we right here like this. It's all incoherence. We there because the choices people made, and we're where we at, and we can get out by the choices that we make. Coherence, intelligible. If you spend your time talking about an unintelligible existence and trying to explain that something is outside existence that created existence, and then you're never gonna know nothing because somebody else told you this. You didn't see this yourself.
Hey, what's your
This is
name on
what
the
was
quote?
pushed on you.
What name I'm putting on the incoherence? Oli?
Wait, hold on. I don't know what you're talking about.
The shirt. Sorry, I'm way off. But go ahead. I mean the shirt.
Oh yeah, just like I'll be writing it right there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry for
My
interrupting.
bad. Oh, my bad. I was in the tunnel, man. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm making a shirt now.
Okay. Yeah, but that's what my argument is. My argument is for intelligible existence. I form my argument to be able to explain things that we see without any supernatural existence. I've been able to do that, and in fact, can give you a possible world that rivals all other views. Like, and it's a robust thing that I got here. I've been getting it out there little by little. And so I'm gonna continue to do it like that. Quantum onlyism, man. You got to get your own, and even if you're the only one who can see it, but it's making you live better, and it's giving you answers to why people doing things. It ain't no devil jumping in people making them do it, and you understand that entropy is really just the recycle of things that form, break down, and form again. You'll get a more coherent understanding of existence, this is exactly what we see. That existence seemed to be sustaining itself without no magic hands coming in. There's time for nature to unfold. That's what I'm gonna push.
Talk
That's
to
what I
him.
see.
Am I muted? Nope. Talk to him.
Yeah, man.
I ain't gonna say
I put
preach.
That sounds a lot like
against any other.
Yeah, that's a lot of what where I'm coming from too, with the emergent and extra natural. Very much the same kind of perspective. I like where you're breaking that down.
Thank you. I believe if we all sit back and look at it for ourselves, we'll see. Existence is morphogenic. Time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form. Can't get around it.
Copy.
Indeed. This is problem only as I'm in this motherfucker.
I'm gonna slide out, y'all. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? I love the book. You know what I'm saying? Looking great, man. Love the discussion, the discourse. I'm gonna holler at you guys. Probably pop in here and there. You know.
Yep. Have a good night.
Yeah. Thanks
you
for
as well.
jumping in.
For sure. For sure, Zion. Have a great night, bro.
You as well.
Yeah, man. It's about to be a slow night. Cause I'm about to get off of here. I ain't about to stay on here all night with y'all tonight, man.
I'm about to stay on tonight.
Hey, no, I was trying to pass the baton off to somebody else so I can chill. Working.
Let me see if I got some slides.
I'm about to say I can go through a whole list. You know, I got all them subjects. I read up a whole line of them mugs the other day, bro.
Should just pick one and go in, man.
It's Becoming Supernatural, that book of yours. I was looking at the cover. I wonder anything. Well, let's see. Let's see what's up. Some of the news headlines I screenshotted recently.
News.
They found something attractive. They got a cut. Here's Niecy Nash made a comment publicly that more and more straight women over 40 are now finding themselves attracted to other women. I don't know. That's a social construct we could talk about, or we got go further up here.
Hey, my bad, A1. My bad, Sadiq.
Go ahead, bro.
I didn't mean to interrupt. A1, Yahashara Zane put a
comment.
A comment, yeah. Transcending law. He said that's what he got from that. That's a wonderful. I can read. Oh yeah, there you go. Transcending laws of physics in regards to the natural physical realm, granting extraordinary coherence within the unfolding fluidity of existence. My sum of Sadiq, Zion, and Oli so far. That's a nice assessment. That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. What time is it?
About 12 midnight, 11:54.
6 to
Eastern.
When you gonna do this, Oli? When you gonna do this episode, man? We ain't gotta do it tonight, though. I want you to do this at a prime time slot.
I can't see the top of it. It's reality fundamental. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I can't do that tonight. I mean,
no, don't do it
some
tonight.
material,
Just schedule that, though. See when you're gonna be ready for like 8 o'clock slot. 8 o'clock my time. And let me know what day. Unless you want to start this at like 3 o'clock or something. You can start this in the day. I know some days we have all day.
Yeah, you know,
No, you know what? You can do one of them 10 a.m.s like you did the one day. And take it from 10 a.m. to 3 or 4 and then just pass the baton.
Yeah,
we'll do it like that.
I think that that'd be good.
I forgot your time slots, and I'm trying to put you in a time slot that's not really your slot. I gotta remember.
Yeah, 10 to 1 is when I be free.
Yeah,
All right.
I
so
get back.
my bad. Let me change this.
And 11:01 is the remaining.
But that's a nice. I got to get that. Let me get that down. Write that down.
Oh yeah, you got that, and then you already said you was working on them two other things.
Yes.
Let me know if you get timestamps and you need me to make something happen with that.
Gotcha. In fact, I do got the timestamps. I'll send them to you.
Yeah.
When we get down in our business mode. But yeah, man. Got some good stuff coming.
Put them all together for you. I got you. What am I looking for? Oh, matrix background. I need a nap, y'all. I'm forgetting what I'm looking for on the computer. You know how you walk in the room and forgot what you was walked in there for? I'm on the computer. I opened the folder. Like, what did I come in this folder for?
It's when you know you got to go back outside to smoke a cigarette, but you take your shoes off because you might not go back out there.
That's facts. I went ahead and made it a background, Sadiq, just for you.
Can I ask you a question, Sadiq? Oh, Sadiq working out there. I like.
Yo, yeah, I'm checking out the Myers.
Okay, yeah, take your time.
Okay, yeah.
Give me 1 second. 2 seconds, guys.
What's up, Ogie?
I was just gonna say, when, in your eyes, when do you become accountable? Like, when did you feel like you had to be accountable about everything you do, the way you think? You might have been thought about this a long time. Sadiq too.
Oh well, with knowledge comes responsibility. You don't know you need to be responsible until you know what accountability is and what to be accountable for. So I think all that stuff ties hand in hand. Like, you don't have one without the other. I guess it would be, what did my one homie say? The precepts. Shout out Dwayne. Darkness. My homie Darkness. That's my homie, but the precepts or duality, you know, as the Gnostics say, not the agnostics, but the Gnostics.
And tomorrow, if you got an hour or two, you need to go on TikTok. They're asking for you for TikTok. I seen Backyard.
He was asking for me. Yes, I gotta get with.
I got a couple of debaters that I want you to vet.
Shit. He about to come over here.
Okay, well, what's going on? What's going on, Quantum? I just left out there. Man, it was rushing everybody out of that motherfucker. They just closed at 12 midnight. You know, what's going on, guys? What's that question, Quantum?
I was just gonna say, I asked him, when do you become accountable or start thinking about you being accountable in life? Some of us think about it earlier than others. Some of us think about it right now, just because I asked about it. But for you, what was it that made you be like, hold on, I got to be accountable, because it's really the choices. And I might not, this might not be how you think, but me interacting with you over the few months, it seems that you know that most of the things that's in existence that you're going to do are your choices. And when do you become accountable for them choices?
Let me take these headphones off. Yeah, put you guys on speaker.
Take your time.
Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. You know, becoming accountable. We were talking about something like this almost earlier today. Why this lights ain't going off? Okay. Yeah. Something similar on a similar topic about from my own journey. I'll just say, for the lack of a better word, not really aware or nor desiring to be accountable as much as I am today. I took much more for granted than I do now. I kind of go with the flow. Given I used to go with the flow, I just took things for granted. And I expected to be catered to. And due to the schooling and due to just who are, egotistical pretty much. I was much more egotistical then, right? All that goes under ego, far as in my opinion. And so when one worships ego, as I call it, or go absolute with ego pretty much, accountability triggers an allergic reaction. See, and so, see, one could become allergic to becoming accountable. And so that was me to a large degree personally, you know, and so I was considered desensitized in that state of mind, right? Not sensitive to many other feelings or desires or wants for the most part. Speaking and acting in absolutes. This is when absolutes was true. This is when absolutes were true. This is when separation was true. I was separate. I was acting. When you worship ego, you are actually acting in a point of separation to your brother, your fellow man, and what him or her wants. And by and large, I'm showing a lot of the weaknesses that was in place at the time. But bottom line, I had to go through some experiences that left me disappointed to a point that would call my attention into being to force a redirection, an internal insurrection, and an ultimate spiritual resurrection. See, and so what I'm saying there is that some things happened, and it gave me a lot of time in which I had to rediscover myself, which required me to undo myself. And so before I get to the, one was to get all to, you can always go up and paint all of the, show all how fantastic it was, how, how beautiful, how all of this, what things turned into, whatever. But initially, you'll see pictures of people, as the common person think of enlightenment, when you mention that word, they'll look at the person in some of the movies or in the images as they're floating and all peaceful, all smooth skinned and everything's hunky dory, and you've made it. You've reached a state of perfection, at a glance. It's nothing like that. It's quite the opposite. Very destructive. Hair sticking up, skin rough. This is what worship your ego will get you in the long run. For those who know what I'm talking about. It gets you towed the f up. It gets you peeled up, skin peeling. You're looking raggedy. Remember, you're ignorant. You worship an ego. Clearly, you're ignorant, right? And so I was ignorant as hell. Not ignorant, but ignat, the slang version. It was that bad. And so I needed to go through that. And so as I was destroyed, toe up, turned inside out and upside down, indeed, I had to find out what it was like to become authentic. And so how I was trained and how I learned to become authentic, I had to forgive myself. See, forget who, what could have, what done or whatever from coming from the outside in, myself. That's a tall order for some. That's a very tall order for some. When you have to forgive yourself 100%. Absolutely. See, you can't do that. This path isn't cut out for anyone. Everywhere opens up and flowers in their own time, like each rose in the springtime that we're seeing right now. And so during that season in my life, I had to wrestle after forgiving myself, and then ultimately others. You do yourself rather than others. You can't give others what you haven't done yourself. And then I began to contemplate and toil with the concept of accountability. Like, what is that, right? What? Account of who? What ability? What? Where do you do that at, right? And so I didn't want to. I seen the world becoming totally dismayed and unwired and falling apart before my very eyes, externally, looking at the external world as we see it on the news and things like that. And so I had to fall away and tear away from that pattern. And I guess it was just my time. It was just whatever to wake up. Things happen in a certain time. And so I had to wrestle and toil with accountability. And so I didn't know what that was, right? Not truly. I can read a definition, I can read the dictionary, whatever. I can look up the term and look at the Latin roots and all of that. Anybody can do that. AI can do that. But I had to really go inside with the word accountability. And so after a series of successive meditative sessions, going deeper and deeper, I reached a point
of awareness, by in which I understood very clearly, beyond a reasonable doubt in this mofo, that everything you say and do, and others as well, but I'm just speaking from within my own footprint, is tracked and traced, and you are held accountable to a level most can't even fathom, right? And so, as I understood it as such, I start watching what I say. I start backtracking a lot of stuff, man. All this floppy, sloppy talk, messy talk you hear a lot of times in these chat. Dude, whatever, later for that. That's all tracked and traced. And so, and those who know who are, like I always say, those who are in the know what I'm talking about. And so I didn't know we were to be held accountable. One was to track and hold their words and have responsibility and blah, 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 accountability, which ties into response of our actions and words and so forth. I didn't know that. You'd be surprised what you learn when you go inside. And so I can't even imagine. I still can't imagine, and it shocks me now to talk about how accountable we're supposed to be by what you say and do, and in the patterns that result. And as I was learning the power of accountability and the discernment that required one to truly hold themselves accountable, I realized that we can't necessarily to find out who's accountable and who's not. As I look out to discern others, as I begin to learn that much within my own self, is I have to not so much pay attention to what people say. Sometimes not so much what they do. Some people say, well, don't worry about what people say, worry about what they do. Well, not so much even what they do. I go even further than that. Not so much as what they do or say. You look at the patterns. Patterns don't lie. And so I wanted to establish a pattern, because I mean, people say anything and do anything, so doing is a little more revealing than just saying, but you have to go a little further out than even that. And so I begin to see my patterns beforehand was somewhat, I had a horrible trajectory, more or less. And so now I walk very slowly. Every word is typically weighed as much as possible and measured. And I make sure what I try to say, I'm still working on it, guys. I'm not, I haven't arrived nowhere near it, right? But I'm just sharing my development at this point in my life. And I realized I had to make sure that to hold myself accountable, at least and what I hold in view as true accountability, is that I had to really make sure that what I was saying and intended and mean or whatever was ran through three gates or three filters, right? Before I just tell anyone or say anything in any regard.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, I wondered, is it true? You got to hold yourself accountable to what you're saying. Is it truthful? 2, is it necessary? Okay. And 3, is it kind? Is it true? Is it really necessary for you to say these things? And even if it is true or necessary, is it kind though? See, is it kind? Is it not? Is it nice and fair? Are you rough around? You know what I'm saying? And so I'm working on these things and still work, but I had to. So now I try to speak in that way, and so as a means, as a criteria to hold myself accountable. The last 3 notions I just named and criteria was taken from Buddhism, and so now I find myself speaking less, try to speak less, and listen more. See. So I can hold myself accountable and not so much as be super judgmental of others, as it means to not be so closely examine myself, particularly understanding how sensitive one's other people's lives are. You can't just say anything and just be out irresponsible. Just we hear all how sloppy people talk in the secular society, and I just try to stay away from that and try to listen more and just be a little much more patient. When you become accountable, you become extremely patient typically. And I'll just stop there.
Thank you.
You're welcome, brother. What do you think, Quantum? What do you think about accountability and how it's played a role in your life?
Um, excuse me. like I told you, when I first started my my trek for what I was looking for, I was looking for accountability, I guess you could say. And the reason I say this is because early in my life, I grew up, I had three brothers and we was all around the same age. Um, we wasn't too rich. And if one of us got in trouble, basically, we all got in trouble. Somebody ate one of the little Debbie's. The rest of us should have ate a little Debbie too, because we get in trouble for simple things like that. Um, and I would wonder, like, why does whoever ate this oatmeal cream pie ain't telling me? But then I got older and just entering life. I was 15 going on 16. And an event happened where somebody blamed me and some of my friends for something, was found not guilty. And then I wanted to sue. But they answer, and I was a kid, so I really couldn't take no steps. But they answer to us was, we lucky getting off found not guilty by just having a case like that in the county that we was in. And that never sat right with me. I started asking people like, is that right? And this is in church, and their best answer was, sometimes you just gotta let it go, cause devil was out there. And he tempts people, he gets in people and make them. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, man, along the way so far, I ain't seen nobody ever do something and be like, I can't stop the devil making me do it. And I've never done anything and the devil made me do it. I understood and
Right.
recognized early that if I make a choice to do something, this is conditional.
Indeed.
If I can get away with it with the least consequences, I'ma do it. If I don't think I can get away with it, I'm not going to do it. It's not no devil making me do anything. It's me making a logical decision on what I want the outcome to be. It's that simple to take accountability in your life. Cause then you start understanding, man, if I'm really the one that's doing this, then I can't blame nothing on anything. In fact, I might actually be in this position because the people in power early in life seem to have got people to believe that the devil was making people do stuff. They strapped people
Right.
across their back for years. They strapped them people across their back for years and then told them the devil made them do it. Incoherent. Had we been accountable at that time as a race, there's ways we could be right here where we at, and probably in a better place if the choices that were made correctly and people took accountability and the comfort of their life as well as the comfort of everything else. You can't be doing nothing just because it make you feel good and a certain group feel good. What about everybody?
Right.
Everybody should be feeling like that. And so that's why I look real big on accountability. And in fact, in my philosophy, I got the only law of coherence, because I'm big on coherence. And that's what governs my ethics system in quantum onlyism. I strip accountability of all the supernatural baggage, of all the moral superstition, and what you call it, like the guilt theater that they try to put into morality. And I treat morality as a conditional function within law of coherence. It ends evil To me, when you take accountability, it ends evil for the fact that you stop saying that there's something outside of somebody and you understand that they making a bad choice. It's not evil. They making a bad choice. Now, when do we call it and when do we actually call it evil?
Right.
When somebody know what they doing is hurting somebody else and they still go along with it without cause. This is what we see happen. These is the people I see blaming the devil for stuff.
Now, what about ignorance in terms of evil doing? Just being ignorant as hell.
Well,
You
yeah,
got some. I
that's
call
the
them dummies.
incoherence. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the incoherence I'm talking about. That's
Okay.
like you say, it's just the incoherence of the problem that you are really causing.
Right.
And the reason that you don't see the problem, because right at the moment, it's not affecting you in that type of manner. It's
Right.
actually benefiting you somehow, some way, even if it's just the way that you feel. And that's that ego you was talking about right there. And so accountability to me, um, is just like the the step you have to take in life to start becoming enlightened.
Indeed, yeah, man, well, great explanation. Um, go a little further. Um, the ego, hell, the super ego, hell, which is the value system to give justification for how the ego to function. It's like the value system, the rationalization for the ego. It's like its own rule book or whatever. But anyway, just focus on the ego aspect. Man, guys, for those who meditate, man, and you face the ego, I had to kick that motherfucker's ass. Excuse my language. I had to kick his ass, man. I had to literally kick this motherfucker's ass. Yeah.
He was that
Yeah.
big.
Yeah. Yeah. The ego deals with your wants and dislikes and likes and dislikes. So me trying to ascend, it's in the way. It's like it's a busted up ass mediator. If and so when you're trying to ascend, if you will, right, and in terms of vibrate higher, if you will, it gets in the way. And so just to give you some idea what I'm talking about here, it was in my particular sessions and meditating, it would show me, whatever I won't go into the graphic detail, but I give you an idea. In my case, it was just certain, aspects of dating women pretty much, and it would show me that in a certain way. And I'm up here reading, I'm doing I'm doing the inner work, I'm healing, I'm this, I'm that, I'm taking notes from other sages, people further along than I am, people I respect, past, present, and people in my life at the time, currently at that time, and I'm just, I'm doing everything I need to do it. And when I go in and meditate and get ready to finally go in, because it took me a while to even get ready for that, and when I conditioned myself to go in, this motherfucker kept basically showing me and allowing me to. I kept thinking in my particular state of mind was thinking about lower natured things. Man, it's kept doing that and kept doing that. Some days when some session was more intense than others, and I noticed. And sometimes I'll just spend time thinking about that in meditation. When you make make little to no meditative progress, and even with the best of intent. See. A lot of people out there dealing with something such as that. And if anyone's listening and dealing with that, you got to suppress and master that lower nature of yours. You got to suppress that. You won't be worthy to go up to the higher chambers. See? And so whatever your weakness is, especially when you're dealing with the source in the mind, whatever, it's going to be whatever your thing is or whatever is going to be there. Trust me, it's in the mind. It's all mental at the end of the day, in my opinion. And so it'll show you will witness I just say experience some things, right? If you go deep enough, because you got to repair and undo all of these issues if you're going to truly ascend and from a point of authenticity at the end of the day. And so with that being said, man, I had to suppress that desire. Like, damn, man, it was I was just framing it different. This ego has, man, almost like an intelligence of its own, almost, you are in control of it. But again, it's basically your wants and your dislikes all wrapped up in a tight ass ball. See, and that can be very powerful to most, given the kind of world we living in. We live in a very egotistical environment. Uh, not yet. We can we can agree that the environment's based on an ecosystem, but we're not talking about eco. We're talking about ego in this movie. And so we're not part of the collective in interconnectedness and appreciating it like we were mentioning earlier. We're talking about ego in this mofo. The point of separation. The only form of separation in the universe is the ego. See, once you annihilate his ass, not absolutely because you need him. I'm just looking at the lower aspect of it. It's a high part of ego as well that you have to absolutely keep intact. But I won't go into that right now. But this worship, I'm talking like a person that's total enslaved to the ego. It's totally enslaved, right? This ego's kicking your ass, got you making all kind of mistakes in life. You're missing out on all kind of opportunities, right? Relationships in shambles, or whatever. Your finances toe the hell up, or all of the above, or whatever. Can't hold a job, hold it, whatever. But you underemployed, overworked, underemployed. All of this, all of that can have ego ramifications, right? Particularly nowadays, given all that's going on. And so I had to kick that thing's ass. And so I'm talking about esoterically body slamming this thing, spiritually stomping its chest and lights out. It's an internal battle, kind of like what they described between, as you've seen with Jacob and the angel. It's similar to this, very similar to that. It's funny they put it that way, like it's a battle, whatever, so you can get his blessings and all this and earn the higher name, come with the higher reality, with the higher identity, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so that's very real. And it's not free. There's a cost. Right. That's where the hair's sticking up. Right. I think he got wounded in his thigh, whatever, got stabbed in his leg. That's true. You will be stabbed. Okay. Esoterically today. You will, again, those who are in the know what I'm talking about. Oh, you will be esoterically shot. It's not free. Nothing's free. Okay. There's no accidents, nor such thing as luck, nor coincidences in reality. Only divine order, right? If one is to be truly in charge, like you said earlier, Quantum, it's making active choices, conscious choices. Some could be ignorant, right? We could say some of our choices are, not as well thought out or whatever, due to our maybe limited point of view at any given time, right? But nonetheless, you're making an active agreement. Everything works according to disagreement and agreement. And with that being said, I had to realize that and agree to stomp the lights out of this damn thing, right? And it could be, for some people, it could be drugs, right? It could be different types of drugs. It could be a cocktail. It can be sex, and it could be drug-fueled sex. There you go. Look at that. It could be some kind of strange, twisted form. You have that as well, right? It could be atheism mixed with drug. It could be stealing. It could be whatever. Telling lies. A thief, maybe a thief, or twisted thief, drug or high thief, or whatever. It could be a few things. Various behavior of the found in the lower nature, the compendium of lower nature. And so on and so forth. But yeah, man, I had to kick that thing. I was throwing that, but eventually, what I eventually did is I finally kicked enough daylights and socked this thing up as enough where it wasn't in my way anymore. See, and I had to go beyond. I finally went beyond the ego, and some call that, you may have heard this term online. It's called ego death. And so when they just, for those who are not familiar with that term, ego, this dude was straight up. This dude was basically executed. Not absolutely though. If you know what you're doing, it's not supposed to be absolute. But some people go absolute with it, and well, that's another story. But he got pretty much executed. Pretty much, he got put in the back seat, and he got actually put in the trunk. He's not put out the car totally because he's still part of the picture. But he got put. He's nowhere. He's not in the driver's seat. It's a far cry from the trunk. It's very different. You're traveling very differently if you're in the trunk versus the driver's seat. And so he's in the trunk. He comes out sometime, open the trunk and come out whatever, and have some time. But he's never in the driver's seat totally. Like, you're nowhere near like he used to be, because he know his place. See. And so even in a world that caters to the ego, I won't go too far. There's a lot of things you can go into with this stuff, and things you can break it down and go into. We could easily go into different aspects of accountability, where the ego is concerned, like dealing with the different actions, decisions, outcomes, dealing with integrity. You can go into all kind of the organizational aspects tied into the ego, how you would deal with shared commitments, the different levels of accountability, blah blah blah, whatever.
Right.
But I gave him 2 black eyes, Quantum.
Man, Congratulations, because you got to get it.
For sure. I give him two black eyes. I got Charlie kept man trying to lure me down. Man, I passed as soon as I knocked his ass out, man. A1, man, quantum. Man, I just went up by leap years, light years.
For real.
Just a lot. I was
If he
finally
can't see it,
worthy.
he can't. If he can't see, he can't factor nothing in. He can't black his eyes. You don't got to knock him out. Black his eyes. That's it. You got it.
Right. You don't kill him, right. You know?
Yeah, let him know he's still there. Let him know he's still there. You might call him one day. Wait till I let you open your eyes up.
Man, that motherfucker, because he was getting high for years, quote unquote high, through ignorance. Walk around pimping, strutting, fancy ass haircuts, wearing all these fancy clothes, chains and jewelry, money here, there, women all rubbing riding these cars. He went to school, got this high end education, worshiping all that shit. People,
Yeah.
oh, he went to school to become a farmer. Oh, doctor. Oh yeah, me. It's just a small talk, small stuff to a big man. That's how it
Yeah.
works. That's how it works. You got to beat his. He got to get his head cracked. You crack his head. You hit him on the side of his head with esoteric sticks and everything. Stomp him up. Whatever you got to do to neutralize him in your own regard. It had
Whatever.
to be done.
And that's
Hmm.
what I did in my framework. I
Really.
demystified the ego. I had to look at it like the ego is not an evil spirit,
Right.
and it's not me. I treat it strictly like a what you can call like a operational output within my biology, because I look at ethics and moral as a tool that we use to get by. So I
Right.
strictly separate the ego from the true identity that's me. The ego is more like the identity narration
Right.
for the story of me. You know what I'm saying? The ego is
Right.
the one I want telling the story of me as I'm living. You know what I'm saying? It operates as a localized function within my mind. It's like a software because I got a whole little view, but the holographic mind film, that ego is adaptive software within that layer.
Right.
And we use that, you know what I'm saying, the ego personally for memories. Like I say, I use my ego for my self narration. So my ego is what's going to tell the story of me. And if I know that, then it makes me use my ego for things like video games, winning in chess. Yeah, I'm happy. You know what I'm saying? I got a big
Yeah.
ego about that. It don't make me when it comes to my comfortability, because everyone's ego should, like you said, it's an ego system. And the reason it don't seem like a system because some of our egos are not contained like we contain
Right.
ours.
You
And
can say
so
that
that's
again.
that's what makes us able to even communicate with each other right here
Right.
in this system where we're not even in physical presence of each other. But the ego is still here and he's still a witness to what's going on. So in my ego make me not want to be a fool anymore.
Hmm.
It's irrewritable. Like you can rewrite your ego. That's what you did when you said you blacked his eyes. You basically just rewrote your story.
I was jumping up and down on his chest, man, Quantum.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? You
Kicking him
rewrote the
over,
story of you.
body slamming his ass, throwing him against the wall and everything. Yeah. Esoterically speaking, metaphorically
Yeah.
speaking, yeah.
Right. And what you really did though is you rewrote the story of you. You
Right.
changed your training, your habits, the therapy that you're doing, your environments. Like I don't know if you how long you've been working out or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's a reason that you're doing those things. And this explains how people's personal beliefs, their narratives about their self change like over lifetime, like their
Right.
ego. And along with our morality, along with our ethics, you know what I'm
Indeed.
saying?
Fact.
It all transforms and changes as we change, and our signature of our individual self becomes more aligned with the great frequency that is existence to be. And at the macro level, that's what humans, that's how we identify the ego.
Indeed. Indeed. Now for those who may say, there was talk mentioned earlier about the higher purpose of the ego. I've had some talk. I won't mention any names. I mentioned I'm talking to anyone earlier about. I had to talk with another guy about um transforming from your lower nature focused self to the higher nature, and after putting in some time, you reach to a higher nature and you acquire an ascended name. A lot of religious text talks about a particular targeted person coming from a targeted degenerated population rising to a point of a new perspective, and taking on a new name. And so, um, with that being said, I forgot what I was going to say. My thought left my mind just that quick. But what was I going to say? But anyway, I just go off the dome. So when one does that, you don't. Okay, I remember now. And so you don't lose the ego absolutely. Notice it's present even at the higher levels. This particular person won't say their name. Said, "No, the ego's gone. It's just there is no ego."
And that was his ego talking at
Right,
that
right. He said it absolutely.
moment.
Right. He says there's no ego at all. I said, oh, shit. I won't mention his name. If he's listening, even he knows. And so we talked real good for a while. And so he was saying something to the effect of, there is no ego. I'm a man of God. And so there is no ego. I just run off what God tells me to do or whatever. And so I won't get into touch that too much, but just want to lay out there that as an underpinning to and a preface to what I'm going to say. You can never get rid of the ego absolutely, right? Because the ego is your survival mechanism. I'm going to say that again. The ego is your survival modality.
Correct.
In part, what you said earlier about identity as well. Ego is responsible for your identity as it pertains to protecting your identity, and wants and likes might be checked. Your desires may be checked, particularly lower nature desires or whatever. But it's still some desires there. You don't get rid of everything just totally because you somehow now you just aware all of a sudden and there's no ego. No, it's not that simplistic as that. If one was to say that, act and search and teach that, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
You
And
can't
so,
teach that.
yeah, they have no idea what they get somebody told the F up. You make somebody go schizophrenic. And so that leads into my next area. There's been people who do profess to say they've gotten rid or they attempt or they would like to get rid of the ego altogether because the ego's absolutely bad. We don't absolutely need it. I need to kill the ego. Absolutely. Okay. Good luck, because there's no such thing as luck. So you just done. You effed up because you're gonna need it. If you try to kill the ego absolutely, what'll happen is you will begin to live in an existence of mind. You can never kill mind. Mind is going to exist whether you want it to or not. It'll just change identities on you, and you will be along for a very uncomfortable ride, right? Because it can't be killed because it was never born. I won't go too far ahead of myself. You might be toe up in how you function in reality. You're gonna be chewed all up or whatever, and you may end up dying physically or whatever. But mine even persists even beyond that. But at any rate, but while you're alive in it, and you might be twisted and turned toe up because you tried to create an absolute in this regard. So ego begin to create other identities. They call it multiple personalities, or just depending on what you have a propensity to develop, given your history. So you may develop some kind of other psychiatric issues because you've destroyed yourself via separation. Separation, ultimately, absolute separation is false. And so you go into a schizophrenia as a self-splitting against yourself. You self-divide. Surely that's a price to pay for such ignorance, right? And so I won't go too much ahead of this. This is all very interesting to get into all the nuances of all this stuff. But my point here is that is to keep the ego intact, just control it. And so some say this so-called Satan functions within the ego. Even in the scripture, biblical and Quranic texts, it says this thing is not necessarily destroyed absolutely, the so-called Satan. You just control it. You just arrest it. You place this mofo under spiritual arrest. You control his, because notice that in a lot of the stories he come out and again, arrest him, they keep him trapped for 1,000 years in the Bible, but then yet he's released again. So you can never totally get rid of him because he's the other side of yourself, but quote unquote him, and I'm just speaking in the separate terms, to just it's not really no separation. The absolute separation is false. It's just two sides of the same coin, right? I would say that God has two different sides, just like we do. We have a good upside down side, and within our same unified point of a state of affairs. But yeah, so the ego does have importance. You just don't want to worship his or her ass. See, because he'll take over. And it's been said, and bottom line is the mind is a great slave, but a horrible master.
And that makes sense to me. And that's why I say the logistics of it points me and leads me to therefore the ego is that thing that I hear talking to myself. It's the storytelling feature of my
Right.
mind. Like it's like necessary to, like you said, navigate through existence.
Right.
It's how you use your ego when you use your ego. Because it comes down to that survival mechanism of being. If I'm gonna survive, then I need my ego to be untrapped if I'm in immediate danger.
Right.
But it has to be me navigating that ego. And in fact, it is me navigating that ego. Because the ego is one of the products of my mind. So if I got rid of my total ego, I won't be able to navigate through in a coherent manner.
Facts.
And I land there.
Man, we're a big fantastic landing. You know, just to play devil's advocate, no pun intended, right?
For real.
Right. Let's say if one to just try to just say if they just do get rid of let's say if they just go into an absolute and you get stuck in a recurrent horrible nightmare of a life, and your mind go to take on other identities because you've destroyed yours, as it were, and so it begin to take on other made up illusory identities. We're beginning to live within illusions up in this mug, mental projections and all kind of chaotic mess. And so so my point is, what was I going to say? That so once you do that, then what happens is that um the body I was going to say, yeah, I forgot again. But anyway, but the body basically functions without purpose and without direction and so forth. And so, oh yeah, here we go. So my point was, so once you do that, what'll happen? You will. Someone say, "Well, come on, guys, you're trying to tell me there's no such thing as evil spiritual from a spiritual standpoint, and evil this and evil." Me personally, I subscribe to such jinns, as some would call it in Islam, or spirit, or demonic spirits, or evil energy, where if you remember, if you destroy your ego pretty much to the absolute, you open yourself up to all kinds of attack, what I call spiritual attack, and through physicality as well. Evil people begins to want to feed on you, want to feed on you energetically and take advantage of you. Otherwise, I use the word feed on you, but I take meaning, in other words, to take advantage of you. And typically, you allow yourself to be compromised and put into very, very dangerous situations, man. And whether you're doing something to somebody else, or you may hurt yourself or somebody else, or both, right? You undermine your safety and survival at the end of the day. And then again, in that case, you are taken over in a way. You work because you're not technically you're not in charge mentally, to be honest. If you destroy your ego absolutely like that, man, because you was ignorant as hell, you refused to surrender to the sage masters and the adepts, like all of these holy books and spiritual books all recommend you do, particularly in the beginning when you first start off, and then eventually you go off on your own, because it's you at the end of the day. You're doing this for yourself. But yet you so haughty or egotistical, right? I don't gotta listen to nobody. I know how it works. Yes, I do. Sure, I do. I'm different like that. Whatever. You rationalize it to yourself, and you step out like that. Now you don't tow yourself up. So now you're yeah, you could be taken over, right? I won't throw away the spirit take you over reality just totally, but because once you allow yourself to be compromised through your own agreements, you will be basically you be under the push, the propulsion and force of some other external forces or whatever, mental forces, right? I won't go into much into that, but you clearly won't be in charge, making conscious decisions, and particularly higher quality decisions. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, you definitely don't want to open your mind to everything in the universe and what it got to offer, all that in a holistic fashion, man. You might not be able to come back, right?
hmm And what is it like? It's there. You know that ego is there. Like you said, uh, it's things that you want to say that you can say to yourself, and you can say something totally different on the outside because your
Right.
ego don't want you to be that person out there, and that's when you know that you got your alignment with, like what I call coherence. To be aligned and to be coherent, to be able to have intelligible conversations, you have to keep your ego intact. However, you can't let them intrusive thoughts, and that's why I don't take nothing like you said. What you identify that as when you look at a person it, and they doing things, you identify it as an evil spirit. I take no wrongdoing in that. That's how you identify the action that's going on right there. So how I identify it is this person is making a choice to be incoherent. And it's the same thing because we're going to have the same outcome. The outcome is going to be something that's uncomfortable. And so that's why
Indeed.
I identified that ego part as that thing that's talking to me. And that voice in my head is my ego. That's the one that I keep in because if I just let that voice out, I'd be King. I mean, not King J. I'd be JJ8000.
All right, man. Yeah, man. It's just something else. It's very interesting. Wow, that's some interesting stuff, man. You know, man, you quiet back there, A1, man. What? Go ahead,
He said
weigh
he
in,
was
brother. If you,
sleepy. He might have fell asleep
yeah,
on us. But
yeah, he
yeah, that
probably.
goes back to the coherence of it, man. Like I say, I just want to be able coherent with my answer to existence and intelligible. And the first step, which seemed to make me take all the other steps that I needed to take, was just being accountable. Not just my accountability, but making sure that I know that other people are accountable for their choices. And so that's going to make me deal with them or not deal with them. Because I can't keep saying that it's spirits popping in people and making them do that when I know it's their choices.
Right.
And just letting them get away with it.
There he is.
Yeah, he
What up,
is.
A? You back, brother?
Lack of. I agree with you on that one. Yeah.
Yep. Man, that the ego, man. Whoo wee. We've seen it. So I don't know if there's a deity in the Hindu myth system called Kali, and so Kali notably wears a necklace made of heads, symbolizing the ego as her prominence and her role in the myth would be prominent during this time on the planet. Some would say is just playing out, but nonetheless, she's in play, if you will. And so she stands on a head. She has a knife in one hand and decapitated head in the other. These heads represent ego, giving her rise to power in this time on the planet. She's showing the destructive nature. Um, Being the feminine character represents death. The woman is a symbol of life and death. This depends on what part of the role we're focusing on. Given her prominence in the myth during this time on the planet, or when she would come into power, so to speak, she would lead to your destruction. And so typically when you see, why my phone keep going on and off, man, motherfucker, don't mess with my goddamn audio on this motherfucker. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I don't know. I'm hearing all kind of echo on my side. Anyway, um, I want to go read. I'll spare you the details and all of her role or whatever, and whoever wants to can just check out what she does, whatever. But she's drenched in blood. She has this psychotic looking look on her face, and she has a bloodthirsty disposition in most illustrations to show you the kind of state of mind these mofos were being during this time on the planet, right? And she represents, she's affiliated with cast iron, so the technology and the mechanical quote horses or the mechanical industrial machine would be mainly cast iron based, which is what we done with the current, with the machinery, the military machines, and the Western civilization mainly works with cast iron and iron based stuff, which is very low on the alchemical levels, given comparison to gold and silver, and even bronze. Iron is considered cheap compared to bronze. Bronze has a little higher of a principles in the value system in that regard. But yeah, so she's very warlike, and so the ego, bottom line is the ego reigns supreme when we fall to our lowest. There's a whole cycle of systems. The yuga system's a circular setup for phenom. So she's on the bottom of that, and just to put that out there for the fam. And when we fall to our lowest state, typically we're in our most profound state of ego. And so it's interesting, when I see people, when I meet individuals, I'm very sensitive now versus what I used to be. I mentioned the word insensitive before. Now I'm flipped it. I'm very sensitive now. And so this makes me accountable, and I want to treat others how I would like to be treated. So I'm sensitive to that. Egotistical individuals are not sensitive at all, really. This is why people live that way. It's called dead in a lot of religious texts or spiritual systems. Your mundane people or your automaton functions without the pressure to ask questions. So right now we're dealing with something given the onset of AI, a notion and a targeted goal for business models and other aspects of society to run in an automated fashion, like a machine. The automaton, the ignorant spiritual / soulless ones, functions on a day-to-day basis for years and decades with asking little to no questions. Hence, automaton or automated bot or drone or whatever, like an NPC. And so these particular people in this state of mind, right, are not just are basically just function off basically lower ego needs. See, and they're not asking any questions to address themselves at all. They don't even give a damn. They're not even sensitive in that way. They don't even care.
Yeah.
See, very interesting how the mind works. We're talking about how the mind works here. Not necessarily naming names. We've all seen it. Some of us is living in that state now. Some of us used to be. Whatever. At any rate, it's all of the people. So it's not one thing. Just show how to this element of mind, not to get lost into the messenger message, the different myths and this, whatever. So. So I begin to become sensitive enough to ask questions so I can receive and then be accountable by that which you receive. There is a responsibility once you become knowledgeable. See, and so that's one way of saying it without religion. Now, in the religious context, as we know, as you learn more become one with the Lord and learn and receive its laws and commandments or whatever, you are elevated in one regard, but get your ass toe up in another regard where judgment because now like you said, Quantum, what you're doing now. You're not ignorant no more. So your judgment is much harsher. Even the person who don't know any of who wicked is, they don't know though. They don't know. So they get a little more glory. I won't go too much because I say that for my religious conversation with my religious circles.
Right. No, I know what you're saying though.
You get toe up in the judgment, even in court. In courtroom, if they have you knowledge that you had knowledge of whatever, maybe you're a police officer. Don't be a police officer and commit a crime. Oh my God! Right? He gonna get you.
Just the point of what you're
Right.
saying. You see, I never got rid of God in my religion.
Right. It's way worse for a cop,
never
crooked
got
cop,
rid of me.
right, or a politician because facts. Yeah.
Shout out to the chat real quick over on YouTube. Yahasha Zane, Yahasha Jane been in the chat for a minute. He got a couple of good posts. He said, there is a root of ignorance. I can't see what he was talking about at first, but I'm sure it was one of the topics we was talking about. Ego. He said, there is a quote on desire that I curated a bit ago, and he defined it. The ego is all. The ego also connects to conceptualizing, quite important in regards to coherent physical manifesting. I agree with
Right.
that. That's what I was saying about the ego being that thing that I feel is in my mind that's talking to me. That's the me that's too much. He think he the so that's the
Right.
but he say
Right.
a good movie in regards to the negative relationship to ego would be iconically called Split. Oh yeah, that's with that one guy who got a lot of different what they call them when you're a lot of different people.
Right. Multiple personality
Multiple
disorder.
personalities. I couldn't
Right.
even think about it. Yeah. That is a good movie, Ahashra. I agree with you. And then Sirius B said, in Western occult traditions, it's called the crossing of the abyss. I think
Right.
he talking about
Right.
when you get
Oh
rid
man, he
of
went
that.
into the occult right there. Right.
I think he talking about when you get rid of the ego,
in
maybe.
the
And
process. Yeah,
yeah,
you still haven't got
crossing
rid of,
the
but you
abyss.
right. You do have to cross the abyss. So that's beyond. I don't know if I want to get into that. It's probably scare everybody to death on here, but that's part of the process. And like those who are in the know, maybe that brother knows. Yeah, that part is
Yeah.
no joke. Yeah.
And then he say the famous novel The King in Yellow is about total dissolution of the ego.
Right.
Sirius BZ7Z seemed to be trying to get his ego black eyes. He went on it. And then Yahashua ended it with highest potential of transformation, like the
Oh man.
phoenix, righteous rage out
Right.
of awareness. And
Right.
that's right. That's what I was talking about when I say that ego is gonna transform over over existence, just like Yahasha, Yahasha, yeah, okay, Yahasha, yeah,
Indeed.
Yahasha,
Indeed.
yeah, okay.
Indeed.
He
You know,
said I
and
might hop on tonight if it's too late. Shout out Yahasha, should you hop on?
oh yeah, come on in, but the more the
You got
merrier.
the panel open. I think A1 still woke. Make it re up.
Yeah,
Okay.
Now, as we learn more information, you become more responsible. See, and so as a child gets older, they become more liable. Now they knocking milk over, they spilling the beans in the milk or whatever, and they face some degree of repercussions, right? We need reparations now. I just want to throw that out. But repercussions, oh man, repercussions to some degree, but not hardcore, right? And so like so we because the person just simply don't know at that point in time. It means that we get older, we still don't ever learn at all. So why would they burn a person in hell forever? It's overkill. You don't know everything to be burned forever. Just on a side note for those who that goes to whoever need to hear it. And so you're always given a chance to come into a higher knowing to avoid perpetual punishment, right? You don't punish a child forever, absolutely forever. That doesn't make sense. Whoever believes in that kind of a thing. So, with that being said, the person has to be given a chance to learn and given time to learn. Now, my point to say all of this is that once a person learns and come into a certain level of knowing, one would call become Christ-like or enlightened and so forth, or become saved, if you will, then to the religious, I would say, what is the only unforgivable crime, unforgivable sin, as it relates to what you know, right? What would be that sin? The sin is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. It's considered the only unforgivable sin according to the Abrahamic guys, particularly the Christians. I'm not sure if the Israelites believe that or not. But that's because that person is very aware. Supposedly, this person's been totally captivated with the Holy Spirit. It's almost like Jesus Christ himself we actually changed loyalties and go with Satan. That's considered unforgivable. And so in the same context, although we step outside the Bible in religious context, that the what still is in place, but the how is kind of conveyed a little differently. And so because a person particularly that become into a degree of awareness, there is a corresponding responsibility. right? Of accountability. Still, we're not leaving accountability
No,
behind.
and
It's
that's where it's at.
that's
That's
where
where
it's
it's
at,
at.
right?
Responsibility comes with that accountability first, and you can be
Facts.
responsible before you become accountable. Just because when you living like you was talking about kids, it is some kids that take initiative, but that's because they understand the accountability of being responsible.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So much to say. It's just so many different ways you can go, whether it's script religious or whatever. It's so you can go way on for all night. You can go into a lot of different areas because when you talk about mind or God, if you will, I don't really use the word God, but just say mind. It's limitless. It's many mansions. You can go into so many different areas of this stuff. Man, it's so interesting. It's very, 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 very. I find this stuff astonishingly interesting, right? In any regard, and it's a great question, man. Only man. Thanks for asking me, bro. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. I was just we was about to. I know everyone said he was gonna end. I didn't know it was gonna be
Right.
this deep, but I always try to
I might
highlight.
as well go ahead and kick it, man.
This stuff
I
is so
always
interesting, but
yeah, I always try to highlight my view because when you get on the inside of my view, it's kind of complex to some people, but it's some things that like our skin, you know what I'm saying? Like we got the inside of our bodies that's complex, but then we got our skin that's also organ, but it's not that complex. We can interact right with it, you know what I'm saying? And that's the things like accountability and emotions and things, we can deal with those simply by talking about them. And accountability is big in my view. To be coherent, you have to be first. No, I ain't gonna even put it like that. To be coherent, you must be accountable also. If you're not accountable with the choices you're making, even if you make the right choice, it's fine. But I'm saying it's incoherent for you not to take the initiative to make sure you're making the right choice when you can. Uh, Coherence, accountability. It don't matter if I say it's objective or subjective. It's conditional. I know it's wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong to do something to somebody else. How I know? Because the things you're proposing to do to somebody, you won't do to yourself. If you think that it's okay to just go around and harm people, then just sit in your house and harm yourself. You want me to tell you why they won't do it? Because it's incoherent. And so this is why where my argument comes in with different views. I won't call out nobody. I'm like, y'all won't call it nobody, but with different types of views. Like we have to be first, and then we have to be accountable when we can recognize what's going on in existence. Bottom line. Yeah, I show you. Yeah, I show you. Can you hear me, Sadiq? Or can I not hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear him, Sadiq?
oh damn, I'm up here muted like a mofo. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
sorry
I
about that.
didn't.
I was up here talking like a mofo. Yeah, I was mute. Oh, I muted myself. Oh, go ahead, guys. I just hold up what I
No,
was
no,
gonna
it was
say.
you. I just didn't hear nobody. I had landed, and then you probably started talking, but I didn't hear you.
I forgot what that. What was that? He was. I was just going a little further on the benefits of being responsible and consistently, and being rewarded for such earnest, um, good faith, discipline. It does pay off, right? A lot of work and a lot of inner work must be done. What we call in the occult world of shadow work. In the religious text it would be considered battling Satan, if you will, in the religious context, if you will. I believe that's the only way they even discuss something like would discuss anything like that. And so that battle isn't deferred to someone else. As I understand it, your participation personally is required to give true mastery of your own reality in its fullness thereof. Your participation is required. Okay.
Is required.
I know,
Is
I
required.
understand. I know they tell you that everything's going to work out. I know Jesus got it. I know what they tell. I was raised in that similar environment, but I'm afraid. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately, things are not going to work themselves out. Okay, you have to get involved, ladies and gentlemen. And so, but once you do to an nth degree, I find many benefits. Some I'll just name. When from a first person experience, I noticed that I'm much physically stronger. I notice I'm much more in touch, in tune with thinking and with my environment. So you're very. I mentioned the word sensitivity repeatedly. You hear that a lot, and others who've made such spiritual, earned spiritual accolades and gains and so forth. You heal faster. You'll even see some of this stuff talked about in the religious texts, various religious books. You have an increased speed healing, if you will. You'll see some of this stuff described in even X-Men, some of the, in media or whatever. They kind of make it a little more, fantastic, like, because it's, media, whatever. But some of that's true. It's not all made up. You'll think faster. You will tend to look younger. Hmm. You tend to look younger. In one regard, time pretty much slows down. Now, I'm gonna drop a nugget. As you begin to think higher and everything moves faster intrinsically, what we call in my circles, that you become quickened in the spirit into this. The spirit is quickened almost at this what we call speed of light, esoterically speaking. So time slows down for you at a time when the planet is living a life and they're running with their heads cut off, because in their reality, time speeds up. You live in direct opposition to them as a quickened individual, as the gift was conveyed to you. Those who are in the know what I'm talking about. It's not for everybody, okay? It ain't for everybody. It's only certain people who can vibe on that level. And so you tend to look. That's why you have these inherent abilities, if you will, quote unquote abilities, right? And I won't go too far ahead of myself in that regard, because we gotta get into some advanced territory. But basically, you tend to look younger, you heal faster, and you have a deeper resilience in which you think. You become so present, right? While there's a tearing away, and you become a resurrected individual, if you will. Second Thessalonians say that you shall raise, we shall become one and rise and whatever, in the way of truth or whatever. But first, there must be a tearing away from society, and see the son of perdition before that day shall come. Son of perdition is like the bad guy, whatever, the guy who puts
Yeah.
worldly things in front, just for those who don't subscribe to. And so, once the tearing away is complete and your internal destruction begins, so does the internal fight ensue. And so, you have to battle the dragon, if you will. I just throw out a few terms there. So you have to transmute the dragon force internally, which is like ego, subconscious mind, or a PEP for those who subscribe to comedic science. You have to basically get in touch with your lower self and higher self, if you will. They're one and the same. There's no separation. So hence you'll see one who's traveling on the bark in the underworld, if you will, in the subconscious. There's a two-headed being. Notice that the being has two heads. It's a side of Set and Heru. Notice they're typically, depending on the paintings, but typically it's on two heads on one body. That's what they're showing you. And so typically you'll see, quote unquote, the sun or the Heru aspect traveling, right? It can be a life or death thing. It can be a meditative state. It just depends on what's going on at that time. It's showing you how the mind works. And so as you're traveling in this unknown, semi-hostile environment, it could be quite hostile. It just depends on where you at spiritually, what the spiritual degree you've obtained, whether in meditation and or life or death, and when you're transferring between cycles. At any rate, you have to understand the shadow aspect of mind. I don't want to go too far ahead of myself. This is all this to say. All this is just to get you to acquire accountability to beyond a reasonable. That go really account it, really gain this ability. And so my point back to what I'm saying is to wrap it up is that so this is also why you see Set battling a Pep, the greater point of chaos, not necessarily Hiru battling itself. That person is relying on its shadow and counterpart to handle the greater evil, if you will, to make way. I'll just stop there. This is where you see him spearing that mug with a long spear, typically. Very interesting. See, if you don't do the inner work, you're not gonna be able to. Your Set counterpart or modality will not be able to hold. No, you ain't gonna have no weapons. You're gonna be trying to box the subconscious, which is depicted at a very daunting. In the drawings, is very daunting. It's a huge, big coil. You got a lot of coils on that mofo, right? In some texts, they consider the dragon. It's depending on what we're dealing with. I think in the Kemetic aspect, they consider the giant serpent, right? And this thing is huge, right? And it's not necessarily painted in the prettiest of pictures, depending, in most contexts. I'll just leave it at that. But the work must be done so you can understand what happens if you don't move accordingly um, to do the work, and you begin to walk around in life in a state of ignorance or blind ignorance, because you don't walk on a path of lit by knowledge. And so wherever you walk and wherever you go, whatever you say, and typically whatever you think results in the injury to yourself and others. Surely there's a price to pay. Surely there is. You see how many people sick walking around here nowadays and all on all kinds of medication? We know we have friends and family like that. At my job where I work at, almost everybody, I work in the healthcare field. Do you know everybody at the job pretty much is on medication? Different psychotropics and things. All kind of diabetes, all kind. These people are supposed to be health professionals.
Legally.
Toe the fuck up. All of them toe up.
Legal
Seeing things.
crackheads.
Can't sleep. Arguing and fighting before they come to work. Got arrested last night. These are like college educated people. Society, totally toe up. Toe up. Right? Highly educated people. I won't go into too much detail about where whatever. Those who know me personally know what I'm
I
talking
know
about.
what you're saying.
Toe up. Raggedy as hell. People got a lot. They got a lot of money though. But we know that you can make a lot of money in the West. But due to the age of decadence we are living in, you acquire all the money, you put in all the hours. So you think you will deserve a lot of all the riches or whatever. But come to find out you get so sick, by the time you get a little bit older or whatever, you have to give all your money back just to get your health back. And you end up with no money, little to no money. See?
Well, what a lot of people don't understand is you getting money so you can give it to somebody else. So if
Yeah.
you have a way of stacking it, you might as well stack it and give it to somebody you love as opposed to just giving it away.
Get at the job talking about that, they having visions, they seeing double, and they talking to themselves at work. Man, all of a lot of the jobs are like that. They may not be. You may not. I don't know if a lot of people are not sensitive to pick up on that. I'm talking about those who are aware and yet may have a mundane job. You still pay bills.
Well,
You could be a child of a so-called God. You still got bills to pay. You still have to go to work. You still got to take care of your families. You got to keep the lights on. You got to put gas in the car. You got to pay your car note. You gotta, you got kids to take care of or whatever, right? That's called the mundane part of life. You still have your mundane duties you have to cater to. And so when I'm at work, typically, I work around a lot of whites. And so when I'm out with these guys, the things they talk about, how raggedy they've become and confused and mentally just brain fogged up, confused, real confused. They're very confused and very angry, extremely angry. Everybody's angry now. They're very angry. We hear all of the back chats. I bet they're cussing each other out. But anyway, I'll just stop there, man.
yeah, that's to me that's just the effect of what we call drugs. They had street drugs and stuff. But while they had street drugs, they was making unstreet drugs, I guess I could call them.
Ain't
Drugs
no
that they
shadow
could
work done
sell
nowhere,
across the
right?
counter.
Right.
That's just as powerful. Who they can entice the sheep that this might be better for you to take. And just like you was talking, them bills got to be paid, that gas got to be getting in the car, but they got to feel good while they doing it. And so you look at the history of what they call street drugs and the patterns that I saw growing up. And now I understand that because these people have money to get a drug over the counter and go to work on these drugs and stuff, and they don't have the same effects as regular crack. They made sure they didn't have the jaw twist or the regular method, but these drugs are
Which
just
is
as
like,
powerful.
we say quantum. Is it the regular crack, huh?
You know, yeah, I'm talking about it's more powerful than the regular crack. They don't
Right.
seem to be. People was
Right.
doing partying, drugs, itching. My homeboys, I
It's
asked
a
him, why you
regular.
take perks? He said, I be itching when I take them. That's how I know it's hitting. Cause you itching.
That's not fun. I don't mean to laugh at
When I itch, I go take a bath
that.
because I think I'm dirty.
Man.
So I ain't
Man.
bucking no perk because if I pop the perk, I'd just be in the shower. And I ain't saying there's nothing wrong with, like I said, if people want to
Oh
do it,
shit!
yeah.
There's
I just
something
never
wrong with
had
it,
to
all
have
right.
that problem.
It's a
When
synthetic heroin, is what it is.
and it
A
might
lot of
even
people
be
don't know that.
more. Might
Uh-huh.
even be more in the
It is
future.
more. It is.
That's what
It's
I told them
hideous.
when
Right.
they first started them vapes and stuff. I told them you'll never know. In
Right.
20, 30 years, the people who smoking that vape might start having kids with tails. I'm telling you. Like all of this stuff changes the structure of what we talking about. And that get back to what you're talking about when you say you got to take care of yourself here. And then let's just say there is a place that you're going where you got the answer to somebody about your accordance within existence. That's fine to me because I wasn't fucking with nobody. That's what my
Right.
answer to. I didn't agree with the devil, so I didn't let that affect me. So uh, I don't think I need to be in hell in the first place. The only thing I did was give you a mother, God. All I did was give you a goddess. So if that's wrong, then go on and take me out. But other than that, I believe the symbolism of the things that those people was putting forth was just their way of doing exactly what I'm doing. A lot of people say it's a coping mechanism. To me, it's not a coping mechanism. To me,
What's
what
that talking
I've
about?
done is been
Worship
able
of
to
drugs.
identify the things that people personify, uh, people
What's that? The quantum. You said it's not
worship.
a coke. Is it drugs you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm talking about drugs. How
Man,
the
that's a
drugs teach.
conversation in itself. Them drugs. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Particularly where the
and that's why
mind
you.
work is concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why you see it. And like I say, it seems to be that the people that's easier to get to do those type of drugs is the ones that'll talk about the people that's doing the same thing they doing, but they ain't paying
Man.
as much money, or they ain't going to a doctor to say, you know what I'm saying, to go to the pharmacy to get it. They just going to what they used to call them back in my day, street pharmacists.
Yeah. Right. Oh.
But it's the
Ooh, man,
same
there's so much
shit.
to say. That's a loaded scenario right there to talk about the different designer drugs that's out here right now. I'm in the medical
That's what you're
field and
seeing in your. That's what you're seeing in your field. You
man,
seeing how them people
yeah.
acting?
Oh yeah,
They
they
some of them is depressed because they can't get the pills.
right,
Some of them
right.
don't even know what pills they taking. Some of them on the right pills and they happy. They getting on good.
Right.
So that's what you're
Man.
seeing.
What you say, A, one other day you made that post. You said, man, he said, who ain't doing A? What'd you say, A? He said, who ain't doing Zans and Perk and
Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
on that
yeah.
shit.
It did.
Excuse my language. Everybody getting geeked. It's trying to escape reality instead of dealing with self. You know, they don't want to do that self reflection that the book I wrote offers you. So go ahead and check out my first publication if you're wondering whose book that is on the screen. That's me. Go ahead and get that Kindle version. Shout out Jill. How you feeling?
Hey, hey.
Peace, peace. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Oh, that's your book. No,
Yeah, that's
I just tuned in and I saw you on Amazon. That's your book. You wrote that.
yes, yes.
Okay. Right.
Edited and published through my homie right here next to me. Oli, he's got his own publishing company.
The agnostic God to faith, science,
Insanity.
Insanity.
Definitely. I'm looking for honest opinions and critiques. So let me know what you think. Tear it apart.
Oh, definitely.
Be
Yeah,
brutally honest,
Oh, you know I am. You know I am. I'm gonna get a copy.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I know
Definitely.
you're gonna be honest with me. I think it's a book that I think religious people are like this book though. It's again, I'm not bashing religion in this book. I was just bridging connections through different ideas so that way people can have a different way of looking at things. It's a self-help book because I give reflection prompts so people can do some self-reflecting. It's like easy enough for a 12 or 13-year-old to read and understand. For them, it teaches them self-reflection, which is definitely something that we need to teach the youth at an early age. And for adults who read it, it'll get them started on some of the shadow work that they need to do and that they may not be aware of yet. And it goes over concepts like my homie has this saying, crazy work, some crazy work. Shout out Pan, I put that in this book. It's an ongoing theme in the book. We're going against the laws of the universe and acting like you're going to get what you want or have the results you want. That's considered crazy work. So it goes over the universal laws, and I tie it to scripture too. So people deconstructing can have a different way of looking at things and still maintain some core values and navigate better. It get rough out here.
I've heard this term being used amongst the white liberal scholars, or so-called scholars. What does that word mean? Deconstruct. What do you mean by that?
To deconstruct is to pretty much they call it an unlearning, I guess.
Unlearn.
Yeah, I mean, what's another way I can say it without being rude? Yeah, you're unlearning the I call it almost like an unbrainwashing, I guess. If somebody's leaving Islam and coming to Christianity, they need to deconstruct Islam.
Unlearn Islam.
Yes.
How do you do that?
How do you deconstruct?
Yeah, once you learn something, how do you unlearn it?
Well, it's not necessarily. Well, I guess that's a good question. You're asking really good questions, actually. I'm using terms that seem more vague, but you want me to hone in. Do you not understand? Or do you just want me to keep? I'm just trying to see.
My understanding of deconstruction is.
Because I thought I was going to say, he's pretty intelligent. So is he trying to debate me or does he genuinely not understand?
Well, no, well, yeah. I mean, everyone has their own different understanding of what it means to deconstruct, especially if you're trying to get out of Christianity. Why do you have to deconstruct? Just leave. But from my experience, dealing with atheists that former Christians and they say they were former Christians, what they mean by deconstruct is to basically examine the text or re-examine the text. I don't know, in light of what? New information that they've received? Maybe, I don't know. But oftentimes they wind up perverting the text, in my opinion.
I think it's interesting when you say you don't need to deconstruct, just leave. I don't.
Because I find that.
Go ahead.
When they say they're deconstructing, they're really not. They're really just basically telling a different story and saying, "Well, that's why I reject the Bible because of this story."
I don't think that's what deconstruction is. Coming up with a different story or outlook.
Well, that's just my experience. I'm not saying that's what you're doing or.
Oh, okay. No, I just don't think that's what deconstruction is. I'm saying.
Well, I don't know what it means. No one knows what it means. It means something different, but to everyone, I'm sure.
Hold on, I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah,
if I had to put a spin on it, I mean, I would take it at face value.
I wanted. Go
Deconstruct.
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
mean,
Let
if
me
you're
just.
gonna take another opinion, you have to undo what's already there. You can't make room for something new, and it's already the seat is already occupied, right? So you have to clean house and from the new religious standpoint, they would look at you being toxic, holding on to the previous perspective. And so you have to flush that out mentally, so to speak. Otherwise, they would never be able to really welcome you coming into the folds of Christianity. And you talking about Prophet Muhammad. You still talking about Prophet Muhammad was the last and final prophet.
And
So
it's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so idea, mores, and code and conduct, codes of conduct, all of it has to be under deconstructed. They were constructed
See, yep, I was
initially,
about to
right?
go with
So you just reverse the process, right?
This is what Google says. Understanding deconstruction in the context of the
Hold
book.
on, before you give the definition, I did want to respond because he was saying you don't need to deconstruct, just leave. And you can't because when you're just leaving, that's half the people's reason or half the religious people's thing that they say, well, where are you going to get your values from? Or where are you going to get your da, 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 da?
Right.
This is helping you people in that transition, helping them maintain core values that they think that they have to leave behind. Like there's other places that these texts are, and I'm going to do one of these books for every religion, but with religion comes identity. Your identity is attached to this. People see themselves in this
Right.
book. You have to
Right.
remember that religion is culture. And since people weren't necessarily talked into their religions, you can't just talk them out of it. They were born into these cultures, and every religious culture permeates every institution of the culture, everything from language, um, everything. So every aspect of the culture. This is a Christian society, and I can go down the various things of how it's taken over, down to the words "bless you" or "thank God," just things that we take for granted. But these are all Christian terms with Christian terminologies. And this is how the religion affects us very deeply. So when people don't tap into that, it's a transition, and some people can suffer from identity crisis. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on. That's how people fall into other different various cults and do crazy stuff. Well, they stop believing in one thing and they're still trying to make sense of things. And a person can get lost out here. And that's why I was saying this is to help people better navigate. So that way they can find a ethical, ethics, morals, identity. These are things that are important to us having a healthy mind.
Well,
And
whose
if you
ethics and
lose
whose
sight
morals?
of, if sometimes losing religion, you can lose sight of those things. So no, this is just
Well,
helping.
you can lose sight of what the scripture says is ethical and moral. But whose ethics and whose morals then would you construct in place of Christianity's? Your own, right?
No, but
No.
I digress because I'm not a debater. But so it's the style of conversation we're having that I just don't engage in. That's why I play the host. But I understand, I'll wait for your review after you read it. I'd rather we do that before we dive into it because I think you'll have a better understanding of the topic.
Well, I'm reviewing the title.
You're reviewing the title.
It says,
You needed to
understanding
know what
deconstruction.
deconstruction means, or you wanted to know what I thought it meant.
Help me deconstruct. What if I want to deconstruct from Christianity? Where would I start?
Everybody's different. And again, like I come from a family of psychologists. My dad's a licensed clinical therapist. So everybody you would have to address on an individual scale. What you might not have an identity problem. Somebody else might. So that's what would have to be addressed. You
I
might not
identify with.
feel like. Go ahead.
I identify with Christ. So do I have
I
an
know
identity?
exactly. That's why I know where your line of questioning was going when you asked, like, well, who do you get your morals from? One, you put it on a person. Like, it's just a bunch of stuff that there are assumptions being made in the question. I was like, well, I don't want to deal with that because he's already speaking from the platform is already loaded. If I step into it and engage it, then I have to deconstruct you just so that way you can have the conversation with me, and I don't want to do that.
You have to
Can I give you a
Yeah,
quick
because
review before he says
you
something?
put a pronoun on what you call the creator or source or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's just a bunch of stuff that's, again, assumed to be true. And then you insert it into the conversation and want me to address it. But I have to deconstruct you again before there's a whole bunch of assumptions that I have to clear up. And then we'd be debating about if these are assumptions or not. Because you'd want to tell me, no, it's God and it's a he and all of this stuff. And then we'd be arguing about that before we could even get to the point.
Well, personally, I only, just about me, I only assumed, I've always believed in the supernatural. That's the only assumption that I came into the religious world with, is that there is something beyond this or the physical world.
That's cool.
I'm familiar with you.
That's where I was.
I rock with you. I just don't, to each their own. I don't.
Yeah, that's where I was before I did my comparative analysis, if you will.
Oh, you did do a comparative
searching
analysis.
religions and searching out different
Where'd you
ideas
start
and
where'd
concepts. I always believed that there was something beyond this physical world. So when I began my search, when I began seeking for the Most High, I had no problem believing in miracles and those things. So those things were never a stepping stone for me personally. Some people say, well, I just can't believe that a man could rise from the dead or all of these things could ever happen. So I never actually had that problem. So I don't want to call it a problem, or I never actually had that hang up or.
Understood. I don't know. The way I heard what you said is, I have a funny way of hearing things. I hear sometimes what people aren't saying. So when you explain that, I'm hearing, okay, so if I don't believe that men could fly, I have a problem believing that Superman is real. But people will argue with me because I know men don't fly.
Right.
So
yeah, it's a stepping
But you're like, I don't
stone.
have a problem with believing.
Right. So I never had
I
to
haven't seen
actually
it.
step over that. I never
But
actually had to get over that hurdle.
Do you see this to some people that could be it could be ludicrous for you to make it seem like I'm the one who has a problem for not jumping that hurdle that you jumped with ease?
Well, I never jumped it. I've always believed that it was the case.
It's a figure of speech.
So it wasn't something that someone had to convince me of.
So you never had nobody never. So what you're saying is no one ever convinced you to insult your own intelligence.
No, no one ever convinced me that there was something beyond the physical world. As a young boy, I had several experiences.
Here's a more respectful
what I
way
believe
to
is
say it.
supernatural.
He never lost his imagination. I think that's a better way to say it.
What's that?
I think a more respectful way to say what he was trying to say was he never lost his imagination.
Oh yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I've always believed, even as a young child, that there were entities. I believe I communicated with entities that are spiritual realm or of the spiritual realm. So when I came across, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, and I was able to look. I believe I was able to make a fair assessment as to, which one actually corresponds to reality, or my reality, or what I believed reality was. Reality being the physical world and the spiritual world existing.
When were you first introduced to these concepts?
When I was in school, I learned about the different religions and the Greek and the Greco-Roman lore and the Egyptian religions. And
so did you learn about them before your personal experiences, or did the personal experiences come into learning?
Yeah, the personal experiences I had as a child, and I've had all types of MRIs done and scans done on my brain, and You know, no one knows that was when I was a really small boy. Yeah, before I can actually read or write, or I remember those experiences.
Do you you had some in-depth experiences?
Some people would call it astral projecting. Like the New Agers might call it astral projecting, but I do remember on several occasions leaving this plane and actually seeing my
Dreaming.
body in this plane while I'm in another.
That's dreaming.
It could have been. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. Maybe I was tripping. I swear I did that one time in real time though. Like
I swear I did it.
I was in
yeah.
a car with somebody, and it was like I had an out of body experience. Like I went above the car, and I could see myself. And it was like, damn, that's crazy. Because now that I'm thinking about back to it, it was like there was no space time, I guess. And not that I even really understand those concepts because I don't study that stuff. But it was like, and I realized, like, I don't know, I had a crazy thought, like all these streets and all this stuff is like a maze, like, and I realized the probabilities of life all are like, it was all like this epiphany, that a wave that hit me at one time. I realized the possibilities of life, like how if I make a turn on this street, my life goes in a totally different direction. Whereas if I pass that street and go down the next one, literally because time changes and I arrive at it was just like this whole thing I was having. I don't know. But I was sober. It was just, and then like I remember coming back into my body, like, and it was just weird. I don't know. And I was like, whoa, I have to start making better decisions. Like, and that was the sum of it all. But I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't speak to anybody or see any spirits or nothing. But,
wow.
And I can't explain that. And I remember when it happened. It wasn't a dream. I remember who I was with.
The last time I astral projected, it was, I want to say the night before last, and I'm gonna tell you how far I've ever gotten whenever I did what I believe is what they call astral projection. It's just like right above my head and in the house that I'm in. I can actually see, like there's been times I can actually go through the house out of my body, but the problem with me is I know I'm dreaming, and so I guess
they call that lucid dream.
What is it? What is a dream?
That's lucid dream.
Being physically laying down while you're asleep.
You're asleep.
Your mind is still active, so you dream.
We call that sleeping.
Yeah, that's exactly what we call it.
I guess I could weigh in too. I don't know. You guys getting into some interesting territory here, man. Man. Yeah, I had a what you could classify as an outer body experience. I guess I could share mine too. Mine's occurred under the condition of meditation, intentional meditation. From my experience in that regard to dealing with that phenomenon, everything's intentional. From my experience, okay. I set everything up on purpose. Set up the incense, the flower, the candles, and it was all intentional. And so, long story short, I was able to reach a state that where I wasn't absolutely asleep, and I wasn't necessarily all the way awoke either. I was in between. And so, because we go to sleep and meditate, you're gonna go to sleep. And if you woke, you just distracted by all of the conscious things in your environment, whatever you. Right, think about what you got to eat. You think about if you're sleepy or not. All that kind of things that clutters the mind from your daily comings and goings, where you primarily use mostly your conscious mind in that regard. Tracking time and all this other stuff. At any rate, so I'm in a self-induced, suspended state, if you will. And so I reached such a deep state of meditation that you go so deep or whatever. You have to go so deep and then become comfortable in that deep state, in that environment, and then ultimately you're given clearance to take off. Everything has to be done and set just so. You ain't gonna just jump out. Nobody not taking a drug, or you're not, or you're not. You didn't lose it, and you out of control. Things are happening. You don't know what's going on. What's the purpose? No, this is all very purposeful, very intentional, and time tracked. And the time, I still got the time and the place inside of my archives now, as all of the times I went into meditation like that, and the things I've learned in as much as I can remember in that state. And so yeah, there's a travel. In my case, I wasn't just necessarily hovering right over my the body. I was gone out of there, gone nowhere near the body. This is gone, totally gone. Yeah, far away from the body. It wasn't even perceived. Yup, had a sense of traveling and everything. Yup. And I reached what we call in that state that I've heard some others describe as what we call breakthrough. Okay. And so I won't go too far ahead of myself, but yeah. And so that's where I began to learn in that environment. And then what we some people will call have downloads from source or from God, if you will. And I would learn different things. It became more profound in the lessons I would receive with each subsequent session. Until it made me it became much more, wise, and I surrendered a lot and became much more humble. It was very humiliating in terms of humbling me. I was very humbled, I should say. Probably I don't want to humiliate or embarrass. I would say humbled. I was humbled way down. It brought me way down. So I guess that's what I guess I had to learn. One of the things I had to learn at that time. And so, because you should learn something. In my case, I think once going through this stuff, then what the point, what's going on, right? And so, in my case, I went to go in to learn, and so I was humbled first before I began to learn higher concepts, whatever. And so I was humbled like really bad, like humble brought way, brought down low as hell, like to a regular, just brought down to as I needed to see it and understand it at that time. And I'm thankful for that experience. Only happened to me once. I do intend to go into. I haven't went that into that deep meditation in the last few years. I went in, but not that deep. I'm way overdue. I want to go in deep again and definitely astral travel again. Indeed.
You guys are just astral traveling like y'all got passports.
Right.
I wish I could.
Passports, bros.
Man, I just in my system, man, and the dreams that I've had, I create dreams that ain't supernatural vision sent from no deity. They ain't, but I don't dismiss them as like just meaningless. Dreaming
Right.
is, I categorize it as it's the function of your mind, your consciousness still operating under the altered constraint that we call sleep or rest. That's the functional thing that dream is. What goes on in your mind while you're in an altered state that you know is an altered state, whether it's like A1 was talking about, he was in a car. I don't know what was going on. I don't know how his mind was, could have been excitement of what was going on at the moment. This altered state gives our mind, um, it's like a sandbox for your mind. And so when you sleep, you can imagine possibilities and actually not physically experience the possibilities, but think about those possibilities while you sleep. And so you dream. That's your mind still working.
If I
And they
told
can
you that
imagine
something,
the abilities. And so when you wake up, you can see if these imaginations can become actualized. And that's how dreams are fulfilled. Go ahead, man. My bad. I land there.
what if I told you, now this is anecdotal, of course, but in my experience, I when I actually what you might call astral plane, I actually went to it. I grew up in the hood, so I lived in a 13-story apartment building complex, or whatever. And in this experience, phenomenon, whatever you want to call it, dream, I went to a different part of my building on the top, on a different floor, higher up. And I went into a woman's home, and I had never seen this woman before anywhere. I had never seen her before in my life. And I remembered the floor. I remembered the floor. What floor it was on. It was on the 8th floor. The next day, I went to that floor and I waited to see if this lady would actually come out, or if someone would come out, and it was actually her. So the person that I saw in my dream, that I'd never seen this person before, actually lived in that apartment. So I mean, I think that it is possible that both planes can be crossed. We can be in both planes at the same time. And I think the dream state actually connects us in a way, in a not in a grandiose way. I'm a Christian, of course. I believe that one day God will unite the divine realm with the earthly realm, as it was before the fall of Adam. But I think in the meantime, he's giving us a glimpse of this, if you want to say, other dimension, or another state. And I think that they are connected, but that connection has been severely severed by the fall of man in Genesis. But paradise lost will become paradise restored, we believe, and in the end, that union will be reunited, or that connection that was had early in the garden. But that's just my religion, I guess.
That's right. Hey, one, what's that you got right there? I seen it says something about conscious altering method, biofeedback. Oh yeah, that's what that's talking about.
Oh, I'm over here muted. My bad. This is the CIA document they released on the Gateway Project. It was done by the Monroe Institute. It was on astral projection, and that is real. They have it down to a science. They explain all the methods and techniques used. They have these sound recordings that you can play with your headphones, and it's like in one ear it's a binary beat, and in another ear it's a different beat, but your brain has to hemisync, and there's like certain stuff that has to be at play for this to work. And it's funny because what they were just explaining down here in biofeedback was what the guy was talking about in the book that I just showed, Becoming Supernatural, Joe Dispenza. What it explains right here is exactly what he was explaining in a lot of his book. And he's getting you to pretty much do a lot of this same stuff in manifesting too, your reality. But I'll read the part that got me. Well, yeah, this whole top part. The third consciousness altering methodology, which will be briefly described as biofeedback. Biofeedback is somewhat unique in that it actually employs the self-cognitive powers of the left hemisphere to gain access to such areas as the right brain, as the lower cerebral, motor and sensory cortices, and assorted pain or pleasure centers, instead of suppressing the left hemisphere as done in hypnosis, or largely bypassing and ignoring it as is done in transcendental meditation. Biofeedback teaches the left hemisphere first to visualize the desired result, and then to recognize the feelings associated with the experience of successful right hemisphere access to the specific lower cerebral. And it's funny because I was thinking about this, and then I was thinking about how I've already read the whole process, and I'm like, and then I was thinking about what Sadiq said, and it's like you get into these meditations and your brain waves, you switch brain wave states. Like alpha, beta,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
And
Alpha,
it's
delta,
like
sigma.
I'm trying to think like the people who are masters at it and could do it faster, are they people who can embody the emotion and then the internal is like affecting the
Right.
outternal?
Right.
So I mean external.
Facts. Yeah.
So it's just yeah, and then like it's funny. Yeah, I don't know. We're dope. We're really dope creatures, and it's
I even learned how to control my dreams. I would have
mm,
so many when I was a young boy that I would say, you know what, next time I go to that place, I'm going to do this, and I would find myself doing exactly that in that the dream that I would have the night before. It became so weird for me. My mom, dad didn't know what was going on, and I was telling them I was having all these experiences, and they was taking me to the doctor to get these, brain scans and MRIs and you know, just so yeah. I mean, for me, you know, being religious to me was easy. It was just trying to find the right religion, what I think is the right religion. So it would be hard to deconstruct me. I mean, if you deconstructed me from Christianity, I think I would still be some sort of some spiritual enlightened. I don't know what basis I would have for these experiences, but I don't know how. It's like every time I talk to a Christian or someone who's deconstructing, it's always Christianity, by the way. No one wants to deconstruct Islam.
I'm about to deconstruct them all for
Shoot,
you.
if they
I
had it.
promise you.
I
Hey,
look.
Oli, tell him I got a series coming.
He got a series coming,
They
and I
all getting the
deconstructed
same
myself.
treatment, buddy.
They all get the same treatment. Well, it's always Christianity for me. It's like, and it's always
You in a Christian
well,
nation. You wouldn't
yeah.
be
I guess
well.
that's why. But
You're not.
again,
Yeah, you got to
if
think
I
about
was
the
in a
numbers.
Muslim nation, I wouldn't see any deconstruction go, not publicly at least. But
Well, yeah, not publicly. They're
Let's
deconstructing them.
start. Let's
There are
start
people
a
deconstructing
deconstruction.
from one set of Islam to another. There are
yeah,
people going from
exactly. Yeah,
so there are people going from
Shia.
extremists just down to being a regular Muslim. There's deconstruction on every level. So that's why I was like, do you really not understand, bro? Are you really about to do this to me? When you was like, it's deconstruction. I'm like, bro, don't do this. I'm like,
Well,
there's deconstruction on every level, the micro and the
right.
macro.
Well,
So it's not just about religion. We need to deconstruct from a lot of different things. Our old ways of thinking. And really that's basically the same
That's
thing
the
here.
one.
It's just deconstructing from your old ways of thinking.
well, let me
And
give you an
finding
example.
that you can, because to take something away, a lot of people feel like there's something missing. And it's like, no, you can still find value. And one is showing that you can still find value in the Bible. Like, so that's the big thing too for people who are leaving religion. Like maybe the people will read this and they'll stop bashing so much.
Well, that's what I've seen, basically.
Yeah,
Now,
well,
not that
that's
they
what I'm
find
here to help.
value.
I'm here to help that a little bit. And I think you would
Yeah.
like to read though. But um yeah, because I find value in the Bible. It's one of the best books ever written. I'm not a Christian though. I would never be anymore. But much respect to everybody who is. And it's just like I know it's a culture thing. You
Well,
know?
that's exactly what I guess I was trying to say earlier when I hear people say they're deconstructing. What they really are doing is they're finding, in my opinion, they're devaluing what they once valued, and more than likely, it's new information that they've received, um, whereby they are now looking at the text in a new light. But oftentimes, the information they receive is not accurate. So, to me, um, the way I came to Christ, now I know theology says something otherwise as far as how a person is saved. So my soteriology says something otherwise. But just in the temporal realm, how it played out is I already believed that there was something else there but I didn't know what the source was. So my search was for the source of what I knew was already a reality. And when I compared religion to religion, or this idea to that idea, and this idea to that idea, and no, I don't know all the religions that ever existed, but I found that Christianity is the one that corresponds the most to reality, and it actually explained me and my experiences and the current world. And
there's that identity. Go ahead, keep going.
Yes, it actually corresponded to what I identified with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my personal experiences. Yeah.
Now imagine having that as an identity for 30 some odd years and thinking, I don't know, it's a shock to people when they come to certain conclusions about this. And some people have questions. A lot of people used to ask me questions, and I didn't have the necessary answers at the time formulated, because I was living proof of it. So it was like a lot of people would come to me, and I just didn't have a YouTube video to share with them and that's what they were looking for. But now I'll be able to pass them something right here. Take this. Boom. I'm gonna do some little breakdowns. So I'll be looking for that coming soon too.
Imagine
I'm not trying. I didn't add nothing to. I ain't take nothing away. I just drew from it a little bit, pull some fire scriptures to tie to the universal laws, and show people how to stop. Tied it into some self-help, so people can see how these laws are at play and recognize how this is working, whether you're aware of it or not. Now that you're aware, to ignore it and expect, results that you want is crazy work. Crazy work.
Man, what I like about your book, man, is you open from a personal place. Like you explained that you grew up immersed in church culture. You explained that you grew up as a preacher's son, and then over time, how you began to notice like contradictions, like doctrinal divisions
I didn't
and
go into
pressure
all
to
that.
Yeah, you did when I read it.
What part? My intro? I didn't go into doctrinal divisions.
The intro.
You going deeper than I went. It was really like.
I'm talking about what I got when I was reading.
No,
Remember,
he's giving
editing
he's getting deeper than my book is. No, he's explaining it real deep though. Yeah, go ahead. No, you're actually right though, but it wasn't like that though.
And you know how I just got a big mind from when I'm seeing stuff. Like, and
you're reading
you
into
asked
me
me to
though.
edit
I see what you're
it.
saying. My bad.
Like,
Go ahead.
because you got to understand, like, I ain't biased toward nobody's stuff.
Yeah.
When they have their mind, that's their mind. That's how, like, oh, Jesus, when he said, can you deconstruct me? You're right. We probably can't. We can put forth some questions for you to start looking, but it's going to actually be you. And that's why I say A1's book explains, in my eyes, now, when I was reading it, this is what I thought you was doing. I could, like you said, I could.
Yeah, I'm not gonna interrupt. My bad. I'm sorry.
I could be wrong, but I was really trying to get like the understanding of what's his point to this. And so what I understood was deconstruction. It refers to a personal and a process of you and what's intellectually and intelligibly coherent in your mind. So can't nobody tell you nothing or how to do anything. But what A1 has did was come up with a way to explain how he did it. Not no belief system or nothing like that. This is this man's way of letting go of something after he's seen something else. And that's what made me sad for you. What's his name? Biblical literacy, restoring biblical literacy. It's that
You can. Everyone calls me Jill.
Jill. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Jill. Yeah, I see. I
You
see what
understand you believe in the devil who is supernaturally as evil as God is supernaturally good in your worldview, right?
Well,
Don't say
no.
well. Just give me a yes or no. Okay,
No.
no. Okay.
No, that's I don't believe that's what the text is communicating. But this is in part and partial of what I was speaking on. A1. There has to be new information introduced into the system, meaning you. So you're not in a vacuum. So when you say you deconstruct, it's more than likely it's because someone provided new information that made you question the information you previously had. And many, what I found at least, in the majority of the information is either inconsequential, meaning really it's just a factoid. It might be true, but it has no bearing on the information that you do hold on to, that you do identify with, or it's just totally false. Now that's just my experience. So, and I've been talking with atheists and agnostics for about 7 years now on the internet, 7 to 10 years. You know, they will cling to things like contradictions in the Bible. All of them have faltered. They will say things like, well, there are other, rising, dying gods in antiquity. So it is other information. It is information that is coming into that system. You meaning the system that is fueling the deconstruction. So that's all I was pointing out.
Yeah.
No, well,
It
I
ain't.
want
Hold
to
on. Can I
respond
say
to
something
him.
real quick?
Go ahead.
It's just what you said though. See, do you know who Thomas Bayes is?
No.
Hold on, let me respond to him. For how
Okay,
you
go ahead.
gonna respond if he talking to me though? You gonna go down the thing with him and ask some questions and stuff?
Well, you would agree with that. You did receive new information, which is helping
No.
you to deconstruct. You
But you
wouldn't
said you
wouldn't agree?
experienced. Okay, but you said you experienced your new information,
Oh,
and your
okay. I
new
was gonna get
information,
to that.
and
I was actually gonna get to that
what about
though.
his
Because you
experiences?
read the book, so you understand. Yeah, it's
Okay,
about
okay. Go ahead.
some of the new
I'm
information is personal experience.
Mhm.
The
Right.
questions that I had about deconstruction that made me question things were actually not new information. Because as a preacher's son, I've had profound questions since the age of 5. So, and those profound questions are still the same questions of today that can't be answered because I
Okay.
just had an innate sense of logic, and certain things
Okay.
didn't make sense. So, and I grew up around a house of intellectuals. So, don't teach me logic and then, you know, tell me, oh, we'll turn it off here. I actually ended up, they actually got me to after a while, but for a while I would always ask that wrong question. You know, I would
When
be
you say
telling,
they can't be answered, you mean that they weren't answered at the time, or there's no
I mean,
answer
even
for them
still,
to?
just basic stuff. Like at 5 years old, I'm thinking, okay, I'm a preacher's son. Uh, I won't say 5. Maybe this is around the time of like 7. I'll give it maybe like that age. Around the time of 7, I know I'm a preacher's son, and I know if you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you can't get into the pearly gates. So I'm thinking, okay, well, a Muslim son is going to hell because he was born in the wrong religion. And I just said, no, if there's a God, the God who I think is so magnificent, who creates systems that are perfect, wouldn't be as foolish enough to have a loophole and a gap in his system like this. And at 7, it never, that right there was just a pin in the balloon. Things like
So
this.
no one
Like,
ever answered that question for you?
It's not, no answer is going to be sufficient.
Okay, so the answers
we
you were
continue
giving
to
were not
try.
satisfactory.
I mean, Christians always think they have answers for things that they're not answers. They're more trying an explanation.
Well, the Bible may not answer that question. So if the Bible doesn't answer that question, then the Christian then will speculate.
No,
so that's natural. If if the book that you say is from God doesn't answer it, doesn't care to, then the Christian will try to give you some innuendo or his thoughts. Or maybe this is not the case. Based on the information I do have, I can come to some sort of.
And then reverse that, vice versa. That their religion is also saying the same thing about us. This system is retarded. I'm sorry to say the least.
Well, whose
and
religion?
It's just, I didn't say anybody's religion. I said the system.
The system. You are the system. You are the individual. So you are the system. Everything is affecting you, right?
I'll let you talk off what you think you understand. I said, but then I'll re-explain about how I think you're taking it wrong. I think you misunderstood.
Oh no, I agree. There's a system involved, but I would say you are the system, and everything is affecting you as far as the universe is concerned.
Nah, that has no. You responded the way you're responding. You're not responding to anything I'm talking about.
Well, no, I agree with you. There are systems. Systems exist, and
let me restate it a different way. Yeah, let me try this. Just because I think I'm talking past you when I say systems. When I'm saying a system, I'm talking about the system of all these different religions acting in contradiction to each other, and one can't explain each other away. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So all of these things are interacting with you, right?
I'm sorry. And then for eternal eternal hellfire to be the result of choosing wrong in this guessing game of religion. Like, wow, he really sent us down here to play a guessing game?
Well, the scriptures doesn't teach that, but I would say
no, it doesn't. But that's the system that I'm talking about, and that's why I said your response was non sequitur.
Well, you're saying that's the system, but that might be a system in other religions, but in the Christian religion, that's not how it's rendered. Or so.
Are you talking about the system of punishment? Or the system of not accepting Jesus
if you're a Muslim, so there are Muslims in countries where they're not even allowed to hear or preach the gospel, that are saved, that Christ comes, they testify to this, that Christ comes to them, he astral projects to them, if you will, and saves them and preaches to them personally. So there are a lot of things that have been put into the system that aren't necessarily in the system, if you will. And I think that's what deconstruction has been.
Are you talking about the personal experiences of Christians?
Yes,
you're saying
that too. That too.
And I actually have that in my system. Now you're making me realize I do have a system like Oli. And it's funny because now you just created another book, Jill. In this epiphany moment, in the breath between the space of when I was talking, it hit me. I appreciate you. And this is why I like talking to people, because this is when my best ideas come to me. Shout out Truist in the back. My bad. I don't know how long you've been down there, homie. I ain't see you. Somebody's got an echo. I think it's Sadiq. It's been you generally most of the night. If you can mute up.
Let me mute up for sure.
Enemy toot my own horn. I forgot. Go ahead, Jill.
I told you. I told you. Everybody got a philosophy.
Yeah, and then he was saying that the personal experiences of Christians haven't been put in the system, and I actually did put them in the system, and the personal experiences of everybody in every other religion that they have. For every Christian personal experience, you got a Muslim personal experience. They cancel each other out, which is why I never disrespect anybody's personal experience, even when I was bashing religion. I would sit there and listen and say, okay, well, that's pretty dope. I can't take anything away from that. And then I will move back to the information. So, who's the author of the text? They get back into that stuff, like, because I don't want to disrespect anybody. So, but all of you guys' personal experiences cancel each other out. There are Muslims doing miracles. There are you doing miracles. There's Jewish people doing miracles. So I can't use any of y'all as evidence because all of y'all are saying the same thing. So that's really, it ends up being proof of nothing, because you have the other guy across the street doing the same thing, but you're telling me he's a fraud. But you want me to believe you for using the same line that he's using. While you're using the same line he's using, you're telling me he's a fraud and don't trust him for using that line. That's crazy work to me. And me, it seems insulting to my intelligence. But
Christianity is utterly unique in that Jesus Christ dies and rises himself from the dead. He claims to be the source of all, and then predicts his death, and then claims that he will rise himself from the dead bodily. So that is utterly unique throughout history. But that's not why you should be a Christian. But yeah, there are several different systems and ideas that are being that we are using to come to these determinations, and they're all being poured into us in our system, if you will, or our brain. So it does take some effort to sort of sort these things out. But just saying that, well, Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall and so did Nehemiah, therefore, to me is really not helping to flush out, the actual truth of the matter. So to me, when I did my comparisons, I looked for what was different. Of course, there's a hero-like figure. Of course, there is an antagonist, a protagonist. That all stories, all folklore have those elements. So I'm not going to try to look at those elements and suggest, well, since they all have those elements, then they're all equally valid or equally not valid. So that's just how I looked at things when I was doing my seeking and searching.
But doesn't that seem a little incoherent to believe the same thing that somebody else? Because in the end, all you're gonna say is that them other people is cursed, and and that's why I say the devil is what you got the answer to. Let's get God out the way. What about this power that you give this thing called Satan or the devil, and how he runs the world, and you have no choice when he gets in you and make you do things?
Whoa.
Like, where's your accountability at? Like, I can
Where are you
continue
getting
to
these
do stuff
ideas from?
because this is what I see and experience. I
Okay.
experience people making choices, and then I've experienced people saying, "Oh, the devil made me do it," and
Devil
I
made me
know
do it.
for a fact that that person made that choice. So
Right.
when you put the devil in the equation, you give people extra room to do stuff to people and not be accountable for that. This is incoherent. Not only do
It
you
is.
do it,
That's why it's not in scripture.
huh?
It is incoherent. That's why scripture doesn't teach it. So we have to make a distinction between Christianese and what the Bible actually
Incoherent.
teaches.
And here goes some more.
What is it,
It's too many
Christianese?
T's. I'm done. I'm gonna step down for a second. It's about to get real incoherent, and I can't be infected by those mentally transmitted infections. because they get deep and the incoherence is fist to go crazy. So I'm gonna step down for a second.
You funny.
It can get very incoherent and very confusing. So I sort of stick to what the scripture prescribes. So if someone tells me that Christianity teaches this or teaches that, and then I require them to actually show it in scripture, and it has to be explicitly taught in scripture, not some twist of interpretation you came up with.
Oh, okay. AI. No, this is Google. Both. I asked it, is there more evidence for Jesus or Muhammad? Both Jesus and Muhammad are widely accepted as historical figures by scholars. Evidence for Jesus consists of earlier written sources within decades after his life, while evidence for Muhammad includes later but more voluminous written records, and from a secular standpoint, stronger. I don't. From a scholarly perspective, there's more evidence for me to be Islam. I'm still not going to do that though. But I don't know.
There should be more evidence for Islam because Islam is closer to your current time. So as you
why
get
aren't you a
further,
Muslim then?
well, that because it would be nonsensical to accept the religion because it's earlier. Well, I would not be a Mormon then because there's
No,
more evidence for Mormon.
you believe Muhammad is a real person?
Yeah, sure.
Shout out, Brother Law. Can you come up here and speak on Islam for us, Brother Law? Let me drop that link for you, man.
Yeah, it's he actually believed. I believe. I think
Okay,
Jesus lived too.
I got my helmet. I'm ready.
Paul was a real person, for sure.
Do you think he saw Jesus in his letters, or do you think he was writing about a vision?
Well, the text doesn't say vision, but so yeah, I think he actually saw Christ
on the road to Damascus. Does it say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since the text doesn't describe a vision, so this was an actual encounter, according to the text. Whether you believe it or not, again, I'm not here to convince anyone. I think that's your parents' job or your pastor's job, maybe, but not mine. But so that the text just describes what he experienced, and if you don't believe him,
it's not about belief; it's about
Right.
interpretation. But that's what it comes down to. So it would be a difference of interpretation, not whether I believe it or not.
Well, whether it's a vision or not.
I'm just saying when it's a dispute, people say things like that, and it's actually kind of slanderous to a person, especially if they do wake up thinking they believe. I don't know. I'm more, maybe I just am more aware of how I talk to what I say because I'm an agnostic in a world full of Christians. So I gotta be they're more sensitive.
It could have been a visionary experience, but I don't see why that's relevant to his experience, whether it's true or not. But oftentimes when I talk to atheists, they will say, well, Paul didn't meet Jesus. He had a vision of him. Okay. So he's not a contemporary. So therefore, since he's not a contemporary and, modern standards, even ancient standards would require the historian to be a contemporary of who he's writing about for us to accept him or for it to be, more valid. So they would say, oh, Paul's not a contemporary. Well,
No,
actually, he still would be. He still would be, actually.
That's
Even
not
if
the
he didn't.
argument. When they say that, though, that's not the argument they're making. I mean, that's not the reasoning behind the statement. Just so you know.
Well, it's a
That's what
bad
you take from it,
argument
though.
because a contemporary is not someone you actually saw. So I'm a contemporary of Obama, and neither had a vision of him or met him in person. So even if Paul did not meet Jesus in person,
the contemporary argument,
so
I don't know
everybody,
where that came from. I didn't make that.
well, liberal scholarship is what usually
Yeah,
makes.
no, I would never use that argument, and I think that's weak. I don't see people.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, they argue that because Paul did not actually meet Jesus, in person, he's
Well,
not
he's definitely a
credible.
contemporary. The fact
Right.
that he never met him is the problem because we're
Is
looking
it?
for witness accounts. So when they make that statement, it's a statement to let you know we don't have anybody who met Jesus. Like,
You're looking
writing
for
about
witness.
that's the reasoning to make that statement because
Why
that's
are
the
you?
reasoning behind. I know that because that's the reasoning behind why I asked the question.
Why are you looking for witness accounts? It's an ancient text. So do you need witness accounts? And who told you need witness accounts?
See, now you're stacking the deck and framing questions, and you're doing a
And
lot of framing right now, and we need to
No, I'm
get
not
into the wood
framing. I'm
shop.
saying
Yeah.
who
Yes, you
told
are.
you
First
needed.
is who told me. Like you're framing a potential argument to come, and you want me to step into the platform. I would have to address a few things, like why even respond like that? I don't want to go that way. Nobody
Okay,
said that.
okay. Well,
Nobody said. I never said that it needed evidence accounts, but evidence accounts are great when trying to prove your claim. Like it's so it's. I see what you're saying. You don't need it for belief. No. So that's why you're
no, you don't
responding
need
like
it
that.
for historicity either, according to historians who
Well,
study
yes.
ancient texts. Authorship and those things that are often put in as an obstacle to believing whether or not this actually happened are not requirements that we would place on an ancient text.
I'm very familiar with the standards for historicity. I've had a few debates on them as well, breaking
For an
them down
ancient text?
for the historicity of Jesus, specifically, the titles. But I don't see it now. I'm debating. Y'all got it tonight. Hey, we got a couple donations. I'll keep donating. I'll keep debating for the donations that came in. Y'all
Well,
can
no, we're
get a
not
show tonight.
debating.
Well, yeah, this is a light debate for me. I don't engage in discussions like this on my own.
I'm waiting for
But
someone to debate me on the deity of Christ.
I will. What we gonna debate about
oh
Christ?
my God, this is gonna be fire.
What you want to debate about Christ? You
This
don't
is
know
gonna
nothing
be
about Christ.
fire. You two have been sitting next to each other this whole time. Yes,
And
I
I
would
sent you
love to
I
see
sent you my
KUT to
envelope.
debate on my channel. This is gonna be fire.
I
Yes,
sent you
because
my
Jill is
logo.
good. Look, hold on. Let me talk to Oli real quick. Jill is really good at. I don't know. He has a blind spot, and sometimes he goes into circular reasoning, but if you're not trained at noticing it, the way he words it, you won't catch it.
Right.
But I've seen him, a couple of my people hit his channel, and he's been over here a few times, and I've seen him go. He stands on scripture really well, and he has an interesting outlook. Are you a Calvinist?
You can say that, yeah.
That's why he's so fired. The Calvinists, man, the Calvinists are some of the best debaters on this stuff. Their outlook is like real interesting, and they don't make excuses where a lot of the other Christians make excuses, and you can run them in circles. Like you can't do that to them. Like they don't make excuses for the bad stuff
So
God does and stuff like that.
so it's a different Christ. You got a different Christ than the other Christian Christs. I'm just
Talk to
when
him.
are we
Some
debating?
people might say that, yeah. I
Yeah.
wouldn't go that far, but it does appear that way.
So what's your strongest point about what you want to do? I'll let you pick the topic, and I'll take the whatever you don't
He
take.
gave you the topic, but
Well,
talk to him and ask questions. You need to
he
be
said.
asking questions. Ask questions and
What about
learn.
what about the deity of Christ?
Well, anyone who doesn't believe that Jesus is the Most High, I would. I mean, if you don't believe Scripture is not your, Scripture is not your basis, then there's nothing to debate. But if you're going to say that Scripture denies that Jesus is Yahweh, then I'll debate that for sure. Yeah.
But I got scripture. What we only have to use your scripture because there's other scriptures that
Yeah, that's.
definitely disagree with that.
Oh yeah, like the Quran and the Hadith, and sure.
And others. That's probably the only one you know. But I'll show you so many incoherences just because of the many different views of that word Christ that you're talking about proves the incoherence in the first place. So what you trying to debate that your Calvinist view is the most coherent view of Christ? Is that what you're trying to debate? That you have the most coherent view of Christ?
Well, the Reformed theology is dealing with how you're saved, not necessarily the person of Christ. Most Christians agree that Jesus is Yahweh, whether they're Calvinists or not. Jesus is the Most High. He's the first uncaused cause of all things. All things that exist were made by Him.
Okay, so you talking about Jesus, the person, or you talking about the Christ that was in Jesus? Because you understand that Jesus and the Christ are two different entities. If you don't understand that, I know you bird food.
Jesus and the Christ are two different entities. Well, He's called the Christ. Christ is one of His titles, one of His attributes,
What?
if you will.
What? So what you want to debate? I mean, so would you like
Wait,
to debate that
wait.
Jesus
You think
and the
Jesus and
Christ are the
Christ are two
same?
different people?
I can prove to you. In fact, I know that the idea of Jesus and the Christ are incoherent in the first place. But I'll give you a few things in the debate. I'll just agree with you and say that incoherently there is a creator God that created existence and Jesus was there. I'll go through all the incoherences with you and say yeah. But then we got to get to the Christ and then Jesus. The entity that's Christ, the entity that's Jesus, why Jesus is called the Christ, and you don't even have any of those things. You might not. I'm talking about you're dead, like Suave Boss was saying.
Well, Christ just means anointed one. It's a title.
What is he anointed with?
What is He anointed with? The anointing in the Bible symbolized someone that was chosen or set apart by God for a specific purpose or role.
So what was see, and you don't even know what the physical identity of that thing is that God set him apart with, or what anointed him. You're dead.
But the
Very
physical.
food.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
He's
go
mad.
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead
yeah.
and
Well,
explain. But
no,
it may not even.
I won't. I mean, I can explain it to you.
Yeah, go
In
ahead.
simple terms, I won't give you too much. You have to understand that these words are identifiers of certain physical aspects that we know have to exist if you're saying that Jesus is the Christ. So Jesus
Okay.
being the Christ means there's aspects of him. And we'll just say
Mhm.
one about how he came into existence. You'd say immaculate conception. I would say artificial insemination, which would be the same thing. The thing is, what's the most coherent view of that? And what would make that entity special? Now, you just saying that he's anointed by
Well,
God.
hold
What's
on.
anointed? No, hold on. Let me finish. And then you can ask your questions. You
Okay.
saying that what makes Jesus special is that he was anointed by God. I asked you to describe that anointing. You can't. Incoherent.
I could, but I would. But you mentioned that there was some sort of, I can't remember the word that you used,
Artificial
but
insemination. Yeah, you can't just slide that in there and then.
yeah, we'll deal with the virgin
I
birth.
wanted to
I mean,
interrupt. Damn. Who artificially inseminated?
but what did you mean by that term that you used? You never explained. You just sort of threw it out there and
Which term?
left us wondering. You said something about the term anointed one, and then you said it was something to do with his physical nature. Can you explain that? Because you
No,
sort of threw
I
that out
asked you,
there.
I asked you If Jesus was anointed, what made Jesus anointed?
What made Jesus anointed?
Just God saying he's anointed?
He's the chosen one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So him being chosen, what would
He's
change
God
about him?
himself.
What wait.
Mhm.
Wait. Who was he chosen by then?
God himself. The Father.
But then I just thought you just said he was God himself.
He is. He is.
Incoherent.
That's incoherent? To whom?
Very. To
To whom?
anybody who doesn't special plead with incoherency.
What's your basis for
Anybody.
coherence?
Incoherence is an unintelligible explanation for existence.
What is your basis? What's your baseline? The Earth, the Moon, Mars?
Existence. Existence is
Where?
the highest power.
Existence where?
For Jesus to be anything, he had to exist first, right?
So your basis for is the physical realm, what you can touch, taste, hear. That's your basis for whether or not someone can be God and man, right?
Well, do you think God exists?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well,
Okay. So what's your basis for determining whether or not it's coherent for
because
someone to be a God and man at the same time? What basis?
okay, do you agree that in your view God created everything?
Jesus Christ, yes, created all things. Yeah.
Okay. Did he create existence?
Did he create it? No, God always existed. So existence
Okay.
in
Now,
what
so
sense?
now we have to ask ourselves, what is existence then?
He
Because if God has to exist,
no. We're asking what is our existence? What is our
no, I didn't ask that. You asked that. Don't try to
well
change my question. I'm not
God
gonna let you move my goalposts. I like my goalposts where they at. Don't try to move my
well well
goalposts to
well,
fit your standard.
well
That's not
God
fair
created
at all.
God created this existence, not
Okay, so there's
his,
two
not his
that's
own.
fine. So is his existence the same as our existence?
No,
Okay, does he
obviously.
exist? But he does exist. So does exist
Obviously.
mean does exist mean the same thing about God that it does about us?
Say that again?
Does to exist when I say God exists mean the same thing when I say I
No,
exist?
no.
Okay. And what's the difference of that?
The difference is that he always existed. He's always been. Your existence
What
has a
is it?
beginning.
No, you didn't.
Your existence has a beginning and an end. His does not.
That's not the question I asked you, sir.
You said, "What's the difference?" Right? I just
No,
told
no,
you the
no, no.
difference. You didn't
That's
ask me
not
what
that.
the
That's
difference.
not that's yeah, that wasn't the difference though.
That
What
wasn't the.
I said what's the
Wait.
difference of I said what's the difference
Okay.
of God's existence and
Uh-huh.
our existence?
All right. Let me give
Does
you the
God
answer again.
existence what does God existence means that God is?
Let me give you the answer again.
I'm
Yeah.
asking.
Yes.
Does your okay, okay,
Okay.
okay. Does your
You gave
hold on?
me.
Wait, that's just a yes or no question. Does God's existence means that God is?
Does
Yes or
God's
no?
existence mean that God is? That's sort
Yeah,
of redundant, but
it's not redundant. It's a question you need
yeah,
to answer.
God
Okay,
is,
okay.
but we
So
are,
does your
well,
existence? So does your
hold on.
existence? Hold on, wait, man.
Well, you're
I
asking
said
me,
that was a yes or
can
no.
I
I
answer?
asked this a yes or no question.
Well, I didn't answer.
Clearly.
I
I
didn't
clearly
answer yet.
stated this is a yes or no question.
I didn't
I'm going
answer
to
yes or
clearly
no,
state
but
again. Yes, you
go ahead.
did.
Okay,
Yes,
go
you
ahead.
did.
Go ahead.
You said yes.
Ask the next question.
Okay.
What's your next
So
question?
in our existence, what does exist mean? Does it mean that I am?
Well, the first question you asked me, well, what was the difference between our existence and God's existence? I answered by saying our existence has a beginning. God's existence does not have a beginning. Then you said, well, no, that's not what I asked you.
Exactly.
Okay,
And then
did you
I
not
asked
ask
you,
me
I
the
said, does
difference?
God's existence mean that God is?
Does our existence mean that we are? Yes.
Okay,
That
and
doesn't
God's
move the
existence mean
proverbial ball.
and
That
God's
doesn't.
existence mean that He is.
Our existence means that we are. That doesn't move the
And God's
proverbial
exist.
ball.
Hold on,
What does that
God's
even
exist.
mean?
Does
You're giving
God
me a
existence?
mantra
I'm
and
not giving you a
expecting
mantra. What you're
God
doing
is.
is you don't
What
want to
is that?
answer this question
I
because you
don't know what
understand
that.
that.
What does God is mean? That's a mantra. That's a
Does it mean?
term.
It means does He exist? You know it does.
So you're asking me if God exists. God exists. That's what you're asking me?
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm
Okay,
asking
ask
you,
your
does
question again.
God exist?
Does God
One
exist?
time.
Does God exist? And is? You said two different things, but they
Does
both
God
mean the same thing.
exist?
Yes, God exists.
Now, does the word existence in this context mean that God is?
Okay, yes, God exists. Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
God is. God
Now,
exists. Yeah.
when I say that I exist,
Mhm.
in that context, do that mean that I am?
In that context, and yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
existence means the same thing for me as it means
No,
for God. Yes, it does.
no, it does not, because
That
your
leads me to
existence,
believe that
your
God
ex-
needs
you're
ordered
gonna
update
you just
and
ignored the distinctions that I made.
and a nature to be. See, this is what you don't want to answer to that I think you kind of smart enough to realize where I'm going. Your God needs a time and a nature to do any action. The first action he has to do is exist. So we have to understand what existence is. And existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature. Now we were supposed to be talking about Jesus, and I done had to drop all the way to God because we got to get back to Jesus because the incoherence of that leads to a far more incoherence with Jesus. Now, I told you I'm gonna grant you that. I'm not even gonna argue that incoherence that you can't get past about Father Time and Mother Nature. We talking about inside of existence with Jesus inside of existence where we are. Okay. You say that Jesus Christ
Let's
is God. You
slow
say
down,
that
brother.
Jesus Christ is
Let's
God, right?
slow down, brother. Now, I want to give you. I want to go back to your false analogy. Just because two things share one similarity, doesn't mean that every aspect of those two things are the same. So yes, the word existence is both used to describe God's existence and our existence. But I gave you a major distinction, which should never lead you to conclude that they're one and the same type of existence. But you ignored that distinction to prop up this conflation of God's existence and our existence. We don't do that.
We're
When
talking about Jesus. Listen, don't category jump. We're talking about Jesus being God in the first place. So don't let's not even get to
that
that
is correct.
incoherence of that. I
When you
told you I'm gonna agree with you on that. You don't even
you
have to
talked
talk
about
about that.
existence,
I
right?
told you but I told you I'm
You
not gonna
gave
even
a
talk.
false
I'm
analogy.
gonna agree. I'm gonna agree with you on that. Okay, I gave you a false analogy. We disagree on that point. Okay, but I agree with you for this reason of debate.
Well, a car and a human body both need fuel. Therefore, cars and humans work the same way. That's so they share one similarity, but the conclusion overextends it. So your conclusion about existence overextends um, the idea that we both share and that
What?
we both
No, it
exist.
just overextends your critical thinking. You haven't thought about these things. This is
Oh,
where
I
you
have.
did.
Obviously, I have. Yeah. So God's existence is not your existence. True or false?
False.
God's existence is the same as your existence
Yes, me and God exist. If God exists and
in
I
many
exist, they
ways.
have
Yeah.
to be the same.
In
Not in
that
many
way,
ways, in the
yes.
way that count. The only way that counts
The only way
is
that
to
counts to
be,
you.
yes, because to be, you have to be to do anything.
Right. And to
This is why
always
you're
be,
saying God exists.
and to always be, you have to always be always be. And you don't have that
Y'all see the incoherence? He know what it's leading to.
It
I'm
is
just to bust
incoherent.
him
It is
down.
incoherent for
You
one
said he
person
good.
to say,
I love
I
fish,
exist.
bird food.
I exist in the same way God exists. That is bird food. Yeah. And I would never accept that because that's
So
incoherent. That's
God,
incoherent.
it's incoherent for you to say that God exists.
Birds exist. So you're not moving the proverbial ball forward by just saying, clinging to the fact that you have something in
They
common with
exist.
God
That's the
because
most common thing that
you
needs to
both
be.
have an
That
existence.
lets me know
Wow.
that God has to be. You mad because God has to
Congratulations.
be? That's okay, man. Listen,
Both
don't do
have
that.
an
I
existence.
thought you wanted to have a discourse. Are you upset?
Well, I
I ain't trying to
did
prove you.
until you
I ain't even
started
trying to
cutting me
prove you
off.
wrong.
Until you started cutting me off mid sentence, I was happy to have
This isn't what's going on at
conversation.
all. This is
Okay,
one of those astro projections that you having, and
so
you
let's
projecting into
move
the
on.
future where I'm talking.
All right, let's move on to your next harping over existence and suggesting that you have something that God has because you both exist is not really going to convince anyone of anything
Well, let's
other than
debate it.
your
Well,
other than your
I thought
intellect.
we was debating Jesus. Now you want to answer for
Well, you
your
brought up
incarnation of God?
existence. You brought up existence, and you asked me, "Is
Yeah.
my existence the same as God?" And I said, "No." Well, in some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. And one major way is that he always existed. Therefore, when it comes to, and you brought this existence thing up for a reason as a red herring. So therefore, when you talk about God and his nature, we are never to suggest that our nature somehow needs to correspond to his in a one-to-one correspondence. Never, because his logic, his nature existed before ours. Ours came into existence because he's the one that created us. He created our existence, he created our world, he created the universe. So all of the rules that apply to our universe don't necessarily apply to God.
Called special pleading, sir. That's what
It
we
is
won't have
special
over here.
pleading. It
That's
is.
what we won't have over here. That's
It is
incoherent. I
special
can
pleading.
explain existence without
You,
any of that in the
you,
most coherent and intelligible manner that you can imagine if you critically think. Now, let me tell you, the place that you put God, where he has no beginning or end, that's where I put existence. Existence has always been, not God. Why existence? Because I understand that that idea that you have of God has to exist first. That lets me know for a fact that existence is the highest power because you have to exist to do anything. So that's the first incoherence. Now, I'm not going to give you too much of my argument, okay? I've proven this. Like, these are things that I can prove that existence is the necessary and constitutive conditions of time and nature. Time is ordered update, sequencing, before and after, in existence. Nature is the things that's unfolding, its structure, its identity. These are the things that no existence that you can imagine or explain can do without. So when you presuppose that God has always been, you still presupposing that he's within time and nature. That's why you don't like existence, because it's incoherent.
yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm sorry. Your worldview, we just learned, is the incoherent one. If you're starting out with the idea that your existence is a one-to-one with God's existence, and that's the first domino you knock down, we could see why you might wind up concluding that you are God, actually. But
Who said I
uh,
was God?
the
Time
but
is God.
when it comes to special pleading, um, the rule is that an exception is made for a particular case
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
without a relevant justified reason. For instance, you and I both commit the same crime. We commit the same crime at the same time. We have the same judge. Everything is the same as far as our existence is concerned, my brother. But then the judge says, I'm going to special plead for me and I'm going to get the lesser sentence. That is special pleading. Okay. When it comes to what we're discussing, you cannot argue special pleading because there is a relevant, justified reason for why your existence is not God's existence. His existence always was the case. You know how much
Actually,
information you have to always exist?
you just need time and nature you need a time and a nature. That's all you need.
You need
You
time.
have he
God
does
didn't
too.
need time.
Yes, he
God
does.
existed outside of time.
No,
Time,
see, and
space,
that's
and
where the
matter was
incoherence comes.
created.
You can't. How does he exist outside of time? And he exists, and existence is actually the necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature.
Time, space, in your realm that God
No,
created for
not in my
you.
world. This is
Time
what we
did not
see.
always
This is
exist.
what we see.
Time did not always exist.
Time and
Matter did
nature
not
has
always.
always been in some state, phase,
Okay,
or form. The
prove
form
it.
that you propose, exactly. That's what I want. That's what I can prove. What do you want to debate? I can prove that that's the most coherent.
If time always
You
existed, prove it. How do you prove that?
the same way that you prove that God has always been.
Hmm. Yeah, that's an axiom. So you're saying that time has always existed?
Yeah,
So
my
space
action,
and matter have
my axiom is actually nothing exists outside of existence. My first premise and second premise is time has always been and nature has always been.
okay. Existence is not a being. It's not. It does not have ontology. Existence
It's a
describes
condition. It does
something.
have an
Yeah,
ontology.
it
It's a
is. It is
condition
a
that it's
condition
a
of some.
condition. It's a
It is a.
morphogenic condition. This
It
is
is
why
a
your
condition of something, sir. It
existence
is
is
not. It is not.
existence
It
is
does
the
not
condition.
exist.
Existence is the condition in which everything else im- imaginable happens. This
Existence
is what
is
existence
a
is.
is describing a matter of reality. Something has to exist in
Does
order for
reality
it
exist?
to be a thing.
Does reality
Existence is
exist?
not a hold on. Existence is not an int, and I had the same debate with an atheist who tried to argue this
No, that's
nonsense.
because I'm not an
Um,
atheist.
I
You
know,
didn't
I
have
know,
this argument with atheists.
but he's trying to ground his worldview in something other than Christ, just like yourself. So he has the same issue you do, trying
No,
to
I'm
find
not trying
something
to. This is
to
actually
ground
what
your
existence is
existence.
grounded in. Like, this
Okay,
is what we see. This is the difference
it,
between mine. You believe what somebody told you, that somebody wrote down, that somebody, you have never once had a critical thought in your mind. You said it earlier when you said you've never had a reason to not insult your own intelligence. This is what you said earlier. And when you
what?
said that
When
you've
did I
never
say that?
had when you said that you never had a reason not to believe that there's a supernatural being out there, that's insulting your own intelligence when you see
Um,
time and nature.
Hey,
This
why
is
you
the
no,
being
no, no.
this is
I
the
predators
didn't say,
though?
but that's okay. That's okay.
these are the mental transmitted infections that you have, and you have to answer to.
Yeah, I never
But
said that. I said,
to say that I'm grounding, not grounding my reality in Christ is what did you call it?
what did I?
You said he's not grounding his reality in Christ either, which is something.
Well, he
But
grounds it in something, and if you're not grounded in Christ, and you will search for something like existence, like the universe, to ground reality. Um, but that's his problem and the atheist problem, not the Christians.
I'm not a
Existence is not an empty bag in which everything now has to be poured into. Existence does not have an ontology. Ontology is the framework we use to analyze what existence is. Okay, it's what exists. Ontology is a branch of philosophy that studies what exists. It is not something, existence is not a creature roaming around the universe
I never said it
looking
was a creature.
looking for someone to be in him so they can be in existence. So
I never said that. I never said existence was a creature. You getting incoherent by the
where
minute.
so the
Listen,
only thing that
hey, Craig,
existed was existence itself. That makes zero sense. You're
time
treating
and nature. What is existence? And existence is the necessary conditions of time and nature. Time and
time.
nature
What
has
did time?
always
Time always existed. Where are you getting this from? No scholar, no scientist will ever suggest that time, our time. Whose time are you referring to?
Do you want to do whose
Our
time?
time comes from the sun.
I'm referring to the time that everybody else refers to.
The time based on our sun.
No, that's just a measurement of time. What are you talking about? Measurements of time. What are you talking about?
Okay, so what are you talking about when you
The
say
thing
time?
that you're measured. The thing that you're measuring.
Time begins with the universe begins at the
No,
Big
that's only if you assume that there's creation. I don't assume creation. I believe that time and nature has always been and everything forms.
Bang. Okay.
The place you put God, I know that that is time and nature. How do I know? Because that idea that you have of God is incoherent. Why? Because it needs a time and a nature to do any of those actions, namely creation, that you're talking about he's doing. These things have to happen within existence. You're trying to put him outside of it, even though saying he exists. And this is where it becomes incoherent. And this is how I know that we don't even need that. If
Yeah,
you
well,
understand what Occam's razor is, which you will if you debate me, and you understand who Thomas Bayes and Bayes' theorem is, I will prove to you that you're like you have you're dead.
you cannot prove that there was time always. Time has always existed. You cannot prove that. But that's your theory. That's fine. We believe something different, so
Yeah,
we
see, you
can agree.
believe. I don't believe. I recognize. Those are two
We
differences.
recognize something different. We
Y'all don't
recognize.
recognize anything. You better not do that because they told you to believe
Well, they
in the
told
doctrine.
you.
It tells you to insult your own intelligence
They
and
told
don't
you to
know
believe that.
anything. Don't question
They
anything.
told you to believe existence has always existed. They told you
Who,
to
t-
believe that.
who told me to believe that?
All right, but we
Who
believe
told me to
God
believe that?
created whoever told you that. It's nonsensical. It's incoherent. But whoever told you that, um, that's what you believe right now. So, but we believe God created the world with time, not in time. Okay.
Man, I can prove it. You just agreed with what I just said. That's why I'm going. You just agreed exactly with what I said. You
God
just
created time.
agreed. No, you said within time. You said
No,
God created
I
time
said
within a. What'd you
with
say?
time. God
It-
created the world with time. So time, space, and matter came into existence at the same time.
no, they have always been,
Quote
just
unquote.
as you're proposing.
Okay, you can believe.
Just like
I'll
you
take
saying, God, listen
it
to the
that
three
too.
things that you understand that God has to do. He has to exist, he has to have time, and he have you saying it, and you putting God right there where you saying existence is, like within the thing that you're denying.
It's this existence creature, right?
There's no
So where did
creature.
existence come from?
There's no creature. It has always been.
Existence has always existed, right?
Time and nature is existence. Time and nature has always existence. Has always existed. What is existence? Existence is to be. There is nothing outside of that. So when there is time and nature, you have an intelligible way to interpret and inform everything that you're saying. That's what I'm telling you. You are so incoherent. And but you're getting it now. You're putting it in your computer, and it's giving you what it's saying. And he's saying like, well, he's logically right and stuff. I can tell you calming down. Get down.
No, I mean
You,
we
you want me
just.
to tell? You want me to give you my whole argument so
Oh,
you can put it in your computer?
I don't
How good
have
can you type? How many words a minute you type? I'm gonna read it
about
fast.
60.
I told you,
But
look, A1. I'm telling you, I'm a genius, A1. I'm telling you, boy.
yeah, okay.
How did I know he was
So
typing?
so we
How did I know he was typing what I was telling him into a computer? I'm gonna
no,
tell you how.
I
Because he
wasn't.
settled down and he understood if your computer is saying the same thing I'm saying, I must be
You're
on to
talking
something.
over. That's why I settled down. But but no, I wasn't typing uh, regarding what you were saying. So we just have to agree to disagree.
Right,
You
right.
believe without evidence that the
I never believed. Wait,
you believe that that's faith. That's your faith. That time and matter always existed, and we believe that time and matter came into existence.
wait. That's the difference between what you're saying and what's the truth. The truth is, I recognize
Okay,
that time and nature has always been. You the one that believe. I
okay.
don't
We
believe anything. I
recognize.
recognize.
Okay, let
Y'all
me
don't
say this.
recognize any of that. I can prove in
We
your Bible that you don't
recognize.
recognize. No, you don't. Y'all believe. It tells you
We
you have to be
recognize.
able to insult your intelligence to be a Christian. It tells you
I
what
would say
belief
you have
is.
to insult your
It
intelligence to believe what you believe, but
I don't believe it. This is what I
Okay,
recognize.
to
And
recognize
everybody
what you
recognizes it. Your
recognize.
computer recognizes it.
My
That's what
computer does
that's
what?
why yes it does. That's why you said we just gotta agree to disagree. Because you got to throw your computer out the window because it agreed with me. Tell the truth.
That modern science says no to the fact that time and nature, the physical universe, has not always existed in the way
Hey,
that we
there's
know
some
them.
that say there's some scholars that say it does.
Oh,
Some
okay
scholars
then.
that say
So
it
that's why I
doesn't.
said we have
There's
to
some
agree to
scholars that say it
disagree.
doesn't. Yeah, that's what I'm
Well,
telling
that's
you. I
fine.
agree with you.
So you haven't
What do you
proven
want to
anything.
debate though? What do you want to debate? You don't
You
want to
haven't.
debate now, do you?
Well, that's why I don't debate even atheists on here.
Is that a W? Can I take that as a W?
There's nothing to
A1.
debate. You
A1, can
believe
I take
some.
that as we came up here
You
to set up a
believe
debate and you
something
said it ain't
that you
nothing to
cannot
debate.
prove.
Slow
I can
down.
prove what I believe. I
Slow
can
down so he can
demonstrate.
talk.
I can demonstrate what I believe is true. You can't. You just believe it. So our Bible makes a claim about the universe and then backs it up. Jesus comes and backs up his claim and vindicates his claims about the universe, creation, existence. He backs up his claim by demonstrating in history, by dying on the cross, the irrefutable fact of resurrection. How do you prove that time and nature has always existed? How? How do you demonstrate that?
Well,
Go ahead.
first of all, you need to understand that you're not proving anything about God creating anything just because you're saying Jesus came and he is God
You
and what he
can't, can
said.
you?
And now you can't. Now you can't do that. I'm sorry about
Listen,
that.
no one is. Listen,
That's exact.
brother. I'm not trying to suggest you should believe the proof that is provided by Christianity and Christ and the apostles who come later and says this is how Jesus proves that everything he says about the world is true. I'm saying, do you even have such evidence to even provide, whether I believe it, whether I think it's silly or not? Do you have something in history?
As y'all can see, he rudely interrupted again as I was in the middle of my topic. But that's just to throw me off of what I was saying because he knows it's about to be the most coherent
All
answer
right.
he's ever had, my
The
friend.
answer is no.
Oh, my friend. Of course, I can answer that. Especially if you stop interrupting, I can definitely answer it. What you have to understand is that I don't believe anything.
Oh boy, here we go again. Replace the word believe, replace the word believe, and put whatever you want to put there. Where are you getting so much confidence in this notion or idea or theory that time in nature has always existed? Because modern science says no to that question, basically.
That's a lie. Stop telling that lie like that.
Okay, so you get it from
That's
modern
that's
science.
what modern Christians. No, that's not what I get. I told you I get it from experience.
When did you experience time in nature always existing? Can you explain when did that happen? When did you experience that?
Okay, so time and nature has always existed since
Uh,
I've existed, right? And my mom was here before me, and then
oh
I can
God.
go all the way back to that. And then we get all the way back to a point where you say that God created it. And I say, no,
Okay. And what is the
existence has always been. What is
okay?
existence? Existence is
It's-
time and nature. How do I know that? Because I've experienced time and I have
okay.
a nature. I
Have
understand the
you always
unfolding of nature.
have,
Can I see what I'm saying? This
you're
is what.
just restating, sir. You
Can I
just
finish?
regurgitate.
Can I finish that? Ain't
You
nobody
just
regurgitating
regurgitated.
nothing.
Go ahead, regurgitate again. Tell us about nature and
No, man, I ain't gonna
your
do the
experience.
ad hominems, man, and the interruptions and things. If you incoherent, you
Go ahead.
just
I
incoherent.
apologize. Go
We
ahead.
disagree. No, you disagree with me. I disagree with you. That's that.
I agree. I think this is a waste of time. We both
Okay. All right.
have
All
an
right. All right.
understanding of the
Okay.
universe.
We agree. Okay.
Okay. You don't think I can prove mine, and
No, you can't prove it. In
I
fact, you
know
told me you
I
can't
can't
prove
prove
it.
it to you, but I have evidence. You don't have any evidence.
I
You're
have
just going to
all
keep
the evidence
restating.
in the world.
Where? Where's the evidence that the universe, that time and nature, the physical universe has always existed? Where is that evidence?
It's all over the internet. Would you like me to pull up some of my papers?
Yes,
Okay.
please. And you are getting it from a source then.
Yes, I have a philosophy. I have quantum
The source
onlyism. I
is
told you that. My
science, right? Because when I
It's
said
quantum
science says
onlyism. It's
no,
my book. No, it's
when I said science says no, you said it does. So you are getting this from science. Correct? You are getting this from some sort of scientific study or
wrong.
no? You
I
just
get all of my sources from the Bible. Everything that the Bible says, I go to try to see if I can make it true or not true, and I see that it's incoherent. So I prove from the very first, from Genesis 1:1, that the incoherence of a creator God idea is that's what I prove. Like, I don't have to go deep in your book. Right there from one, when it said God said, "Let there be." That right there, were you guys trying to presuppose that God is outside of time and nature,
um
is actually proven that God is within time and nature, and that the symbolism of that word God at that time is what
that
it was, a personification of the workings of existence. So
let
what
me
they did was they put
filibuster. Let me
they
type
put
this in.
because you think about it logically, the only thing that thing creator God has is power over time and power over nature. This is what you want him to have, while saying that he doesn't have time and nature to have power over time and nature. These are incoherent inconsistencies that I can prove through your Bible.
No,
Fuck
you
my
can't. You
sources.
haven't proven anything. But when we say outside of time and space, it's really a mantra. It's not to be taken in a wooden literal sense. All we really
Incoherent.
God is in time and space. So when you transfer, when we say that, understand what we're saying that about. We're saying that about the creation
Wait, hold on. Did
itself.
you just agree with me?
No,
Did you just
no.
say God is within time and nature doing stuff? Yes, you did.
The Bible teaches that. So again, listen to what I'm saying. When we say outside of time and space, we don't mean that God is currently outside of time and space. We say that,
Why'd you say
we
it?
say that, I'm trying to explain to you if you would just allow me to speak. Okay. We say that when the question is asked about creation, then we say he's outside. But what we really mean is that time, space, and matter did not exist.
Now look. Now let me show you.
And then it
This right
came
here.
into existence once God created it.
Now look.
Okay. So
Okay,
he's in time
okay,
and
okay,
space right now
okay, okay.
because he
Now,
created. But before that, he was not in time and space because time and space did not exist. Okay. That's a coherence.
listen, and this is why I say there's no creation; it's all formation. These are the logical explanations. What you just did was try to equivocate in existence and out of existence. You
What?
listen.
No, sir. Again, you called it special pleading and you were wrong. Special
Well, that
pleading
what you
is not
just did
used.
is equivocation.
Special
What you
pleading,
did, you were special pleading first. Now
special
you're
pleading is not
equivocating. Listen, you're
okay.
gonna go from that. When I
I'll
prove
give
this
you an
listen,
example.
let me finish. When I prove this incoherence, I guarantee you, you go from God being what you first said he was to now you saying that he's in. First you said he was outside of time and nature. Now you saying he's in time and nature. This next step, you gonna say that he's a person, but you already got that in Jesus. Listen, I don't want to go through all of these like these are things that I use in debate. Quit trying to make me give you my view. You've moved the goalpost four
Watch out.
times, and then you tried to make me move it one time. So that's five times. You giving false equivocations. You giving incoherencies like at the wazoo. And I don't want to keep sitting here going through these things. I said existence is where you place the word God at. So if you want to debate that, I can prove that all you've done when you say God, With the incoherences was used symbolism and personified the mechanisms of existence. Those mechanisms are the two necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature. Did you make sure that your computer could hear me? Press enter again and see if it come up with the same thing. It will. We disagree. I disagree with you. Stop trying to make me like you can't bring an incoherence into coherence. The only way you're gonna do that is you just to keep jumping ship into God is this, God is that. And the last thing you're gonna say is he is his spirit, and you're just a mystery that we can't understand. I understand this. Let's not do it.
You done, brother? I want you to take a deep breath, man. Take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Okay. All right. So let's go back to your first blunder when you tried to convince me that God's existence is the same as ours because
I never tried
we
to
both
stop. Listen, I said we disagree. I
exist.
never tried to get you to believe anything. These are things that I recognize.
Okay.
You
And you
believe these things.
all right,
The
here we
stop.
go.
We're
Here we
not
go
gonna go
again.
back
More
to any income.
filibustering.
But
More
there's no good.
filibustering.
Why do we want to go back to incoherence when I've already proved that wrong? Now you want to go back and try to tell me something else. I'm just gonna prove it wrong again. You're gonna move the goalpost again. Then you're gonna want to come back to this. Stop doing the same thing. I disagree with you. I agree that you disagree with me. You go to church tomorrow. You pray to God. I'm happy for you. If that's what you need to cope with, that's fine. Just remember, if somebody come hit you upside your head, the devil made them do it.
All right, brother. Okay, you done? Can I speak now? Okay. So I'm gonna go all the way back, past
I
all
didn't
the
say I was done. I didn't
subterfuge.
say I was done yet.
Oh,
You
you're
asked
not
me, was I
done? All
done? I
right,
never
all right.
said yeah.
More subterfuge. All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Now,
You,
what I
you're
want
not.
to do right now is ask you,
What you want? No, whoa. You
is
before
there
you ask
something
me
that you want to
anything.
debate? Like, you don't have to give me any more ammunition. Your incoherence is there. Just
Uh,
pick a topic that you want to debate. I've given you enough information. What
you
do you
giving
want to
me
debate?
enough information. Okay.
What do
Well,
you
I
want to
wanted
debate?
to. Well, we can debate anything, but there has to be a positive claim being made. Um,
I affirm that
so
time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form, and I
that's
can prove
that's
it.
not a claim that you could prove, sir.
Yes, it
You
is.
just demonstrated you
I
cannot
just
prove that.
proved it. I just
No,
proved
you
it.
haven't, sir.
Yes, I did.
How?
By proving that the
By
idea
saying
that you
it over
have
and
of a
over again?
what you mad because I said it right? Listen, I
You
told you I
did
have a
say it right.
philosophy.
You
I
did
have a
say it right.
philosophy. That
Right.
do
Give
you
me a
want to debate my?
syllogism. Give me
I
something.
I'll
Give me a
debate my
syllogism.
philosophy against your
Okay, give
philosophy.
me a syllogism.
What kind of
Premise one,
syllogism?
premise two, conclusion. Give me something. Give
No,
me an
I'll give
argument.
you my. You want my whole argument? It's a
Give me
robust
a
philosophy.
syllogism. Give me an
It's
argument for
okay. Let me
for the
here. I'll give you a
physical
syllogism.
universe always existing. Give me a logical argument. You can't prove that. You can't prove that empirically through science. So give me give me a logical argument. Something.
I gave you a logical argument. I told you
But I want to go
nothing
back to your
exists outside of existence.
nothing exists outside of
Now
existence.
that's gonna sound like a tautology when you first say it, but the implications is that
Okay.
existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature.
Okay.
Time being ordered update and nature being structure and identity. Now,
How is you
you
proving? You're just stating what
these
you
are logical.
believe.
This is a philosophy, so these are logical
These are
proofs.
philosophies that are
These are
dealing with
logical proofs.
these are
Listen.
philosophies that are
Oh,
dealing
you
with
want my come
physical
listen. Now you just asked
things.
me for my syllogism. Can I give you one of my
Okay,
syllogisms?
what's your first premise?
My first premise is that existence obtains. Type it in your computer. I'll give you time.
Existence does what?
Obtains. OBTAINS.
Existence obtains.
Premise two. If existence obtains, intelligibility is required for a meaningful claim.
All right, what do you mean by existence obtains? What does that mantra mean? Another term that you've coined. What does that mean?
What? So now you
Yeah,
trying to say
what?
you don't know what
What?
obtains mean?
You have to explain yourself? What? Yeah, what
Well,
does
I
it
thought you
mean?
was
What does existence obtains mean?
means you have an existence.
Okay. So in the beginning, existence obtains. There was a beginning. There was an existence in the beginning.
There wasn't an existence. Existence obtained. This is a listen. I
What does
thought you
that
asked me
mean?
my premises. What are you doing? Listen, man.
Your
Listen. I
first
don't want to
premise
do.
is nonsensical. It's incoherent. What does
How is it in?
existence obtain mean? It's just these
You
terms
got a
that you
computer right
coined.
there. Put existence and obtains and ask what it is. I
Okay, well,
told you it
let's
means
do it.
that exist. I told you existence obtains means that you have an existence.
Existence is. That's all you're saying.
Duh. That's what I'm
Okay.
telling you.
So that's your premise one
That's
is
premise
existence
one.
is.
Well, is it true or not true? That's
Whose
the question.
existence are you referring to?
The existence that you can imagine, any existence.
Any existence. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, premise one is true. God exists.
Okay.
Go ahead. You said anyone I can imagine. God exists. Go
God
ahead.
exists. That's right. That means he's within existence. You're right.
What
I
does it
agree
mean
with
to
you.
be within
Okay.
existence? That's
Just what I said.
nonsensical.
Come on.
That's
This is how you don't
nonsensical.
get it.
Can you
This is what
find a
I'm saying. See,
philosopher that will
God, man, I
suggest?
can't even give you my.
Can you find a philosopher that would suggest that someone can be in existence as if existence is a bag that you
Every
throw
philosopher
people
that you
into,
every
and now
philosopher
you're in
that asks
existence and now
every
you're not in
philosopher that
existence?
asks what
That makes zero
every
sense
philosopher
philosophically.
every philosopher that asks why is there something rather than nothing is asking
That's
the
not the
same question.
question. The
This is
question
the
is in
same question. This is the
existence.
question.
In existence,
There
out of
is something.
existence.
There is
What
something.
is it? What does it
There
mean
is.
for something
Listen
to
to
be
me.
in
The
existence? It means that it exists. Existence
exactly.
is a
Exactly. Why did you
existence
ask that
is
question if you know what it is?
describing
A1.
something.
This is becoming unintelligible. He don't want to debate. He
Like,
just
what do
want to keep
you
on
like?
asking questions. I've asked
Are
him
you
for a
in
debate.
existence? Like, I exist. I'm
Okay.
not in
Why don't y'all put?
existence.
Where do you exist at?
Existence obtains is a philosophical phrase meaning that existence is the case.
So that means
Hold on, let me finish. Let
that
me
you know
finish
this is
the
a real
definition.
philosophical argument that
I
you're
am
about to
reading the
encounter
entire
here. You
definition.
don't even know what.
Can I read the entire definition, please? You asked me to Google it. Existence obtains is a philosophical phrase meaning that existence is the case, which is what your position is, or it comes about, or it persists. So all three are the definition included in the definition. So we say existence
All
obtains
three aren't included. It
by
said you can
God.
pick one of those, or it says or. You pick your or about existence. I pick
Okay.
my or. Now they gave you three ors. You told me that the first or was mine. I believe that the third or was yours. Now we must
No,
debate
mine
our
comes
ors.
about and persists. Mine comes about and it persists. So yours is just is, it always is. I believe existence always is as well. God's existence always. God's existence. Our existence did not come
I never
about.
did talk. I'm talking about existence, period. Even if our existence
Again,
came down in your worldview,
existence
you
is
saying our
not.
existence came down from God's existence,
Oh,
that's not refuting what I'm saying. I'm telling you that
existence
God
does not
exists,
have
and existence is
ontology,
in
brother.
your view,
Brother, you're
that's only if you
making
believe in a creation. That's
putting
only if you
exist.
believe in creation. If you don't believe
This
in
is
creation and you believe in
incoherent.
formation, existence
As
actually has an ontology. Yes, it is an
this is
ontology. This is why
incoherence
I
on
know you haven't never
steroids,
had,
brother.
you haven't even heard nothing but the
This is
first argument. And the first
incoherence. This is
argument, the first
incoherent, brother.
appearance,
You
Why you
made
using
existence
incoherent?
into some sort of matrix
No,
where
I
everything
recognize that that's what it
has
is.
to be
I didn't
poured
make it into
into
nothing. I
existence
recognize
slab
that that's what it
for
is.
it to exist.
I
Like,
didn't
do you
make this
realize
up.
how silly you sound?
Whatever, man. It
You'll
makes war
never
and tells
find
you
any philosophy teaching that existence has some
I
sort of
guarantee you, a philosophy already
ontology
teaches it. It's called the
that
quantum. It's called the
it
philosophy of quantum
well,
onlyism.
quantum particles exist, yes, but you'll never find anyone saying that existence itself has some sort of
I found
ontology,
plenty. I can
brother.
prove to you. I found plenty. I've
Existence
written
does
books
not
about
have
this. I've written
ontology.
books. That's what they don't. That's what they missed. That's what those other philosophies missed, and that's why they were
The reason why
incomplete.
existence
That's why they become
always has been
incoherent. You got philosophy.
is because God always existed. Existence itself does not have a ontology itself.
In your worldview, I can prove that it does in mine.
Oh
And
my
it
goodness.
don't get mad because
So
I don't
what
believe
is
in
it? Is it an
creation.
empty state? What is existence exactly? What is it?
The necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature, which are ordered up,
So
baby.
existence
Or
is time and things.
time and nature. Don't
Things.
forget nature.
Physical things,
Time
right?
and nature.
Moon, the stars,
Those things come
the
within existence.
planets,
Those things come within existence.
those things
That's
have
not
always
existence.
existed? Have they
Look,
always existed?
time and nature has always
Okay,
existed.
so physical things, physical matter has
That's
always existed.
that's not what I said. I said time and nature has always existed.
But nature is made up of what, sir?
Okay, so if that's part of it, then why are you keep asking me that question? If I'm telling you this and you
To
keep
show
asking
you
the
how
question,
incoherent your worldview really is.
how
No,
is it
maybe no one ever
incoherent?
showed you this.
How is it incoherent? All of
If
you
you have
saying is that all you
time,
doing
you
is
have
agreeing with me.
matter, things always existing.
That's what I'm telling you. You
You
say it too. You say it's God though.
right, who's immaterial. You have
Wait,
physical
that's
things,
where it becomes
including
incoherent.
time itself.
The time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions that you need to even
Always
explain
existed.
that God that you talking
And you
about.
just came about existing what? Few thousand, 100,000 years ago.
The fuck
But
that got to
yet,
do about anything?
time always well, there should have been 30 billion of you by now. But I
Why
digress.
should there have been 30 billion of me? Do you know
Forever.
about the individuality and frequency of individual things within
I mean,
existence?
50
Probably
other
not, because you believe that God is creating stuff. You pray, God answer your question, your prayers. You've never had no wrong. You don't do no evil. When you do, you know it's the devil that did it. You go pray, ask for forgiveness. You go do it again. You need that
the
scapegoat. I don't
universe
need
made
that
you do it,
scapegoat.
right? Existence
Man,
made you
you believe in this so you can keep on going out and drinking and coming home and praying to God tomorrow. You probably drunk right now.
the
Now let me
universe
quit.
made
I ain't
me
gonna go
drink.
with the ad hominem. I'm just playing with you. Forgive me
The
for that.
universe made me do it. So you haven't gotten escape
I
from
don't
me.
believe the universe made you do it. I believe you took the choice and you took accountability at that moment. That's at least one time in existence you took accountability and you made the choice.
So it's an active existence is
An
uh,
ongoing event.
an ongoing event which you cannot prove. Okay. So just
What?
simply
I can prove it because
regurgitate.
I'm right here. I exist. You just said I exist. You
You
just said God
that
exists.
is
What do you mean I
persistent.
can't prove it? You just said God exists.
That's not proving that it did not come about,
I
sir.
don't have to prove it if you agree with it. Why would I have to
Look,
prove it and you
I
agree with it?
exist. Therefore, existence
What do
always
I have to
and
prove
matter
and you
always
agree
has
with?
been the case.
How can I
That's a
prove
non
something
sequitur,
you
sir.
agree with? How
That's a
can
non
I
sequitur.
prove how can
Why?
I prove
No
something
one's
that
ever
you agree with?
told you this. No one's ever told you that's a
How
non
can
sequitur.
you prove what can
I
you
already explained
prove?
how we prove it through the immutable fact of resurrection. So our God, knowing that he would have the same problem you're having right now, if he
I'm
didn't
not
do
having a
this,
problem.
he condescended to form himself, to make himself into a human, and he
That's
came down
crazy.
and he tabernacled with us and fellowship with us.
All of that when he could have
So
done something. Because so
he
is God
knew
all powerful?
he knew in his infinite wisdom
He knew.
that had he not done that, I would have the same problem you're having right now.
Well, did he know if he wouldn't have created evil? that we wouldn't even be having this question? Did you know that if he would have created everything perfect, we wouldn't have had, and he had the power to do it, and
That's
he
possible.
didn't. This leads me to believe that that's an incoherent view. What's impossible?
Okay, let me show you how what you
What's
just said.
Wait, you just said something's impossible for God.
Yes.
An
Have you read your
incoherence.
Bible?
I'm talking about y'all. Okay, I can't wait to
Listen, the
debate you. You
Bible is
prove it
still on
every time.
grandma.
You prove it everything I'm saying right
Brother.
now. You just said it.
The Bible is still on grandmama's desk. Okay, go grab it. Go grab it, brother.
I got a
I'll
Bible right
help
here
you.
under my
I'll
computer.
help you.
I got a Bible right here under my
There are
computer. What are you
several
talking
things
about?
God cannot do. One of those things is he cannot lie. Another thing God cannot do is he cannot create a perfect being. Only God is perfect. There will be no gods before me. Isaiah 41. No gods will be formed before me. No gods will be formed after me. There is only one
Okay, so
perfect
if we
being.
don't exist like God, like as you
Hold on, let
just
me
said,
finish. Let me
we don't
finish.
exist
'Cause I'm
like
gonna help.
God.
Let me
You
finish.
said we don't
Yeah, my
exist like
plane.
God. Then why come He couldn't create us perfect in the way that
Let's
we
see.
exist? He
Let's
could have
hear.
made
Let's
us
hear him,
perfect in the
Quantum.
way He exists.
Right, for sure. Let's
Yeah.
go here, Jill. Break out them scriptures, man.
Yeah, let me just land my plane, okay? So since God cannot create himself a
Right.
perfect being, when he does create, that will make evil possible. Or
He
what we
created
say
Jesus.
actualized evil, okay? So the alternative is not a perfect creation or a bad creation. The alternatives are the dichotomy is no creation at all or creation. And he decides to create. So, because he decides to create, which is a good, loving act to share, create, just like when we have children, it's a loving act. You're sharing, you bring in a child into the world, you're sharing things with that child, love, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's a good thing that he wants to share his attributes. One, the main attribute being love, because God is love. And that automatically makes evil a possibility now. Okay. So that's where evil comes from. Evil is not created, it is the result of God creating less than perfect beings. Okay. Is that coherent enough for you?
No, that's incoherent. Because why
That's
would you create
incoherent.
some? Yeah, that's incoherent for this simple fact
Oh,
that
everything's incoherent to
why
you.
would you create? Why would you create a being that you just said doesn't exist like he exists? So just because you don't create another being
Because it's
like
impossible
you
to
can
create
still see.
a perfect being.
You'll never let me prove the incoherence. Then
What?
you said that I said you won't stop and let me prove the
How is that
incoherence of what
incoherent? It's
I'm about
impossible
to
to
show you.
create
If you
another.
be quiet and let me,
Go ahead.
Let's hear it, Quantum.
I'm sorry.
the incoherence is that you saying that
Mhm.
God can't create a perfect being, but you saying that God created Jesus.
No, the Bible does not teach, brother.
I
Can
didn't
I
say the
send you
Bible
a
teach. I
Bible?
said what you just said.
Can I send you a Bible? No, I never said Jesus was created.
Okay. So you believe that Jesus has always been.
Yes, Jesus is Yahweh. He's God, the Most High, the
No
sustainer.
difference, no distinct difference between God the Father, God the
So there's
Son, and God the Holy Ghost.
the three. Yeah, we believe in the Trinity.
Okay. So what you saying right here is this is where it becomes incoherent. Listen to the three incoherences you just and I got man, matter of fact, that's what I want to debate you on.
Oh my God. Wait. Let's. You want to debate me on the Trinity now?
I want to debate you on the incoherence of the Abrahamic God
Oh, okay.
and all the beliefs that you
That's your
believe.
favorite word, incoherent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because it's incoherent. I can prove it, and then I can give you coherence.
Hey,
Wait a minute. Let's talk about the incoherence of what you just
The
said about.
incoherence of your creation, Joe Abrahamic God. That's what I want to prove.
Well, you haven't proven anything incoherent.
I never tried to prove anything coherent. I'm talking about in the debate when we go to prove it. That's where I prove it in a debate.
Okay. So what have
We're
you
not
been
here to prove it. I'm here
incoherent
to
up?
listen to your view and you listen to mine. I
What have you
disagree with you. You disagree with me. We already said that. Now, do you ready? Are you ready to debate? I want to debate that the idea of the Abrahamic God is incoherent, and I can prove
which
it.
is Okay, you're talking about the Christian God.
The Abrahamic God, period. He ain't that Christian God is the same God that the Muslims worship. Y'all
Okay,
can say
let's
it ain't, but
hear.
I can show you the
Okay,
incoherences that show that this is one
well,
of the
first,
incoherences I'm gonna prove.
okay, brother, let me just say this: the first step is to study the Bible, because from your incoherencies, your first two were a result of you not knowing what the Bible says about the matter. So, but go ahead.
No, that's not what that proves. That proves that the
So
incoherence of it.
no, the only incoherence is the one is you when you pick up the Bible and try to read it. That's the only incoherence
I've
going on.
never tried
But
to
go
read
ahead.
the Bible. I've picked it up and read it 7 times and found several incoherences, inconsistencies,
Yeah, yourself.
unintelligible thoughts, and special pleading that say, don't ask anything. I found where God goes from
Oh, that's what I meant to
one
say.
thing to immaterial, then he goes from immaterial to energy, then he goes from energy to the universe, then he goes from the universe to a man, then he goes from a man to it's just a mystery.
That's the incoherence.
You can't answer it. And that's where you at the mystery where you can't. And I'm telling you that there's other inconsistencies and incoherences within that total belief of a creationism idea, whether it's that idea of God that you given or somebody else's idea that say that there's a creator outside of time and nature that created existence, because existence is the highest power. How do I know? Because for us to explain the intelligible
The
existence,
Bible told you.
to have real explanation, you need ordered update and structure and constraint, individual things that you can distinguish this from that. This is how I know that that idea that you have was people's way, because you see it through other religions where they personified forces and things, and what they did was personified Father Time and Mother Nature, put them in one skin and call it an intentional efficacious agent called what they say is God. But that idea is an incoherent idea of God, but that don't mean that God doesn't exist. We must ask the question of why is there an existence. You ask that question because you want to know what would make God even have the power to be able to create? Because we're saying he's doing something. So we know he has to be to do something. I don't care if he does it like we do it. It's still something being done. It's still an event happening. These events happen within existence. What is existence? The necessary constitutive conditions of anything intelligible when you try to explain it. So when you start talking about God, you start talking about before and after because you're already presupposing without saying it and don't even know it. That time and nature, like it's crazy.
Well, we're in a temporal realm, so of course, when we talk about God, we are speaking in time, space, and matter, and that continuum. But I wanted to help you out with your understanding of special pleading, because it's
Listen, man, you
completely.
want me, you can't help me out because you believe in the devil. I don't want the help from nobody who think that anybody else is cursed. I don't want help from nobody
Who's
who
cursed?
believe that the devil
Do
done
you
talked to
curse?
them before. I don't want, no, that stuff don't
Satan
exist.
spoke
People
to you
make
before?
choices. There's a thing called no. He's talked to
Oh,
you
so who
before.
you? Oh no, he hasn't.
Yes, he have. You said it. You said you astroplaned all the way to hell
Oh
and
The
stuff.
man,
devil is a lie.
man.
No, I might be stretching the truth a little bit. You might have just said that. Let me tell the truth. I was
But
trying
I
to be
want to help
funny.
you with
Going on.
special pleading, okay? Because I think you have a major
You listen, I
misunderstanding
don't
of
need your
special
help with none
pleading.
of that, man. What you're gonna
Well,
try to do
let
is
me
give
just
me
ask
your
this.
understanding of special pleading.
No,
I
I'm
don't
going to
want
give
your
you
understanding.
the
No, no, this
understanding of special pleading that you should have
oh my
learned a
gosh.
long
I
time
know
ago.
what special
Okay,
pleading is. That means
a
asking for
long time.
special things for an idea to reach the weight and carry the weight that you want it to carry for but
Mm,
for the
that's bad.
specific purpose of you being right. I don't want that.
Okay, all right. Let me prove that definition to be faulty. Okay, if a dog murders
Why
a
didn't you
small,
just look up special pleading instead of trying to give me one of your
I know what
analogies?
special meaning.
Because you
Special.
don't have an intuitive mind. You told me that you've never had a reason to look past some inconsistencies that people give it to you. So I don't want any of your analogies. Do you
What?
understand? Like you are, listen, man, you
They're
low
not
tier. Listen, you are
inconsistencies.
low
That's
tier.
why.
When it comes
They're not
to
inconsistency. That's
listen,
what you're
man, you low
proving.
tier. I don't want to keep
They're
going.
just
You
somebody
said,
rambling off a
do
bunch
you
of
want to
irrelevant
debate
things
me?
like
Do
you've
you
been doing
want
for
to
3
debate?
hours.
If you don't want to
You don't
debate,
know how to
do you
debate,
want to
sir.
debate? I just asked you to
You
debate. In
cannot
fact, I
debate
got
me.
debates. I
You will
want to
get
debate you.
crushed. But
Let's debate.
let me
I want to debate that the
let me just
Abrahamic
let me bring up
gods and creation is incoherent in that.
you would not last 10 minutes in an
Well, let's
actual
debate it.
formal
Is
debate
that the
with me.
debate?
You would not
Well,
last 10 seconds.
why? Because you'll
Okay?
quit. Why would
You
you quit
can't
like
even
that?
stop
There's no need to quit
spurging
like that.
long
There's no
enough
need
in
to
your
just
script long
come on,
enough
man. I don't have
to
a
allow
script.
me to
This is in
even
my
ask you a
mind. How long
question.
do you think I did this? Come on, man. I have an entire philosophy. I keep telling y'all this. I keep telling y'all this, and y'all keep thinking I'm playing. And you'll jump in that ring, and I have the bird. I just float over you like Al's doing, just drop turds of knowledge on you until you fall to the floor, and then I'll clean up the coliseum of arguments like I always do. You won't be the first. Special pleading is a formal fallacy when someone applies a general rule to others but claims an exemption for themselves or a specific case without justification. This is what you're doing. I don't want to sit here and keep going through this discord. We need to get a debate.
Yeah,
I
sure.
want to debate you that your idea of God is incoherent.
You've been trying to do that all night and
I
failing.
haven't been trying to debate you. I've been trying to get an argument.
You've been
Been
trying
trying to
to
get a
you've
debate.
been
The debate
trying
will be totally
you've
different.
been
It's a
preaching.
Lincoln
That's for
Douglas
sure.
debate.
You're right. You
It's a
haven't been
Lincoln Douglas
debating.
debate setup.
'Cause
We
you will
get 12
never
minutes.
ever.
We get 3 minutes
Can we
for our
get time
introduction.
responses, A1?
The
Can we
first
get
round will
time
be
responses
12
for this
minutes
guy?
apart. The
He's just
second
gonna
round
keep
will be.
spurging out all
See what
night.
I'm saying? He talking about debating,
He's
and I'm
gonna
trying to
keep
get him the
spurging out.
format, and he don't even want to do it, man.
Every time I begin a sentence, he spurgs out. Like,
Stop lying. You are interrupting. You've been interrupting all night.
Okay, well, let's go one mic. Who was on? Quantum, you still
I like how you just hooted right there.
on?
I want to debate you that your idea
you
of
do
God
not
is
want to debate,
incoherent.
sir. You can't debate, sir. That's what you just demonstrated in front of everyone tonight. You cannot debate. You certainly can't debate me. Not the way you carried on.
Well, I just asked for a debate, and this is how I know you incoherent
Sure,
because
sure. What do you
you
want to?
trying to say that I don't want to debate you and I can't debate you instead of saying yes or no about the debate, whether
Yes.
I want to or not.
What do you
Do you
want
want
to?
to debate?
One, I will only ask for 1 point at a time, please. Try to do it. You know how to count to one? Count to
Do
1
you
point
know what a debate is?
out loud. Count to
Do you
one.
think we're going to be debating tonight?
Okay.
We have a debate league. It's called the Titans Debate League. We set up real debates in Lincoln Douglas style format.
Oh, God. So what's the topic going to be for this debate? The incoherence of the Abrahamic God,
Yeah.
which means nothing. Which I mean, you already lost the debate by proposing this title. You've already lost the debate. We already know what you're going to do. The same thing you just did for 2 hours. Just ramble on about a bunch of irrelevant factoids. Give me something specific. Make a positive claim about the Bible. The Bible promotes slavery. Say something positive so that
Why would I
can
do
talk
that when I can make it incoherence right there at verse 1,
Incoherence
chapter 1?
is
The incoherence
arbitrary.
is you saying in the
Incoherence is
beginning.
arbitrary, sir.
In the beginning
You're just going to
is
keep saying
time.
it. I'm going to say Genesis. You're going to say incoherent. I'm going to say Mark 3. You're going to say
Then I'm gonna
incoherent.
prove, and I'm gonna prove it.
It
Not
is
just say it though. I'm gonna prove
arbitrary.
it.
It is. You're not
So
proving
say you
anything.
don't want to
It's
debate, man. Say you
arbitrary,
scared to
sir.
debate.
Do you know what the
Say you
word
scared to
arbitrary
debate.
means?
Do you know what a debate is?
Oh
A
my
debate means you
God.
put your
Help
view
this
out, I
guy
put
out.
mine out, and then 3 other people who aren't
Somebody
me or
with some
you will
sense.
give
Help
us a.
this man
You know
out.
you're gonna lose, don't you? You know you're gonna
Your
lose.
worldview is
You know
incoherent.
you're
What's
gonna
the
lose,
topic of
don't
the
you?
debate?
You know you're gonna lose.
Islam is incoherent. How is it incoherent? Give me
That's
something.
what I'm gonna show. Why would I show
Give
you
me
how I'm gonna
something
prove that it's
specific.
incoherent when I'm debating you with it? You go get your shit
Because
together. I got
what's going
mine.
to happen? Here's what's going to happen.
I'm gonna win.
You're going
I'm
to
gonna win.
provide. You're
I'm
going to
gonna
provide a
win.
positive claim. I'm gonna debunk it. You're gonna provide 10 more.
I'm gonna
Okay?
win. I'm gonna win. That's what I'm gonna
That's
do. You
what's
must
gonna
don't know
happen.
what a debate is. Have you ever debated
What's gonna
before?
happen.
Have you
Because
ever debated?
you started. Oh,
Have
I
you
have
ever been in
several.
a real professional debate?
I have
You
several
must
on
not
my
have.
channel. Go check
So
out my
why do you keep talking like somebody gonna be doing something? If you know what a debate is, you know you get your chance
because
and I get my chance.
I know your
Listen,
I know
listen.
your
See what I'm
MO.
saying? See
I
what I'm
know
saying?
your
See what I'm
entire
saying? You won't
MO.
even let me talk. This is what I'm saying. You
You
keep on
won't let
saying that
me talk. That's why
I
I
was
know
just
you
Let's
speaking.
can't
okay.
I
debate.
was just
Let's
speaking.
get one mic, guys. Who's
I
on?
was
Every time I
just
try to
speaking.
speak, you over
I was
talk.
just stop lying.
Okay,
You trying
go
to do
ahead.
that
Go
to make
ahead and
stop
speak.
We'll
When
go
lying.
I
one.
start
You sitting here
talking,
lying.
when I start talking, you shut up and mute your
I
mic.
won't shut
Let's
up.
see
I'll
if you
be
can do
quiet.
that.
Okay,
Listen, stop talking
Okay,
over me.
then
Be
talk to
quiet. You don't
okay.
A1
run
then.
nothing over here.
Talk to
Be
Let's
A1.
quiet.
land.
Please. I'm trying to. I can't because he won't be quiet.
Holy, you the one cutting him off, man.
Man,
I'm in here listening on my tablet, man. I'm in a different room than the computer. I just got on the stream yard. You been cutting him off the whole time.
He doesn't want to debate me.
You just got to scale back a little bit, man.
He left. He doesn't want to debate me.
Slow it down, son, man.
He
We're going to
left.
get to debate if you slow it down. I know you eager to get one. You got it.
He left.
I think
A1.
he's still there, ain't
You
he?
got to let him respond to you.
Oh, oh no, that's two. That's both of those are A1s, two A1s. Okay, maybe he did leave. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, I know this guy's MO. All he's going to do is try to tell me everything that he finds in the Bible is incoherent, but he won't be able to demonstrate it's incoherent. He'll just say, well, I don't understand this. Well, there are things in the Bible I don't understand. There are things in algebra I don't understand. That doesn't make it ultimately incoherent. It just means I don't understand it. And maybe it was never intended for me to understand fully. When the Bible says that God is a jealous God, is that incoherent? Yeah, if you don't know what it means for God to be jealous. If you know what it means for you to be jealous, and then you say, well, this must mean what God means when he says he's jealous, then you can come away with incoherence, or what he might call incoherence. Because why would God have, those types of feelings? He's not a human. He doesn't have glycosamine. He doesn't have dopamine. He doesn't have estrogen or testosterone, etc. So oftentimes when I'm dealing with people like this young man, that's along the lines of what they believe the Bible is saying is incoherent. It's really their understanding is incoherent. It's silly. Their understanding is silly. Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Their understanding of Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 is silly. So then they conclude the Bible is silly. No, you're silly. You're the goofball. You're goofy. You're the goofy one trying to read an ancient book as you would read a 21st century novel. You're the goofball. All of you. Every single last one of you are goofy. The Bible teaches this. The Bible teaches that. But then when I press you on it, oh, well, the Bible doesn't make any sense. Why would it say that way? Well, God expected you to do your homework and to recognize that a book that was written 5,000-6,000 years ago is not going to communicate how you would communicate today or how you would speak today. So you have to study the Bible, not just read it.
are you done?
I am.
Seems to me that the ad homs and the way that you just are upset because I've been able to critically think within existence. What we have here is your top of the line, indoctrinated person who told us from the beginning that he's never had a reason to critically think. Now, he didn't say it in those words. He said it in a minuscule way like this. I've never had a reason to
reject.
Can I think? See what I'm saying?
Christianity.
That's me. And go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
There has never been a coherent reason to reject Christianity presented to me ever. Ever. All the reasons you keep giving me are emotional. I don't like the way God did this. Or it's a misunderstanding. It's a silly reading of the text. And then you expect us to say, well, yeah, you're right. The Bible does say that. Therefore, I'm going to reject the Bible too. No, it doesn't say the half of the things that you're saying the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say it. It's something you deconstructed, I guess. You deconstructed the Bible, which really means you reinterpreted it to have a reason to reject it, in my opinion. To be honest with you, no, not saying that's what you did, A1, in your book, but that's been my experience. You reinterpret it to say something it never intended to say, so you can now hate on it. Well, the Bible is against women. You didn't believe that when you were a Christian for 20 years. You believe that the Bible says that we are to love our wives as Christ loves the church, which is the highest honor to give to a woman. That's it doesn't get any higher of an honor honoring women than that. But you let someone twist you into believing that the Bible teaches something different. New information is coming in to your system, and now is corrupting the information that you previously had. Well, I'm here to show you that information that you put into your system, you input it into your computer, that caused you to deconstruct that was misinformation. And you don't like that. You don't like that. It's not comfortable. Because your mind was changed once already. Now you have to change it back again. You're more than likely going to fight me on that. You're more than likely going to fight me on that. And that's fine. I accept the heat and the pushback.
Okay, as you see, he rudely interrupted me again. And then when I tried to show him that he rudely interrupted, he just took in like he was really talking. But that's cool. That's cool. Because I'm going to be the one, you know what I'm saying? I got residents here, so you're lucky my manager is acting accordingly for you. I'm going to tell you something again. Like I said, I never once said that anybody has pushed me to believe anything. In fact, when they asked me to believe, I saw that if I just believe something, when I can prove and recognize something totally different, it's absurd to me to keep believing because I see the power structures and the governments and political uses of this Bible and what it was used for. I've seen the evidence of the whips across people's back and them saying that the devil made them do it. And that's why the reason that no one wants to be accountable. I've seen the way that they duck accountability with this system. You can make all of the necessary assumptions that you feel make you feel better when you calling me names and stupid stuff. But like I told you,
I didn't call you stupid.
Nothing.
I said
I didn't.
silly.
You said, go ahead.
I just wanted to. I didn't call you. So I just said.
Go ahead.
It's goofball. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
And see, and the reason you do that because you have the devil to say the devil made you do it, and that's why you do it. You ain't sorry. Not once. This is the incoherence of those things that I'm talking about. And you don't see the incoherence because, again, I must point out that you told us that you've never had a reason to critically think. You've always believed this, even when you see within existence that it might, is it true? It might be the fact that these things that they telling us isn't true. Like We don't see these things within existence.
That's innuendo,
I
brother.
can get.
Not well.
I'm
These
done, man. You win.
true.
Cause I ain't gonna never be able to tell you. You right. You win.
Yeah, Christianity wins for 2,000 years. I don't know why you just don't give up. To be honest with you, no one can defeat.
Cause for some reason, God bless you. You're making it seem like I'm the one interrupting and shit.
No, well, yeah, I don't interrupt you to actually start a soliloquy. I might interrupt for
There's
clarity.
never a reason to interrupt somebody, sir.
Well, if I don't understand, I say, hold on, can you explain that? That's not an interruption. What you would do
We've
is,
been way past that point. I was just sitting here going through a dialogue just then after you just had your 15-minute dialogue. And then I started talking. You interrupted 2 times. The first time you interrupted, I said, go ahead. I'll let you talk for 7 more minutes. This time you just keep interrupting when I get to the facts that prove what I'm talking about. And this just proves the incoherence of your belief in the first place, man. So like I said, whenever you want to debate the incoherence of your idea of God, I'm ready to debate it. For the guy in there that said I must have just learned the word incoherent, no. This is what I understand has been going on for millennia with the question, who created existence? I think the target is wrong in the first place. We shouldn't be asking who created existence, because we now know after 2,000-3,000 years of arguments that nothing can create existence. Existence has always been. So the place where we've been putting that word God, y'all, that's not right. So we got to wipe the slate clean. Y'all don't want to do that. Y'all want to keep the incoherences and shut the accountability, that finding out that existence is for you to make choices and be accountable for your comfortability as well as the comfortability of the people you exist with. Y'all don't want to do that. You want to put a God up there so you can say that you better than this person. You're a Calvin Christian. Them Christians is wrong and stuff. And the incoherence is just unbearable for a mind as intellectual as mine.
well, you're not as much of an intellectual as you think, because your arguments, you don't realize it because
I
it's
never gave you an argument. Stop saying that. We
hey,
haven't
your
sit down and
position,
gave an argument about nothing. What
position.
we've been doing is talking and trying to find a debate topic. We haven't argued anything.
Well, your position, the claims that you're making are all based off of fallacies or fallacious arguments. For example, what you just said. The claim is not that God created existence. So again, you're building your arguments or your position or your statements, whatever you want to call them, you're building them all on what we call straw man. You don't really have an argument against our position. So
Let's
you prop
debate
up
then.
things.
Let's
So
debate.
prop
Let's
up
debate.
things. So you
Let's
prop up.
debate.
So you
Let's
prop up.
debate.
Sure, sure.
Let's debate.
I'll debate you now. So I don't
Okay.
have to set up
No,
any.
no, no, no. He pays us $50 a debate. Like, this is what his thing does.
I'll donate my $50 to you.
Okay, well then come to the debate.
I'll donate my $50 to you.
Come
Okay.
to the debate. Get your
All right.
argument ready.
The claim,
Get your argument ready. No,
brother.
no, no, no. You said we're gonna debate the incoherence of the Abrahamic God.
No, we would
We
have
have to be quiet now. I don't want to hear anything else.
we would
I
have to
don't.
have an actual debate topic, not something where you can sort of slide and maneuver and obfuscate like you've been doing for 3 hours.
Nobody's been doing that.
Yeah,
You
you
mad
have. Oh,
because you
there
mad
go. Yeah,
because your computer, all
there
you've been doing was ad hominems and never claiming anything. You've been telling us how
you go.
you don't have no reason to even have critical thinking. Now, I want to debate you about your idea of the creator God. That's what I want to debate you on. First, we was going to debate about the Christ and Jesus. You didn't even understand that the Christ and Jesus are 2 different entities. That was above your head. So I went back to a simpler claim
Totally
that your
just
idea of
ignored
God is
your
incoherent. Do
red
you want
herring. You mean that? That was a nice try though. But
to? So is that what we
you don't
debating?
fall for. Listen, you're
Is
never
that what
going
we
to
debating? Man, I
fall.
don't want to hear none of that. It's
Never
we
going to get
do
me to fall for irrelevant factoids and rabbit holes.
prove
Okay.
it in the
I
debate.
when I
Prove it in the
detect
debate.
you're
Prove it
trying
in the
to
debate.
deflect
Prove it in the
from the
debate.
questions and the
Prove it.
actual topic, I just will just ignore that deflection.
Prove it in the debate.
It's not that I
Man,
don't have an answer for it. It's just I
prove it in the
recognize that
debate.
it's deflecting from the actual point because you really can't argue to the actual law.
So then you bring the argument. What's the argument? I got arguments for mine. Why would
So
I have an entire argument
all you're
called the
going
only
to
argument. I told you I have a philosophy. It's called
no, no, no.
quantum
Yeah, your
onlyism. It's
philosophy is
against
to
any.
straw man
It's a,
Christianity.
your
That's your
philosophy.
philosophy.
You don't even have a philosophy. What you have is creationism, and they put you in a bucket, and you don't even know what the people
Philosophy is to
who
straw
put
man.
you. Okay, well, no, it just make your philosophy look like a straw man, because your philosophy
Okay,
ain't standing
so
on nothing.
the claim that God is not, we don't claim that
I
God
said that
created
your idea.
existence.
I said that your
That's
idea
why
of
you
God
keep
is
cutting you off.
incoherent.
Because I'm about to call out another one of your dishonest tactics.
I said that your
Is
idea
it
of
true
God
or
is
false?
incoherent.
Let me just ask it in a question. True or false? Christians do not claim God created existence. Is that true or false? Christians, let me say it this way. Christians claim God created existence. True or false?
Christians claim God created existence.
Yeah, is that true or false?
That's false.
So Christians don't claim that.
No, they think God has always been.
Okay, so why would you just say, oh, you think God created, or they think God
Because you're
created
not a
existence?
Christian. I wasn't talking about Christianity. I was talking about you and what you was proposing. You said you're a Calvinistic Christian. You totally different from the people that you proposing right now. You
All
keep
right. So
listen,
no,
man. Stop, man.
okay.
Listen,
Now
man.
you're
Stop with
critiquing
all
me.
of
You said
man.
they.
Stop with all of this bull.
You said
Listen, man.
they, sir. Am
Oh
I
my
more than one
gosh.
person?
Oh my God. Can
Do
you
I
agree
have
to the
pronouns
debate?
now?
What are we
I'm
doing? You making the
LGBTQ
show.
now. You said they. You said they teach that God created existence, and then you went on to try to debunk that. That's a straw man, sir.
I never said God tried to create that. Stop lying, man.
Oh my God. You said they. Okay. You believe when have I ever said that God created existence? When have I ever said that? My argument was the exact opposite, that you cannot create existence. He
And
created
my
our
argument is that
existence.
you had my
He
my
created
my argument
our
and
world,
my
his
argument is
world.
that that's incoherent because
So
you
that's
have
how I
other
know
Christians.
you're lying,
You
sir.
have. Are you finished? Can I can I
No
can I
one ever
speak real?
said that. I didn't say it. No Christian ever said it. The Bible never said it. So this is what I'm talking about, A1. The deconstruction that everyone is doing nowadays that I see is not deconstruction at all. You're not deconstructing what the Bible is saying. You're not even trying to analyze what the Bible is actually saying. You're going based off of the whips you see on the movie Roots, therefore Christianity. You're going based off of these things, your personal experiences. That's what you're going based off of. Nothing you let me ask you another question. Does the Bible promote or justify slavery? Yes or no?
That's incoherent to me. Yes, it justifies slavery.
Exactly. The answer is no.
Yes, it
But you've
does.
been
It
taught,
it gives
you've
you a
been
it
taught,
gives you a slave system that you
you've
think
been
is
taught
you're.
otherwise.
I
So
haven't been taught
that's what I
otherwise.
mean, guys.
I
That's what
haven't
I
been
mean.
taught anything. These are the things that I experienced. Quit saying that somebody taught me something. I told you I've been able to critically think and come to these assumptions myself. This is quantum onlyism. This is my philosophy. Nobody else's. No one else's. This is mine.
All right, that's a
Okay.
positive
Now
claim.
the thing
Okay?
is this: you believe in the Abrahamic God. That's not your God. That's Abraham's God. First of all, you have to answer. It becomes incoherent because somebody thousands of years after Abraham gave you the story in a book and told you that you have to believe that this was divinely inspired by this creator that you have no idea about, no mystery. You agreed to that. Now you sit up here and try to explain this mystery that you agreed that you would believe. And they told you what belief is. That's having faith in things unseen. Like this is insulting your they told you you have to insult your intelligence. Now listen, all of these points are what I bring in a debate to prove the incoherence of it. It ain't just that one. This is what I'm talking about when I say incoherence. The things that you believe are not even yours. First off, you can't tell me that I'm interpreting something wrong when you don't even have your own interpretation. Whose interpretation do you have? We know it's not God's or Jesus's or anybody, but you're going to say that the preacher that taught it to you was inspired. And so even though you see inconsistencies, you too intellectually lazy to even go take a look to see if they incoherent. I found incoherences when it said in the beginning. Why? Because I know beginning is a word that's temporal. What is temporal? That's time. What is time? The thing that's being measured when people talk about time. What is the thing being measured? It is one of the necessary conditions of existence. Why do I know that they conditions? Because existence is a condition. What's the condition of existence? To be. Like y'all don't use y'all logical thinking about the words that we use and what reason we use them for. I understand that they had God as a symbolism. The word God is symbolism for the workings of existence. So they tell you that God created things in the beginning and that you have a beginning to give you something to hold on to and grasp. However, now we are mentally capable of understanding these things that they was trying to understand without giving them some supernatural cause so people can say that the devil made them do it. I will never agree with the devil made somebody do something when I know these people make these choices. That's absurd, incoherent, unintelligible.
Once again, the Bible does not teach such. So again, sir, all you have are straw men based off of your experience and what someone told you the Bible says, and then you prop that up and say, look, and just to knock it down, to say, I defeated Christianity. No, sir. You defeated what you've been taught Christianity is and what your ignorance taught you yourself what Christianity is because you don't know how to read the Bible to save your life. Okay? So, what I want to do, since you made a positive claim, let's have our debate topic on that positive claim. Does the Bible prescribe slavery? If the Bible prescribes slavery, then the Bible is incoherent, quote unquote. Not, oh, the Bible is incoherent or the Christianity is incoherent. That's too broad where you can slip and slide and obfuscate and run off on these tangents
Oh,
where
I
you
can
don't
definitely.
have to be, where you don't,
Oh, here we go again.
where
You're
you
not
don't have to
smart.
be, or
Okay, I can prove to
why are
you
you
that
cutting
any
off?
form of
Why are you
slavery
cutting
is
off? Why are
incoherent.
you cutting off? Why are
I
you
can
cutting
prove
off?
any form of slavery
Where
because
you,
I
I
agreed
didn't
to the
cut you
debate
off.
and you keep on
I
talking.
didn't
You
cut
asked me
you
if I
off.
wanted to debate that, and I
I didn't
said
cut
yes.
you off.
Now you, yes,
My
you
point.
asked me a question though.
Let me
You
finish
asked
my
me, can we debate that? You
I'm not,
asked me a
I'm not
question.
finished.
It's my
I'm
turn.
not
Well, why
finished.
did you ask the question then?
I didn't ask a question. I made a suggestion, but I didn't ask you if you want to debate me on this yet. Okay. But I want something. The reason why
Well,
I'm
when
doing
he finished, yeah, I want to debate him on that. He can make the topic.
the reason why
Yes.
I'm doing this way is because of what you've displayed tonight. And I don't want to have 3 or 4 hours of you just rambling on of irrelevant things that have nothing to do with anything. It's just something you don't like. Be specific, okay? Make a positive claim. Not the Bible is it doesn't make sense. That's my thing. What does that mean? If you think the Bible is a bad thing or the Bible is something we should not be following, what you are describing is perversions of the Bible. And you think that's what the Bible actually says. That's your issue. That's your problem, not the Bible's. So if you do have something that you think the Bible is saying, because somebody gave you that information, you didn't conjure it up. If you did conjure it up, it was due to ignorance. A child can pick up a book and read it and think that the book is saying one thing because the child has reading comprehension issues. I'm not saying you have reading comprehension issues, but this is a text that is ancient. So naturally you would, unless you study the Bible and study the language and the culture. When in the play Othello, you know what Othello is, right? You ever heard of Othello, Shakespeare? No, you don't read much literature. That's why you have trouble reading the Bible, okay? Because the Bible is written in a similar style, kingly English type of Elizabethan style, okay? When Iago is told by Iago tells Desdemona's father, the king. Desdemona is the daughter of the king, and Desdemona, a white woman, is dating a black man, Othello. So Iago, who hates Othello, and he's in love with Desdemona, he goes to the king, the father, Desdemona's father, and says, "Your daughter is the beast of two backs with the Moor." Well, what does the beast of two backs mean? Well, you have to read the story and understand the context to understand what that actually meant. You can't read into it your own understanding and say, "Oh, Shakespeare is teaching that when blacks or date white women, they turn into beasts." And I'm calling Al Sharpton, and I'm calling Black Lives Matter, and now we have cities, LA is burning. Now Minneapolis is burning because you couldn't read the Bible to save your life. So that's what's going on here. That's what I'm hearing every time you cry about what the Bible's incoherent. That's what I'm hearing. So I want to help you. So can this debate happen? Can this debate be on whether or not the Bible prescribes slavery? Sure, the Bible allows slavery. It allowed Joseph's own brothers to sell him into slavery, but the Bible calls that a great evil. Okay, so it doesn't prescribe it. Are you willing to have that debate? Yes or no? Oh, he left. He left again. Maybe I was too long-winded, A1. I don't know. I certainly wasn't speaking as much as he was. He was just incoherent, like a trained seal. My God. Oh, he said yes. He said that. He's in the side chat. He said yes before he left. All right, A1, set that up. Set that debate up. Does the Bible promote the practice of slave trafficking? Slave trafficking. It's a shame that someone in the ether, someone in the universe, someone in our existence, someone from outside of himself, his system, himself, was able to convince him of this, was able to put that information out there in the ether, on the internet, and he gobbled it up like turkey on Thanksgiving. He gobbled it up. He gobbled it up. He believed it. He believed it. So I'm going to show him what he believes is incoherent. And I'm not just going to say what he believes is incoherent. I'm going to demonstrate it. What he believes about the Bible, in this case, when it comes to slavery, is incoherent. It doesn't correspond to the actual text. It does correspond to what he's been told about the text. It does correspond to what he might have heard Obama say about the text, or some comedian. It does correspond to that. Incoherent. A1, he's asking to let him up. He's backstage. I don't think A1 is here, man. I think I'm the only one still here. And then there's something. Here's something in the background. All right. Yeah, he probably walked away. Well, set that up. My A1, you have my email address. We'll set up that debate, that discussion. 20-minute cross examinations. You're not going to get away with just your soliloquy, your gerrymandering filibuster. You're not gonna just get away with that and think we're just gonna go back and forth. You get 5 minutes to spew out what you believe, and I get 5 minutes, and then that's the end of the debate. No, 20-minute cross examinations. I'll take away time from my opening. I don't really need an opening. Your argument will fall apart upon cross examination, as we saw. We had a glimpse of that tonight. As I didn't really get a chance to interrogate you like I wanted to, but you will fall apart under cross examination. You all do. You always do, because what you're standing on does not have a firm foundation historically at all. It's just what you believe because it sounded good to you. Sounded great. Sounded different, interesting. It didn't sound like, what you've been taught growing up, and you've been taught Christianity is true, but all you see is hypocrites in the church. Therefore, Christianity is not true. This is the evidence that you present. You don't even realize it because it's cognitive. It's how you think, and without even thinking. You think without even thinking. We call it subconscious. You don't even realize it. It just comes natural to you. But these are the arguments that I'm hearing. Well, I was a Christian for 20 years. And then one of the pastors slept with my wife. So I'm no longer a Christian. That darn religion. Meanwhile, when you went to choose the wife, you didn't follow what God told you to do when it comes to choosing the wife. You didn't listen to Ephesians for Paul and when he wrote in Ephesians 4, 5, and 6. You decided you was going to let hip hop tell you what a wife is supposed to look like, how a wife is supposed to dress, how a wife is supposed to behave. You didn't listen to God, but you blame God when. I digress. I got to get out of here. But you blame the Bible, right? Blame the Bible, right? Christianity's fault. This book can't be right. It's incoherent. My marriage is in shambles. It's incoherent. No, you're the one that's incoherent. Yeah, you're the one that needs to study. You're the one that needs to learn. You're the one that needs to, when someone comes to you with information about anyone, you're the one that needs to do your due diligence to find out if it's an actual fact. Not whether or not you believe it, but does the Bible even say this to begin with? Whether you believe it or not. Whether you believe it's true or not. Is this what Paul taught? Is this what he was communicating? What he intended to communicate? That's what you need to do first. What I think deconstruction is, and A1, again, this is not a reflection on you or your book because I haven't read it yet, but deconstruction is basically lining your pockets with excuses that you think you'll be able to use on Judgment Day. You'll be able to say, well, I left Christianity because of this. Well, and I also left because of this. And I also left because of slavery. And God's going to look at you and say, and then he's going to take a look over at Gabriel and say, should I just kill him now? Should I just give him the second death now? I know Revelation 14 hadn't happened yet. But should I? It's incoherent. Look, it's incoherent. Look, it says that you're jealous. That doesn't make sense. How can an almighty God be jealous? And God's gonna look. He's gonna look over at Michael, the war angel. He's gonna go looking and scratching his head. What the heck is wrong with this boy? Did he really think when I said I'm a jealous God that I meant the same thing he felt when in the 5th grade when Becky Sue started talking to Joe Schmo and she wouldn't pay you any attention anymore and you became jealous of Joe Schmo? You really think that's the same jealous that I'm talking about here? You really think that? Oprah. That's one of the reasons why Oprah left the faith. She left the faith because I just don't understand how God is a jealous God. He's incoherent. Just like you, brother. So I want to help you. I want to help you all. I truly do, man. A1 knows my heart. He knows I'm going to help you guys understand this book. I do. It's not hard. It's not hard if you just do a little bit of thinking for yourself. Okay? Not let everyone poison you. The Bible says, look at roots. Look at the lashes on the backs of these slaves. And here's another one from people like Black Atheist Rants. Another black liberal, black atheist Rants, he calls himself. The Bible has been used to harm people. Therefore, what? Do you make that argument, A1? Please tell me you don't. Knives have been used to harm people. Therefore, we need to ban all knives. Cars have been used to harm people. Therefore, we need to ban all. It doesn't even make sense logically. Yes, people will use the Bible. Watch the book for evil. Watch the movie The Book of Eli. If anybody's familiar with Denzel, one of my favorite movies, and it wasn't really one of his blockbuster productions, but it's still the greatest movie. To me, it's the greatest movie because the message is about the Bible. So I enjoy that book, that movie a lot. But in the movie, if you remember, I'm not going to give away too much, but if you didn't see it, but remember Denzel, he was on a mission. This is post-apocalyptic America or the world, basically. So I think something like 4/5 of the population was killed and only a few people remained. And it just totally looks like a wasteland. Like everything is just basically a nuclear fallout. And in this environment, Denzel is tasked with he basically has the last Bible on earth. Okay. And he is instructed by God to travel halfway across the world from New York or the country, from New York to California, where people still are alive. Maybe that was the Silicon Valley where they had enough money to build bunkers, so they survived. And he wants him to travel to take the book, to preserve the book, to preserve the Bible, God's word, because this is the last copy. Well, on his way, during his journey, he encounters several bandits who didn't want to kill him, who didn't want to rob him. They wanted the Bible because they knew how powerful this book is and they could use it for evil. You can use the Bible for evil, and that is exactly what the men and women in the antebellum South did. In fact, there's something called a slave Bible in which they took out 80% of 90% of the Old Testament because the Bible, they didn't want the slaves reading about the slaves in Exodus being freed by God. They didn't want them reading those stories. So they only left in certain selected passages ripped out of context, like slave, obey your master. Okay. They only left those passages in there. But they ripped out the part where it explained that the slave was there because he committed a crime. So just like in today's, so that's why Paul says, yeah, you need to obey because you're there for a reason, because you did something wrong and you're paying restitution. Just like today, if you get into trouble with the law, you become a ward of the state. So a good Christian minister is going to say, yes, you need to obey the warden. Okay, not try to escape and put on a Black Lives Matter t-shirt and go outside and protest. So if you're going to debate me on slavery, just be ready to be compared to the same people who enslaved you, the mentality that is. You have the same ignorant mentality of the white slave master in the antebellum South. Be ready to be compared to your owner from generations ago, young man. You don't want to debate me on slavery. It's just that A1, he's going to back out. He does not want, and after he goes to my channel and sees my debate with actual white liberal scholars, he definitely is going to back out. But if anyone is interested in debating me, if you really believe that the Most High God is responsible for what happened to our ancestors, you really believe that, and this book, the Bible, is yeah, sure, it's what they use, but it's also what they perverted. The 19th century white German anthropologists also perverted science as well. So it wasn't just the Bible they perverted to promote their wicked institution of slavery. They also perverted science itself. They had scientific literature floating around, which proved, quote unquote, that blacks were basically, that there was a hierarchy of races. Basically, the Caucasoids, the Caucasians were on the top of that hierarchy, and we were on the bottom of the totem pole, of course, like we always are. And in the middle, the Chinese and the Indians were in the middle somewhere. So basically, there's a gradation of races. Gradation meaning grades, A, B, C, D, E, F. We were like F. Okay. But then, we find out that wasn't the case. They knew that wasn't the case. They knew that wasn't the case, but they promoted it for financial reasons. The same ways why they promote fake science today, like we just all experienced together a few years ago in the with the jab, right? There's a reason why they promote this fake science. So back then they promoted that fake science to suggest that because blacks were not completely as human or as developed as we are, we can therefore enslave them. Because they're actually not fully human, they're not fully evolved. They're a few steps behind us in the evolutionary process, if you would, And there was even a guy by the name of Ernest Haeckel who came out with this idea that he called it ontology recapitulates, meaning it when the mother is carrying, she's expecting a child, that fetus starts out, this is what Haeckel argued, as a tadpole, and it actually goes through all of the evolutionary phases that you went through when you were a small tadpole back, billions and billions of years ago. So they actually suggested that evolution is recapitulated, is recasted in the womb of the mother. The mother actually goes through that process. That child actually goes through that process until it becomes fully human, and then you're ready to give birth. So you really impregnate her. It's really a tadpole. It's really a frog. All right. And then it becomes something else in the evolutionary chain. And then it becomes something else. And then finally it becomes the fetus of a human. People actually believe that. So the argument was that, and by the way, Ernest Haeckel, whatever his name was, he was proven to be a fraud. They found his drawings. They realized they were all made up. They were all fake. But they also used that theory They use that theory. Ontology recapitulates finality. They use that theory to suggest, well, blacks, they didn't get to stage 7 or 8 yet. They're still on stage 2 or 3. So when they're born baboons because they're still in that early evolutionary stage. They don't fully mature into the human form as whites do. That's some wicked stuff. That's wicked, bro. That's wicked. Now that is some wicked. I don't want to curse on anyone's channel. All right, let me get out of here. I'm just talking to myself. Anybody want to talk to me no more? This always happens. Every time I go into a room, everybody leaves. Nobody wants to talk to Jill. All right. God bless you, A1. I'll see you next time.